Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support the show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, and welcome to episode 236 of Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast. You asked for nuance. We brought it in spades. We got the super squad here today. As always, I'm joined by my lovely co-host, Lord Cognito. How are you doing today, good sir?
I'm doing good. I'm doing better. A little rested.
Nice.
I'm feeling a little better, and got friends. I like friends.
Mm-hmm.
Love to talk about. Yes.
Yeah, so as always, we got to introduce one of our frequent guests. Actually, both of you have been on the show a shit ton. Now that I think about it. Gene Park, we'll start with you. How are you doing, good sir?
Good afternoon. Still super hot here in lovely Washington, D.C., 93 degrees weather. So
nice.
I just I haven't really been outside today. I didn't go to work today. I did just run across the street to grab a quick slice from the local point.
Nice.
One of the few actually good. DC actually doesn't have really good pizza. Actually, nothing. It's not New York City. Like New York City, everywhere you go, like Matty knows obviously, and Cog knows. Yeah, both of y'all know. Like New York City, every single slice I get, it's like really, really good. And here in DC, it's just like, what is this garbage, man? What is this? Like, why did I get better pizza in Hawaii? Like, it's so weird.
That reminds me because I didn't realize how good the Chinese food in New York was till I went to Boston for it.
Dude, yeah.
Now, if anyone can tell me I'm wrong, I'm willing to hear it, whether it's the audience or you guys. But when I had Chinese food in Boston, outside of we went to a dim sum place, that was really good. I think it's hard to fail with dim sum. But I remember when I first went to PAX East in 2014, it was I think it was called Dragon Restaurant or something. It was the worst fucking Chinese food of my life. I have pictures of it. I'm going to see if I can grab it for you guys and just I'll put it in the server so you can see for yourself just how bad this food was. But that did remind me of that moment in my life. Just, you get so used to something, you go somewhere else, different state, and you're like, oh, it's not nearly as good. All right. Well, Gene's here and we're joined by the illustrious Rick Hoeg. Rick, how you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing well. I am excited about summer blockbuster movie season. I love movies. I got my Superman tickets. I'm ready to go. I really enjoyed F1. I'm having a good time.
Yeah, how was F1? I was looking into I realized I opened the MC app to buy my Superman ticket, so I'm seeing that tomorrow. Very excited for it. But I noticed there's a ton coming out that I missed. F1 was one of those. So how was it?
I thought F1 was fantastic. I gave it a 9 out of 10. It feels like a great movie in the middle, and it just loses you a little bit in the third act, I think. But I think it's a fantastic movie.
Okay. Well, good news, gentlemen, before we swing into things here. I do have this image of my Chinese food.
Oh,
it's hilarious because it's also in a bathroom. it's in a hotel bathroom.
Never a good combination.
So I'm going to see if Dustin can throw this on screen for our audience so they can see the Boston Chinese food that I put myself through, but it looks dangerous here. All right, so this is it. This is what I ate. I can't even tell you.
Oh my god, dude!
Whoa, what's going on? Wow,
dude. And the fact that it's in the bathroom too.
I know, that's what makes it worse.
Yeah,
because you can tell his disgust. He wanted to get rid of it or something.
We had to get good lighting for the picture. We were in the hotel. We were like, "Yo, what the fuck is this?" But yeah,
oh my god, I think you wanted good lighting for the photo. Yeah,
but
oh
also,
my god, dude.
I always remember opening that styrofoam top lid and being like, what the fuck is this?
Well, at least they gave you a lot of it.
Yeah, they sure did. I threw all of it out. Because hotel, that was the other tricky part. Hotels give you very small trash cans. So we just had this slop just loaded up in there. I was just like, I
hate hotels giving you small trash cans, man. It's this is a modern age. We're probably ordering in like on Uber or whatever, It's like we're gonna have like like a hell of a lot of food. But
Yeah.
you're also right, Maddie. Like, man, like when I tried the Japanese food in New York, like I damn near teared up. I was like, holy crap, this is better than again, like this is better than the stuff in Hawaii. You know, like New York has amazing food. I have my issues with New York City, but the food is definitely not one of them.
Yeah, if you're going there for a pit stop, it's the right way to do it, I feel.
Yeah, it is amazing food like all across the board. I love eating in New York City. That's why I love going to New York City. Actually, I just love just going to any place and just having.
There's
so many choices, selection.
There's a place that Laylee and I go to. I just want to put it on everyone's radar here for any foodies out there. Actually, I remember telling Jason Polanski about it, and he has an app that adds spots that he wants to eat in, and his map was full because I think he lives in like Brooklyn or something like that. So he's always around the area trying new places to eat. It's called Kung Fu Little Steam Buns Ramen.
Sure.
It's in Hell's Kitchen, and if you're ever in the area, I swear by that place.
Sounds like the best place. Yeah,
I love that
crazy
place.
ass name. Sounds like a good place.
I love
Really,
Chinese, but it's high risk, high reward. You got to get the referrals.
Yep. So I'm just saying, if anyone wants a little safe bet, good prices, great food. I mean, it's you look at the images, like it's not like the most fancy eatery, but you're gonna get served well with Michelin star food there.
Those are the best spots. There's an old trick for Asian food. You know, when you go on Yelp, you don't go to the ones with 4 or 5 stars. You go to the ones that have 2.5, 3 stars, because the only people who use Yelp are white people. and they get mad because the food is weird and the service is bad, and it's like no, because those places have the best food.
The authentic experience.
Yeah. So you want to go to the places that have 2.5, 3 stars.
Okay. Well, noted. It's funny. I'm going to self-own because I did in Boston. We were looking for a Asian place to eat at, and I literally saw a 3-star place and was like, nah. We're not going to do that.
There
shit.
you go. See, there you go.
So yeah, dude.
And then you went to the 4-star Dragon. God, that piece of shit.
I got served slop on a plate. It was like 4 stars.
Oh man. So there you go.
There you go.
Remember that for next time. 2.5 stars in Boston. There you go.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone here. Well, look, we got one hell of a show ahead of us. We're talking about the fallout of the Xbox layoffs. With that, a lot of stories, reports, details, just rounding up the emotions and everything. And so we have a ton of write-ins on all manner of subject. So I want to start off with not John Cena. He has the write-in. What's up, Dukes? I appreciate everything you guys do. I just wanted to speak not just to Maddie and Lord Cognito, but to the community, the real Xbox fans out here. I thought this was a great message to open our show with. Just, not from us, but from the community. Says, look, I love this platform. Xbox has made some major strides in areas like Game Pass, preservation, accessibility, and hardware. No one's ignoring that. But at the same time, it feels like we've hit a point where any criticism, no matter how honest or well-meant, is immediately labeled as doom and gloom or dismissed as console war bait. And I get it. A lot of us still carry the scars from the Xbox One generation. That era shook the confidence and hurt a lot of fans. But not every concern is an attack. Some of us want Xbox to win, but we're not going to pretend everything is okay when it's not. What just happened with the 9,000 layoffs is devastating, not just for the employees, but for what it signals about the direction of the brand. When things like that happen, brushing it off as industry standard just feels tone deaf. Fans deserve more transparency and more accountability from leadership, not silence. It's important to learn the difference between trolls and truth. Not every frustrated Xbox fan is a narrative spinner or a PlayStation fanboy in disguise. A lot of us are just tired of the gaslighting, excuses, being told that bad news is actually good news if you spin it just the right way. We should be able to hold the brand accountable without being labeled disloyal, because real fans don't just hype, they hold accountable. That's how you grow. That's how you earn trust back. And more importantly, that's how you build something worth defending. Much love to the Dukes. Keep the conversation going. So how was the reception, gentlemen? Like, how are you feeling? We've all talked extensively about this on our various platforms, social media outlets. Have you kind of felt this? Have you felt like you've gotten the reception of the audience and people online of like, if you are against layoff, it's a bit of a spin. Like, what's the temperature for you now, about a week removed from all this news? We'll start with you, Cog, because I know you're deeply invested.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because it's like, me and you use the sports analogy with the Mets, right? It's like, what have the vets done now? Like during the Wolfine era, stepping on a rake. And it's difficult to be a fan of this brand. It is very difficult because, again, the peaks, the valleys, they do a lot of great things, you know what I'm saying? And as far as advancing the games industry and a lot of trends and a lot of pro-consumer moves. But at the same time, they've had some horrible moments, right? Mm-hmm. And I think accountability is important to discuss, no question. I think the temperature I get in the room now is just like there is a hardcore contingent that either has said, you know what, this is the last straw, and like I can't recover from this. Like I cannot deal with this level of whether we would call it management incompetence or just the sheer volume of people. This is very extensive to a lot of people. And there's some people that's just like they do feel that there is rage baiting. They do feel that at the end of the day, like, look at the big picture, look at what's going on in gaming and tech. And both sides are really not talking to each other. They're just yelling at each other is the vibe I'm getting in the community. And, it's just me, frankly, when me and you talked about it when the news broke initially, we did Duke last week, I'm kind of apathetic. I'm at the point now where just like, they're going to do what they're going to do. And, it's up to me as a consumer to say, okay, if I'm still in, do I still like this direction, or overall I'm out? And I think the last thing I'll say is just for the people who are out, and I know we will get into it and stuff like that, you have to be careful with what I consider like imposing your outrage on others. If you're out, that's cool. Respect. No one's saying anything wrong. But I think what's happening is people are like, why aren't you out because I'm out? Yep. And that I can't co-sign. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, it's like, if you broke up with that, I don't want to hear you keep talking about how much you broke up with that girl. If the relationship is over, I get it. But not everyone feels to the extent. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what I'm saying. It's a personal decision. And that's why I try to get, because I see my brothers are in the street, they fighting each other, man. And they going, slings and arrows.
Sure
So that's the temperature I'm seeing right now.
All right, well, let's temperature check Hoeg. Hoeg, how are we feeling about things a week removed?
Yeah, well, first I want to say that I think that Cog's point just now is apropos across all sorts of topics, not even limited to video games, but certainly within the video game community, you get a lot of, I really care about this thing. Why don't you care about it the same level that I do? And I see this with things like Stop Killing Games and other like major stories in video gaming right now, which is to say, there is a frustration amongst people that care deeply about things like games preservation, that if you don't sign on to this, or if you don't think this is the right direction, that you are against it, or that you should care about it more. And it's like, maybe I should. That's kind of your job, if you care about it that much, is to convince me of that fact. But the market is the market. There's millions of people that are going to buy games or not buy games, and people don't necessarily care about things the same way that you do. Now, that said, on my own side of things, I got a lot of like crosswinds in terms of commentary from people that essentially blamed me for cheerleading the Microsoft merger. Oh, yeah. So I got a lot of comments to this extent.
Hoeg, it was in your title. You covered it.
I did cover it. I did cover it.
Everything about it.
And part of the analysis was that I didn't think it was illegal, right? Which borne out as it went through the process. I did also say that it's a good thing overall for one of the biggest companies on earth to be invested in video games if you like video games getting made. But that doesn't mean that I endorse every possible thing that they could do. And the hope was always that Microsoft would be a good steward of the things that they bought. But them investing the money at all was a good sign, still is a good sign. But them deciding that they have better things to spend that money on is something that should be looked at and say, well, are they as committed to this going forward into the future? But after that all broke, a little bit more than a week ago, there was this kind of financial news item that I know we're going to talk about later on. And one of the things that I wound up saying is that this reporting is incomplete and it doesn't reflect the nature of how profit is established in internal metrics and things like that. And people came out of the woodwork accusing me of just being a sycophant, an ex-bot that's trying to back them up on all this stuff, even though I'm on record saying how much I have a problem with the way management has gone in this particular moment in time. So I think, like always in gaming, and maybe on the internet in general, I can't speak to that, people tend to look at the most immediate thing that you've said and assume that you are bought and paid for by whoever it is that might benefit from the thing that you said, and you are otherwise unworthy of their consideration. That's life on Twitter. That's life in social media and on the internet. But it's so rapid. It shifts so quickly between how could you hate on Phil Spencer so much, and then how could you defend this evil mega corporation that I can't even keep track of what my biases are supposed to be on social media at this point.
Oh, are you implying that just because there's a disagreement or nuance to your conversation, that it could automatically label you the word cope or the word shell? Are these the things you're implying?
Yeah, no, it's always that. There's people grokking whether or not Microsoft might have paid me for my opinion in these kinds of things.
I get a kick out of when I put something out and I get a reply like, Grok, what does this mean? I'm like, are you fucking serious, dude? Like, I tweet the most dumb shit. What do you need Grok to explain?
Fair enough.
No, well, so the temperatures, people are generally the same. It's all over the place. But I don't know. I don't have the same kind of finger on the pulse of the Xbox community specifically as you two do. So I get kind of the more generalized complaints about anybody saying anything.
Definitely.
Gene, let's hear from you, man. What is the temperature? What is the feel a week removed from all the news?
For me, or for what I'm seeing in the climate or whatever?
I guess both. Yeah, I want to know how you're feeling, but I want to know also just like with what you're seeing in the climate, what is the reception, when you've made your statements, what's been said to you? Like, what's the feel?
I'm just hearing the same thing as everyone else. It just feels like a lot of people. I'm mostly listening to you, Maddie. For fuck's sake, you know.
Okay.
What am I supposed to say? Oh yeah, I heard Mr. Maddie play say, "I'm so done with Xbox."
I don't fucking know.
I'm watching your fucking videos, dude. Like, so I don't know. You fucking tell me.
We can't let G slide. He was in the comments when we did the episode.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
That's true. You was invested.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. So I'm seeing a lot of people, a lot of people who are recognizing, and I said in the comments that Nintendo isn't going through this at all, like I've seen tweets say, oh yeah, we are in such a bad place, and then like the quote tweet is like, who the fuck's we? And then like and then Nintendo is just doing just fine, So there's that. There's a lot of like, I'm personally happy, I'm obviously wearing a Donkey Kong shirt today. Donkey Kong Country. I mean, obviously, I'm glad that more people are seeing this. I get frustrated when I listen to Defining Dudes and Sacred Symbols, and I hear people say, "Oh, this is an industry-wide problem," and it's like, what do you mean industry-wide problem? There's one big player in the industry that is not going through any issues whatsoever, and maybe we can talk a little bit about, like what Manny pointed out in the Discord about, Nintendo kind of looking at their development cycles, right? And maybe we can talk about that later and elaborate, but. Yeah. There's that in where I'm seeing people are like, yeah, wait a minute, Nintendo isn't going through any of this, you guys cited last week Stealth 40K, right? And he's a great he's a great tweeter. He puts out great information. Mm-hmm. And he also recently tweeted, I don't have it right in front of me, but he was tweeting out the employee numbers of Nintendo over the last 10 years, and it's only been increasing. They are twice as big. And yet they are about 8,000 employees, still less than the number of employees Microsoft in total laid off last week, which is crazy, right? So I think that goes to show the difference between Microsoft as a tech firm versus Nintendo as a video game firm, right? For me personally, on Xbox, real quick, I'm just kind of like right where I'm always at, like honestly, as Skillup said this recently in his podcast or in his essay, it was a shutdown in Tango GameWorks that radicalized me. I was like, if you're just going to shut them down, or you try to shut them down, because obviously they got bought out by Krafton, thank goodness, right? But like their first move was to shut them down, And like, to me, that level of disrespect to someone like Shinji Mikami's legacy, or of course to Harvey Smith over at Arcane Austin, or the level of disrespect to John Romero, or the level of disrespect to the gentleman at Rare, who worked on goddamn Donkey Kong Country, who left, Microsoft does not know how to nurture creative people. They only know how to nurture staff and tech people, they only know how to nurture functions and not creativity, and they are insulting creatives. They're not just insulting them, but they're throwing them out in the street, whereas, and I made this point last week on Twitter, you see Nintendo, Yoshio Sakamoto, he is he is not the creator of Metroid, but he's been he was the director of Super Metroid, right? One of the classics, right? But Metroid is not a best-selling series. They barely sell 2-3 million, right? Not a core pillar of the franchise, and they had an abject failure in Metroid Other M, which he wrote, right? Everyone clowned that game. It's critically panned. People out there still hate that game, right? And what did they do to him? They gave him a dream project. He wanted to revive a dead IP in the Famicom Detective Club, and he released MEO The Smiling Man last year, and that game didn't even touch 1 million sales, But they didn't lay him off. They didn't throw him out in the street. They said, okay, well, why don't you take care of this then? You want to do this? Do this. Versus, oh my God, your one game didn't do well. I guess we got to shut your whole game down, So like, it's crazy to me, like, like when you hear like, oh my God, Compulsion Games, oh my God, I'm so worried about them because South of Midnight didn't move the needle. And it's like, for Nintendo, they have all kinds of projects that don't move the needle and everyone's safe. There's no conversations being had in the Nintendo side. So
to pick your brain a little bit, because that was one of the main reasons I want to bring you on, because I saw your comment. I DM'd you. I was like, hey, I saw it. Like, let's get you on. Like, do you feel it's like a cultural issue? Like, there's a difference between how I guess really Western companies are handling the evolving landscape of game development and how
American, I think it's American mostly, because European studios seem to be doing pretty good. You see Warhorse Studios in Kingdom Come Deliverance, you see CDPR. They had Cyberpunk did still sell well, right? But then they did have a crash in their own stocks, and they were able to recover just fine because they were able to just make the game better and they were able to sell just enough. But there's and they did have to shed some weight too, but it's not some widespread disaster, like Microsoft has been.
Well, if I can offer a counter perspective to the kind of cultural or American, European, Asian divide, I think part of it is conglomeration, right? Microsoft and Sony are both in the business of doing other things besides making video games.
Exactly. Yeah.
Nintendo is a game company first and foremost. And so they have every incentive to keep their game creatives happy. Microsoft, part of this story, and I'm not at all on Microsoft's side for what happened or how it was handled. We'll talk about that more as part of this episode. But part of this story is that Microsoft has a bunch of other things that it can do with its money or thinks that it can do with its money that may or may not be more attractive than what they're currently doing with it. And they are very quick to cut ties with things that they don't think offer the best return on investment. Yeah. Similarly, Sony has other things that it could be doing. Video gaming is a bigger portion of its end of life business cycle, but it also has different things that it can do. And so it's evaluating things and telling all of its creatives to make live services and then changing its mind in a way similar to other large conglomerate corporations. Nintendo is just a different size. It's a different ball of wax. Yes, it's in a different jurisdiction and a different culture. So that's undoubtedly part of it. They also have different labor rules. So they were slower to grow as against some of these other companies. And while that might be an issue in areas of growth, at times of growth, you might say, Nintendo, why aren't you upping your game like some of these other companies when you're 2 years before the pandemic, as a for instance? You can see now after the fact how that is effective to say we don't grow when we don't know that we can sustain it, and then everybody feels safe, and maybe that's a better environment for creativity. I think they go out there a lot with that kind of statement, that commentary that it's a better environment for creativity. I think that might be exactly correct. Certainly, it is no great help to creativity to be constantly fearful for your job. And Microsoft has done its creatives that are currently still there that weren't laid off this past week. No favors in not being worried that even if things are going well and you get a progress report done 2 days ago that says everything's great, you're fully funded, that you're not going to be put out on the side of the road tomorrow. And if you have that fear, what does it change in your production pipeline? What is your loyalty to the company, to getting things done? It should be zero for somebody that treats its employees like that. And that's not a good way to have a long-term success in any industry.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Nintendo has 99% employee retention rate. People do not leave Nintendo once they start working there because they're happy. You know who works at Nintendo? One of the directors of Silent Hill 2. He just fucked off of Konami, and now he works on Luigi's Mansion games. You never hear from him again. Takayoshi Sato. He is one of the legendary visionaries of Silent Hill, where he was like, "Oh, you have to think about sex and death when you're confronting the face of horror." You know, like he really understood the spirit of Silent Hill.
I was gonna say, look out for Luigi's Mansion 4.
Look out for Luigi's
Mansion. And he's the reason why Luigi's Mansion 3 looks like a fucking like a PlayStation 5 game, because he's out there making amazing work, and he's doing it silently. Quote unquote, pun intended, you know, but he's happy there. He doesn't need all the credit. He is just making games, and he is being well paid, and no one heard from him ever again, you know, because people go to Nintendo and they stay happy.
Yeah, I love retention rate. Yeah, totally big thing, and culturally, it's a completely different thing. And like Hoeg, I just want to add on really quick. I don't go too long. We got a big show, but to what Hoeg said in reference to culture, what people don't realize is the people who survive. There's survival skill, and again, morale, how it's in that building, because there's a lot of people who do not agree with what happened. They are forced to, quote unquote, trudge on, as well as make decisions on their own personal future if they want to even stay in that climate. And for the record, Jid, I did say Nintendo last week, damn it.
You did say in terms of Nintendo accountability, yeah.
Yeah, no, and I said as far as, that doesn't happen in Nintendo, right? As far as like, they keep their creatives, they understand what that is to keep that environment and that morale. And that's important, because again, when you have a low morale, that helps no one.
It's funny because there's a story we'll get into later involving Fallout, how Xbox did the right thing involving Sawyer and Pentiment, and how that might really pay off for them with the future of Fallout.
Yeah, Josh actually debuted that when we had him on Duke Ultimate at the time when Ultimate existed for Pentiment. That was one of his deals as a precursor to making things happen with Obsidian. Remember with Joshua? That was part of like, hey, if you guys want
me.
Yeah, Pentiment has to be the small thing that, let's be honest, Xbox executives ain't going to like. They're like, oh, that's not going to be, a moneymaker, a Microsoft gaming kind of thing. And that was part of it. And that creates that culture, that family kind of environment that Obsidian and the Bethesdas that we like.
So it's so funny in the list of names that, we've heard that have left Xbox that they did the right thing with that. It's just so strange, because it's like, if that was the ideal, that's like when we heard that, I remember on the show, you were like, this is great. Like Xbox knows what they need to do. Like, this
where's the energy for everyone else? Yeah,
exactly. And I mean, they let just as prominent of people go. So we'll talk about that as we get into the Fallout section.
Real quick, also, I want to touch on what Cog said about morale. Right, I think morale is so important because, look, I work at a company that's currently going through a voluntary separation program where they are going to pay employees with over 10 years. That includes me, or certain departments to leave. Right. And then so I go to work every day and morale fucking sucks. Like every single day at work, it is just garbage. You ask, "Oh, how are you doing?" It's like, it's awful, right? And then so like Colin also made this point on Sacred Symbols, where there's that famous citation of Iwata during the Wii U days where he was like, where he apologized to the whole company and says, "I'm sorry, I'm going to take a 50% salary cut and across the executive board," right? And Colin made a point that saying that it was more symbolic because it's not really going to save a lot of money because as we all know, the CEO of Nintendo only makes $1.8 million. So a 50% cut of that that's just like 10 jobs, right? That doesn't do anything, right? But but what he misses though is that impact on morale, right? When you see your leadership taking things seriously and they are holding themselves accountable, it's not even about the money. It's about the morale that builds. Because I see that and I'm like, oh my God, what a great CEO. And then for me, I don't want to talk bad about my bosses, right?
I know. Be careful.
I just stop myself.
Protect the bag, baby. Protect the bag. Don't go crazy right now, G.
In general, right?
Speaking generals.
Speaking generally, when someone works at a company and then they see the owner or the CEO spend a lot of money on other things. For example, Pete Parsons and his fucking cars, right?
I was literally thinking Bungie. You said I was in my mind.
Pete
I was
Parsons
there, bro.
and his fucking cars. So how do you think Bungie feels when you see the CEO of that company just buying up cars like crazy versus taking a salary cut and saying, "Oh, I fucked up. This is my bad," because it matters to the morale. It's not about the money. It's about keeping your people happy. That's all I gotta say.
Well said.
Well said, gentlemen. I'm loving where we're at right now. Got one more write-in. Then we'll get into what we're playing. We'll dive into all the news. This one comes from Casey Sislakowski, and we have a follow-up. It says, "Speak with your wallets? What's up, Dukes? I'd just like to start off by saying I mostly agree with your takes with the current state of Xbox. While I think some blame should lie at the feet of the devs for taking so long to make games, Xbox management is a joke. However, if you two are so disgusted with what's going on, shouldn't you take a stand? Colin no longer will buy anything from SNK due to their relationship with the Saudis. If you're really that upset, will you be canceling your Game Pass? Will you forego the Xbox ROG when it comes out? I thought about this while canceling my own Game Pass. I just don't think it's right to give Microsoft money every month and was wondering when or if you will speak with your wallets. Have a Elder Scrolls 6 is canceled so BGS can support the next
God. Oh my God,
kind of day.
Oh.
And so we have a write-in as someone who is trying to take a stand here. Sam W. writes, gentlemen, and by the way, this is a family decision as we read here. I thought this was really interesting. He says, I did it. I traded in my Xbox Series X. I'm not saying Microsoft can't allocate its funds where it wants, but I can choose to allocate mine. I didn't feel right supporting a company cutting thousands of jobs to support an AI initiative, as we'll talk about later in the news. As someone who works in an IT environment, I understand AI is Pandora's box and it can't be closed. However, I look at my three boys in the face, ages 9, 8, and 4, and I could not continue to support a company that lets go of thousands recklessly. If this was poor management, fire the management and install better management. If this was a reallocation for AI purposes, well, then Microsoft comes across as cold and heartless. Either way, my boys agreed when I explained the scenario. We traded the Xbox 5 controller, slightly damaged just in case people are verifying, and lost probably $100 I bought over 6 years of games over the past 6 years. All of this netted me a value of $340 in Nintendo eShop credit at GameStop. It is what it is, LOL. We will be happy for now with the Switch 2, and we'll wait to see what Microsoft and Sony does for the next generation. Right now, despite Sony's mishaps, they don't seem as egregious as Microsoft's. Thank you for always keeping it real, and I'm missing the perfect symmetry of the Xbox controller already. Well, Sam, props to you. So, gentlemen, our platforms are often our ways of taking a stand, but people sometimes ask us, well, are you going to do something about it? I'm like, I have done something. I'll talk about that in a moment because I didn't want to really make like a big fucking statement about it. But when it comes to like us talking like this, I'm like, we're doing our part. We're literally signal boosting the message. Like that is doing something, especially when you sacrifice connections or relationships to be like when I'm sitting here going like, yo, can Phil or Sarah or Matt, like I'm not just fucking saying that because I think it's going to sound good. I know when Xbox hears it or other members of the games industry who think it's taboo hears it, they're like, fuck this guy. You go in knowing that risk. Your platform and utilizing that way is a risk.
Preach.
It is doing your part. And people need to understand that. Like, I'm not trying to come across defensive, but people need to get that. That is speaking with probably the most effectiveness that we can do right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted,
for a second,
go ahead.
There are so many who refuse to even have the discussion on their platforms for fear of losing access or said thing. I just wanted to add that because you're fine
like
with
this
that.
Is an industry that will cut you. I've been cut by many companies. I talk about during 76, I got cut by Bethesda, the company that literally made my career. I got cut by them. Did I stop talking about them? Did I keep dogging on them? Did I keep talking about it positively? I just kept doing my thing. Like that's what comes with the territory. So I get a little bothered when people are like, are you going to do something? I'm like, I'm doing something every day about this. You know, what about you? Now, what I have done, and I don't say it because outside of here, because I think it is relevant. It's just my choices. Like right now, I'm not subscribed to Game Pass. I chose last night. I said, I thought about it. I went, I feel like this is my way of at least taking my wallet and putting it somewhere where it makes sense. I'm still going to play the games. I'm still going to review the games. It's a big part of my job. But I don't need to be feeding the beast every month, and I can make more selective purchasing decisions. That's what I chose to do, because what you guys talked about last year, like Gene, like and how Skill Up as well, like radicalizing based off what happened with Hi-Fi Rush and Tango Gameworks. I don't know if I was more forgiving then, or if it was such a business in flux. I was like, I got to see where this all lands. Or at that time as well, we talked about, and it kind of evened out. Oh, a lot of the industry is going through this. For me, a lot of what was the backbreaker here is like, number one, they are gutting like my favorite publisher of games. They have lost all of the talent, barring Todd Howard, that made that company what it is. All of the marketing that made that company exciting. I know it sounds ridiculous, but like Fallout 4's reveal is one of the most exciting things I think I've ever experienced. I thought that was so fucking cool, the way they just dropped it and changed the industry. Like 5 months, see you then. Like that stuff, the shadow dropping, that's Bethesda, man. So yeah, at a certain point, there is like I want to, like, at least on a personal level, I'm not going to tell everyone out there, like, I know the economic climate. I'm not going to tell you to unsubscribe to Game Pass. Get the fuck out of here. Like, it's your choice. You know, I know how great that service is, but to me, I felt like that's what I wanted to do. But I also think it's really pretentious to be like, I'm going to make a public statement. You should unsubscribe from Game Pass. But for me, like, yeah, at this moment, the reason I'm going harder is not like people have speculated, oh, it's the views. Study my channel and watch where I get my views from, then come talk to me. It's about the fact that they have every single time when they had to make a financial choice, gone after Bethesda, the company that I thought brought them so much value immediately, not just in Game Pass, but immediately when Xbox had no games. Here's Bethesda with like 3 in a fucking year. And all Xbox would have had, we talked on 2023, Forza Motorsport, that's all they had. And we know now how Forza did based on Xbox's actions. But that year they had Hi-Fi Rush. They did have Redfall, but they also had Starfield. I think Bethesda has been constantly reliable for them. And so, yeah, I'm like, that's what radicalized me a bit. I'm just like, dude, fuck this. Like, I'm pissed. You know, that's what settled in over the weekend. I thought it would just blow over like it has. But what kind of settled in with me is I'm like, this isn't really leaving me. Not like I'm trying to rush it out, but I kept returning to it. And part of it's because I'm not an insider. I've never had more people message me about this, though, like who work in these buildings.
Oh, yeah.
Who are like, by the way, coming to me as developers working on these projects and thanking me and being like, thank you for your energy, for your support. Thank you. Here's like information. Again, I'm not going to leak anything because that's not my business. But people are really sad over there, man. Like, this is, I know it's a business and no one's asking for a charity, but this is the first time I've really felt
truth,
the human element of it all, where people really feel betrayed.
Yeah, real quick.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just real quick to support what you just said, because like I said, I watched you, Maddie, to pick up on that. But I heard you say, you know, you're not an insider, but you've been getting a lot of anonymous DMs, right? I am not an insider too. I don't traffic in those kind of stories. Yet I have also been receiving those same messages from people who are working in various companies, and they are saying, "Fuck Microsoft."
Yeah,
period.
A lot of people are really angry, man. And that, I don't know, I'm a human. That says something to me. I'm like, look, Xbox has done this multiple times. I've been through it. When I got mass employees of different levels in that company, some anonymous, some just like chest out, like, I don't give a fuck if they find out. Like, that's where it's at. That's the morale. That says something. That needs change. When there are people who are, oh, this is my face, this is my handle, this is my name, fuck this person, fuck this person, fuck this person, send. That says something, man. That they're willing to risk their whole like livelihood to send you that type of shit. That's crazy to me. So that's a message sent to me. I'm like, this is not the same situation as last year. It's worse, and it's being treated as such. So that's why I took the action I did. You know, I've spoken with my wallet personally. I know, no doubt, given the coverage I've given Xbox, if I dare play one of their games or talk about something positively they've done, it's all going south. But that's, as Rick said earlier, the day and age we live in. It's about what I said 2 minutes ago, not what I've said historically. And I've always had trouble wrestling with that because I'm very conscious of my track record. You hear in my videos, like, I always like reference shit I say constantly because I'm like, I keep a fucking tight order of things to try not to get things wrong, to try to stay consistent. But I'm just going to always do that for myself. But I realize for a lot of the audience, it doesn't matter. So I'm just going to keep doing my thing. But that's what I decided to do. I apologize for my soapbox rant. But to what Casey said,
it's your show.
I know, but I don't like to commandeer, you know, and take away fun talking points in conversation and just rant and rave. So to just kick it around a bit, have you guys, and again, this is not a pressure situation if you haven't, there's nothing wrong with it, but like, have you done anything, any changes, like as Casey has requested, like speak with your wallets, anything like that? Cog, we'll start with you. You love your Game Pass.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I love that. That's not happening. Go my side. Respectfully. But no, look, I get it. You know, it's a personal decision. You know, at the end of the day, it's just like, you know, I remember what I said last week. It's like, I can't tell anyone in good conscience after what happened, how awful things are. And I've received the same DMs. People frustrated, angry, you know, upset. And all I could try to do, again, is listen and provide comfort, as well as try to get people linked up to people that could potentially help them. But as far as me personally as a gamer, you know, I have to be objective with the entire year as far as what this console or what this platform or what this ecosystem provides me, right? Am I excited that there were layoffs? No. But I have to look at everything that was provided to me in the service. As far as the games that I've played this year, as far as Clair Obscure, Doom, South of Midnight, Avowed, these are games I love. And I just want to be clear, because this is my mentality. Also, sometimes when we make statements, it actually still hurts the people that are remaining in the building. So we have to be careful of that also, because sometimes, we are very, in the moment. I know I'm very emotional, and we got to be careful, because sometimes when you really go too far the other side, there are people that are still there relying on that side, relying on the company to do successful, relying on that studio to do successful. And I care about developers. Developers are the heroes to me. I think these are the guys that sacrifice their life to go across the country and make some small little rinky-dink game, and it ends up blowing up. I think my saddest thing with Xbox right now is I'm worried. I think Rick will probably appreciate this more. Like, I'm worried about creative risks not being taken anymore. And that is something that really bothers me, because y'all know me. I'll have those little card games and Path of the Goddess and the Altars. And
Ninja Gaiden 4 is a great example too. Like, they're making that happen. Some fucking magic, dude. I'm still pumped for that. But
I'm so glad you said that.
Like the thing,
Yeah, and to me, the way I look at it is, even though I hate what's going on, there are still signs of the little creativity that I'm hoping still gets a chance to exist to live to fight another day. And that's been my kind of my mantra with this. And it's just like, I worried about, everything's going to be Halo, Gears, and Forza, or everything's going to be the big blockbuster, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I worry. So it's tough. It's tough. Again, personal decision. Me personally, right now, this is what I'll say, last thing I'll say. If you'd have told me about Genesis Game Pass back with young Cog, I was struggling. You had to make that one decision. You looked at the box art. You're like, please be good, game. I'm about to spend $90 on you. Please be good. What was your man? They had Fabio on the cover of Iron Sword. What was that game? I was like, damn, the box art looks good. You know what I'm saying? You hoping. Yeah. Right? Yep, so for me, in this economic climate with these games, $80, oh no, I'm not getting rid of that for me. And then on top of it, it's just like, again, I like the ecosystem. I like the platform. I'm a person that's a very online social person. I love play anywhere. I'm the guy that travels everywhere to continue. That's the future of gaming to me. So I guess they would have to continue to shut everything. Pretty much this. They would have to shut everything down. They have to tell me at Sega moment, you don't exist anymore. And we're moving on. We're fully third party. Please take your stuff and belongings to Nintendo and PlayStation. And this is where we offer that. We're no longer offering you consoles. That would be the moment. I'm like, okay, just how I was with Dreamcast. I was a refugee that came to Xbox. I was riding and dying to the very end with Peter Moore. Like, until he told me, Cog, I don't have a home for you no more. Please take your belongings and go to the nearest shelter. Okay, cool. Now I'm going.
It was the Xbox for sure.
Yes.
All right. That's where Cog stands. Gene, let's go to you. Just, are you voting with your wallet? Are you doing anything at all? What's the vibe? What's the feel?
Yeah, this is a great topic. And I want to shout out to what Cog just said right now. And I think that's a perspective that not a lot of people have empathy for, right? It's like Cog is thinking about the employees still at Xbox. Now I can speak from my personal experience at the Washington Post, and I think I can speak freely on this, right? Whereas, like, when last year, when Jeff Bezos says we're not endorsing anyone, we're going to stop it right before, like a month before the election happened, like that made so many people mad, and we lost a lot of subscribers because of that, right? And then, but us here at the Washington Post, they're saying like, oh, look at the Washington Post, they're going to be biased, they're going to be for Trump all the time, they're spoiled, they're soiled, take away their money, right? Unsubscribe. And then for us at the Washington Post, we're like, we didn't do shit. We didn't do anything. That wasn't our fault. We still got really, really good journalists who are working just regular basic journalism. We're trying to cover Biden. We're trying to cover Trump. None of that has to do with any of us, but we were getting strays and we are suffering for it. We are losing employees. I'm losing coworkers because of that. But because people had this wide campaign to just get rid of support for the Washington Post. So thank you, Kyle, for saying that, because I feel like not a lot of people say that, and this is why I appreciate corporate COG, right? It's a meme, but like I think out of all the LSM network, I think COG and I are really the only two people who have actually worked at big corporations before. Everyone's been a content creator, and let's face it, IGN is not that big, right? But COG and I have worked at places that have over 1,000 employees, so we kind of understand that corporate culture, and we understand where the responsibility and the onus lies on a lot of these decisions, and that doesn't happen to the employees that are getting laid off. That said, I totally agree that sometimes it's the developer's fault. Look at Concord, man. Like I don't know if it was they blame management for those decisions, and I don't know if that was their decision to make it a live service or not, and if that is, and that would be their fault. But ultimately they didn't make a good game. They didn't make a good multiplayer game, so that there is that involved. Now, to the question of whether I'm speaking with my wallet, this is tough, man, because like it sucks that it's happening this year, because I feel like Xbox was actually having a pretty good year, man. Like all things considering, man. South of Midnight, which I haven't played, but I still want to, just because of the artistic value of it. I'm interested in the music and the art and the story. I want to get to that. Like Doom: The Dark Ages came out, and that was pretty good. Avowed came out, and it didn't light my world on fire, but it was pretty good, and Doom was great, and I was like, and Expedition 33, I was playing Expedition 33 at Xbox. It got me back on Game Pass for a month, Yeah. So I was like, okay, maybe things are picking up, and I've been. This is what sucks about Perfect Dark. It's like I was like, man, like Xbox has a much more exciting slate of future games than Sony does, to be quite honest. We got Yote to be excited about, Intergalactic, and then what else? I don't know what else.
Saros.
Saros. I'm very excited for Saros. So I can't fucking wait for Saros. Right, Returnal is my favorite current gen game of the console generation. Right. So you're right. But there's not a lot, and Xbox is doing pretty good. They got a good slate, so it sucks to do this. But it's like, I guess I'm kind of speaking my wallet, because it's like I don't buy physical games on Xbox anymore. Mm-hmm. Although I did buy Expedition 33, and I think that might be the last Xbox disc I ever buy. Because there might not be any point to it anymore, right? I'm still not playing Xbox as much these days. Last year, like Maddie and I both had like 40 hours total on the Xbox playtime, and that's where it's at. Like I'm just not playing a lot of Xbox games anymore. I'm not playing. Xbox used to be my third-party platform of choice. I used to say it all the time. Xbox is my preferred platform to play Ubisoft games, to play all kinds of stuff. But now I'm just like, I guess I'll just play it on PS5 now, because it's on disc. I have a PS5 Pro, so it'll look better on the PS5 Pro.
Performance.
Yeah, the performance is just better. So it's like, I don't know, like not always. Doom: Dark Ages actually look better on the Series X, which is crazy, right? Than even the PS5 Pro. But like, besides those rare exceptions, a lot of third-party games are just gonna run better on Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 looks way better on the PS5 Pro, and I
also, ooh, wow,
yeah, and I played and I made Alan Wake I made the Xbox my primary Alan Wake console, because Alan Wake was a Xbox console exclusive. Yeah. So for people who know my head and who've been listening to me for a while, I like to play games where they were kind of on a native platform. I like to play Devil May Cry and Resident Evil games on PlayStation. I like to play Doom and like Wolfenstein games on Xbox, and same goes with Alan Wake. But then I played on the PS5 Pro version. I was like, man, the ray tracing here is just so much better, Oh. So like, I just bought Alan Wake and 1 and 2 on a physical on the PlayStation 5. So that shift has been happening. So it's not even like me taking a stand. It's just like where the direction Xbox is going, I'm not going. That's where it's at, basically. So.
That's fair.
All right, before we round out what we're playing, I want to pass it to you, Rick. Are you daring to vote with your wallet, good sir? Let's hear from you.
I have a complicated relationship with this question, because people do ask me this a lot on a lot of different topics. And for the most part, my answer is no. there's a lot of complicated things that a lot of people say or do in things that I like, media that I imbibe, that I feel like I would have absolutely nothing to purchase if I just voted with my wallet on anything in which anybody disagreed with me or did something that I didn't like. So on the one hand, my answer to this is no. On the other hand, I think I'm a little bit compromised on this particular topic and will be for the remainder of the episode, insofar as for people that don't know, a Hoeg was affected by these layoffs.
Oh, no.
My brother worked at Zenimax Online, and he was on that Project Blackbird that you've heard flying around a little bit, no pun intended. And he is, of course, devastated by all this. He's been working there for a long time on this long gestating project. And so I do feel like in some ways, at least the Hoeg family has already paid its dues for this bad thing to happen. And if he asked me to sell my Xbox and not have Game Pass, I would, but he wouldn't do that. He's not doing that. And so I do not feel called to do that separately. But in all honesty, the way I evaluate these things, even when there's a lot of controversy, is does company X make a product that to me is more valuable than the dollars that I would give away to get it? And that's really where it stops, because CEOs say weird things, Hollywood actors say weird things, companies do weird things. It's just not something that I have viewed as a valuable way for me to personally be an activist on these things. That said, Other people disagree. Other people have their own feelings on this. I'm totally okay with that. This comes back to what we were talking about earlier with respect to people are going to feel passionately and want to do certain things about things that are important to them. That's great. The world is better for it. But that can sometimes kind of metastasize, get a little too big for its britches in asking other people to feel the same way and do the same thing to reflect their solidarity. And I don't feel that. I feel like there's a lot of different ways you can do that. I agree with you, Maddie, that a lot of that is talking about these things. I'm pretty furious about the way that at least Xbox Gaming got to this situation, right? The way that they had presented their thought process, what I describe as the soft-handed approach to development pipelines that existed for so long until it didn't. And that I really feel that that was harmful to the very people that help make this industry that I love so much. And I am resentful of that from what I consider to be the middle management step of Xbox. I know Phil Spencer has a big title. It's deserved, but he is still the middle management tier of Microsoft proper, right? He is still delivering communications from the board, from the hires up to the development teams, to the pipeline that he controls. And I think from the outside in, I'm not in the room on these things. I'm not getting insider info on this. From the outside in, it looks like he failed in one of his primary jobs, which was to communicate properly with the people under him about what might be the expectations of the money, of the people above him. And that's not fun, right? That's not a fun job. It's a difficult job. But as I say, that's why you get paid the big bucks in that particular role. And I think, again, just looking from the outside, that the tendency of Microsoft Gaming's C-suite, the Phil Spencer team, if you will, seems to be to soft hand development, to be everybody's friend, to go out there to the community, which he's admittedly good at, and increase the profile of the brand, but not necessarily have the tough conversations with the people below him. And that can feel good in the moment. You don't want to have the adversarial relationship. You don't want to cause all these problems. But when it gets to a point like this, when the board says you got to cut this much budget because we're putting in AI or whatever else we're doing with it, if you didn't properly prep your people for that possibility, then this winds up feeling like an absolute betrayal of trust. And if I'm looking at this story, one of the things I'm focusing on is all of these leaders leaving, right? You heard Gene talk about Rare. There are other leaders that have been leaving across these various companies. One of the leaders of Zenimax Online Studios left as part of this, not because he was laid off, right? A lot of these people aren't leaving because they were laid off. They're leaving because the communication pathway is irretrievably broken, that they can no longer work in an environment where they don't trust that what they are doing when they're told that everything is going right is going to wind up with them having a job in their team below them tomorrow, right? These CEOs of the subsidiary companies also feel responsible for all the people that work for them. And they are part of this communications pipeline. And if they feel like they're getting lied to is strong, but lied to, potentially just misrepresented to from somebody that's either naive or not delivering all the messages from the board at the Microsoft level, then they feel like they can't properly control their teams, that they can't live the life they want to live and be honest with their people. So you see all these people walking away. I've seen this in big business. And Gene, to your point, Hoeg Law is not a big company. Big law firms, not necessarily a big company in the grand scheme of things, but we have a lot of big clients. I've been in these boardrooms. One of the things I say in virtual legality is it's human beings all the way down. Have that grace to understand that people do make mistakes, even if they have a big brand name next to them. But you can do this job better. And that's where I really criticize Phil. And that's not as a person. This is one of those things I like to say is on the internet. You can look at him and say he improved the Xbox brand when it was most needed after the one generation. I can agree with that entirely. You can say he's a nice guy. I tell people he reached out to my wife when I was in the ICU asking how I was doing. He agreed to an interview during the ABK trials and tribulations that was scuttled by Xbox Legal, but he was ready to talk about everything with me. I am so appreciative of that whole process. I am not judging this person as a person.
Yeah.
I am judging their management as I see it from afar. And I also say that like every human being in every role, you have strengths, you have weaknesses. I have a lot of CEOs in my book of business, in my client base, that are great at starting up companies from like 1 employee to 10 employees. And then they bug the heck out of Dodge when the Series A preferred financials come in because they don't want to deal with middle management. They don't want to deal with a bigger company than that. And that's not what they're good at. Phil is clearly good at communicating with the community. He's clearly good at upselling the brand Xbox, both externally to us and internally to get things like $80 billion to buy companies so that he can build that brand. So that's clear that he's good at that. It doesn't necessarily mean he's good at this, communicating with the dev teams, controlling that product pipeline. I think it's been evident for a couple of years now that that soft-handed approach is no way to run a railroad for 34 separate developers. And unfortunately, it came home to roost, and it hit my brother as hard as anyone. He does say, folks, if you're watching this, you didn't know this, it's not news to a lot of people, but don't cry a tear for him. He is confident he will land on his feet, but do cry a tear for Blackbird, because this was the project that was his dream that he was super excited about. And it's gone now because people above Phil Spencer decided to go a different direction with those dollar bucks. And that's a shame for people that are fans of gaming, but it's even a bigger shame for the people that were making those games, because as far as they knew up until the day before this happened, everything was going just fine.
Yep. Well said.
Yeah. Real quick, Hoeg, I want to speak to Phil's humanity.
Round of applause.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't think I want to see Hoeg get fired up.
I wanted to speak to Phil Spencer's humanity too. You know, like Hoeg and I both almost lost our fucking lives in the last few years, right? Phil Spencer also reached out to me personally to make sure that I was okay. You know, and that I was going to pull through. So, you know, Phil isn't a monster. He's a human. He cares and loves just like anyone else. The monster is the corporation.
Yeah, and well, so I just want to add on to what Hoeg said, because obviously your tweet really got me emotional when you said, like about what was going on, and you talked about the light in your brother's eye for how much he loved that project.
Yeah, I mean, I just got to be honest, right? Like after years of making Call of Duty, which is what he was doing at High Moon Studios, he was, I think, maybe a half step away from leaving gaming. Not because he hated High Moon, not because he hated Activision or Call of Duty, but just it wears you out. You make something very similar for a long period of time. I think he was done. And he got offered this role as a technical designer on what we now know is Blackbird, and which I have a joke tweet with him where I said, you messed up and said the project name once. And I've been trying to remember it for 4 years. It's like a B or a D. It's a compound word. And then Jason Schreier comes out with this Blackbird. That's what I couldn't remember for years and years. And I wasn't going to ask him again because he does not violate NDA. Microsoft lawyers, if you're watching this, he has not told me anything on any of this stuff. Anything that I share about what I know about Blackbird essentially comes from him being awesome, coming to take care of me while I was recovering from that stroke, and occasionally hearing a bit of a Zoom call or seeing a bit of a gray box prototype, because that's the way of remote work. But he never shared anything voluntarily with me. And I know for a fact that he was super excited about what this dense vertical science fiction MMO thing was going to be. And unfortunately, it is no more. And what he told me in the wake of all this was that he really would miss the team and the project more than anything else, and that he would find another job. So feel bad for him, because it's a crappy thing to go through. But feel bad for yourselves because Blackbird seems really, really awesome. And my brother has made a lot of games and he's played a lot of games and he knows awesome and when it's coming together.
Yeah, salute to him. Love everything he contributed to. Most of my favorite games your brother was a part of. You know what I'm saying? Even from the Destiny days of Time Moon and stuff like that. But yeah, well said. And I love what you said about managerial style. And I said it last week, you know, almost like some people say like annoying parent versus cool uncle, where sometimes, again, you don't want to be late and people are blindsided. Right. And they have no idea. If there was preparation, at least it stings less and there's more things you can do about it from a reactionary standpoint. But to feel like, hey, my Slack account worked and then tomorrow it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? Like that is devastating to a team and devastating to morale, devastating to trust. And I've been in those meetings where you see the raw reaction. It does a number on morale. So well said, Hoeg.
Yeah, no, I feel bad for him. And I feel awful about this whole thing because I really do abhor that kind of weakness in leadership. One of the things that you can see on Virtual Legality all the time, if you deign to come over to my side of the YouTube woods, is that I talk about the Supreme Court of the United States. And one of the things I hate about the Supreme Court of the United States is Chief Justice John Roberts. And people take that in any different way. They say, oh, you're against X, you're against Y, whatever it might be. But I have a lot of videos where
watch out.
I have a lot of videos where I talk about this weakness in leadership, where he's constantly trying to kick the can down the road. And he's constantly trying to avoid the important questions because maybe it'll be solved by someone else. And it won't come back to us and all these things. And it winds up so much more damaging because you're living in this constant limbo of what even is the legal rule. And in video games, you're living in this constant limbo of, do I have a job right now? The people that are currently at Xbox don't know when the next lightning strike will come down because these teams were having positive progress reports 24, 48 hours before this happened. And that's no way to live, man. It's no way to run a justice system. It's no way to operate in a company. And I do apologize if I am on my high horse a little bit. This is obviously a sensitive issue for me. I'm going to do my best to not just scream.
No, dude, I love it. Honestly, I do. And so, yeah, everyone has their own way, as we're learning here, of dealing with this. It doesn't always have to come down strictly to the wallet. Again, I agree completely with what Hoeg said earlier as well about the idea, or was it Gene? I apologize if I'm misremembering, but the idea of it kind of being this landmine of like, if you stop, like people are like, well, if you're done with Xbox, Matt, which I said is fucking slang, but people were like, oh, he's really done. They're like, if you're really done, you should not play like any Xbox game, any Microsoft product. I'm like, do you realize how much Microsoft just reaches out?
Don't use Windows.
It's like, I was like, what am I, switch to fucking Mac now? Like, like there's a level to it where it's like you make the choices of like, do I need to feed the beast $25 or whatever it was a month? Do I need to do that? It's like, no, but will I play their games? If they speak to me, yes. It's a little different now though.
Well, that's why the Palestinian protests they listed Xbox as the boycott and not Microsoft because it's kind of hard to get away from Windows, but you can boycott Xbox, which no one cared about. That's not in the discussion either. I'm not saying no one cares about pro-Palestine. Obviously, millions and millions of people all over the world do. But no one cares. No one cared enough about Xbox to boycott Xbox. I think at that point,
I didn't even hear about that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's break a little bit away from, I guess, Xbox as a whole, because we'll return to it in full force. We got 6 news stories lined up. I wanted to talk a bit about what games we are playing this week. Just take a look at what we've been. Cog and I skipped last week because we really were like, just let's get into the news. And then when we finished the news, we were both kind of a little exhausted, and we went, honestly, man, I just want to get the hell out of here right now. We got a lot more energy this week. So Gene and Hoeg, your sections on the script are empty. So I'm gonna kick the Hoeg. I gotta see Hoeg. What are you playing, man?
Well, I'm playing some of what you're playing, Maddie. I know you're playing the 100 line, Last Defense Academy.
Yes.
This has proven to be the Hoeg family favorite of the summer. This is actually one that I wind up playing with my daughter while my other daughter was at camp, and we would play every day, 4 or 5 hours, because folks, this is the longest visual novel, maybe in the history of visual novels. I've never played anything like it. I will tell you, I could not recommend it more. If you like visual novels, if you like strategy gaming of any kind, you do have to have a certain allowance for anime tropes. It goes arch in a lot of ways and in a lot of places. If you don't have that allowance, you're probably not going to have so much fun. If you can allow for some of that wackiness, those antics, of those anime characters, then this is probably the best bang for your buck in 2025. Just huge amounts of information, huge amounts of story, huge amounts of tactical battles, and could not be happier with that game. But I'm playing that. That's one of the things that my Switch 2 is being used for the most right now. And I love my Switch 2, but there aren't a lot of new games for it this second. I am also playing what I think is destined right now to be my Game of the Year 2025. We still have half of a year to go. And before this game released, it was going to be Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I love that game to death. But Death Stranding 2, Gene was freaking sandbagging when I last was on a video with him because he had already played it. And he's like, yeah, you can keep your hype, Rick. It's okay. You keep staying excited. This game is transcendent. I get into Death Stranding 2, and it takes about 2 minutes, and I'm just suddenly in the Stranding, and I'm Sam Bridges, and I put on my playlist, I put my PCCs in my backpack, I set up some zip lines, I build a monorail, whatever else I'm doing, and I have a grand old time. I said, after my session last night, I came up, talked to my daughters, my wife, I said, I just saw the coolest cutscene I have ever seen, and my daughter said, stop it, I don't want to know. I don't want you to tell me until we get there. We are halfway through Death Stranding 1 because I'm playing that with her, doing my best.
Oh, you're doing double duty.
Oh, I'm doing double duty.
It's hard to bounce between them because the quality of life improvements in Death Stranding 2 are massive.
Oh my God, the controls must mess you up for sure. Yeah.
Oh yeah, totally. The muscle memory. It's a different duck button. It's a different all sorts of menus.
So I wasn't crazy with that. I played Director's Cut, and then when I fired up 2, I'm like, well, why is I think what is it, crouch like R1 now or something?
R1 now. And punch and reload is on circle now. So it's because everyone kept punching the vehicles every time they try to get in. So they moved the action button to like its own thing as opposed to like punch, and then so they rearranged it by using R1, and then so L1 is now the Odra deck now too instead of the R1.
Got it.
Yeah, they swapped circle and square in a couple of places. So one of the things that winds up happening now is that I punch the air when I'm trying to get into my base in Death Stranding 1.
God, dude, I still do that too. Yeah,
but it's okay. It's okay because Death Stranding 1 turned out to be one of my favorite games of all time when it was made. And honestly, folks, if you like Death Stranding 1, it feels a little bit like the prototype of Death Stranding 2 when you go between these things. Like, it is such a massive leap in scope and form between these games. And I love Death Stranding 2. I've been playing that along with 100 Line. Lots of hours there. I've also been playing a game to calm me down a little bit. Sometimes you got a lot of stress going on. You got a lot going on in your life. And I like to take a chill game. You've heard me say in this space or other spaces that last year I was playing a lot of Endless Ocean, which is a game without a game. You just dive in and take pictures of fish. This year, I'm playing a game that's a couple of years old, but that I'm really impressed by in the cozy genre called Ooblets, in which you have these little, not Pokemon animal things that follow you around. You have a farming game in amongst those things, and then you take them out for battles, but they're not battles. They're dance fights that uses a card game system to have little dance points given to each team, and you grow these cute little things in your farm. You run around with them, and I love it. It's super calming. It has constantly evolving mechanics and things to do. I love a cozy game that gives you a big old task list. I don't like to just be there doing nothing. And Ooblets has a huge amount of tasks to do, as well as card-based dance battles. And I've really enjoyed that as well. So I think those are the main things that I'm playing right now. I've also been playing a little bit of Raidu, but I don't have a ton to say on that.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I'm curious how that one is.
It's good. It's goodish.
Yeah, I'm like, I always mention it when I bring up Atlas, but like they're a company that is the only one in existence right now where if I see like that logo on the box, it's like, okay, I want to buy that. So when I saw Raido, like I never even heard of this game, but it's like a PS2 game that got remastered. It's like an action RPG SMT title. I was like, oh, this sounds really good. So I'll be curious to see your thoughts as you play more of that. That one was on my radar, but I just know I give you props for starting new games, because for me, Last Defense Academy has been such a black hole that I'm like, I don't feel comfortable starting anything else until that is done, because it is. I thought it would be long. I didn't think I'm like, okay, I'm like 70 hours and I still feel like I got a ways to go. So I'm a little scared. I'm not gonna lie, because if I part of it's like, just with the game dev tasks, so when they ramp up, my playtime ramps down. So, and if I wasn't reviewing things in between then, like when I started this in April, like I went back to Expedition a few times. I reviewed Doom. Like there was just a ton of the Switch 2 came out, and like this was my Switch 2 game for the most part. But between that, I played like a bunch of Mario Kart. So there's always been enough distractions where I probably could have finished it sooner, but just by nature of the job, you just don't get that time in. But I'm getting scared that I was like, I want to finish it this month. It's like, I wanted to finish it before Donkey Kong. I was like, I haven't taken this cartridge out of my Switch since the middle of June. So I'm hoping it'll be done by then.
It's funny because some of those routes in that game are as long as their own visual novel.
Yeah,
and you're just
it's
like
unbelievable.
You're just like crazy.
And some of them are really good. Like I haven't encountered what I've heard people say are the bad ones yet, like 20 battles in a row or something like that. But I've been really impressed by how good some of the like optional routes are, if you will.
Yeah, no, they're fantastically written, first and foremost. Once you get past like how anime visual novels are written in general, which I like them. But once you get past the things that people get hung up about, the actual writing is fantastic. There were 2 alternate endings for a route that me and my girls finished yesterday. And we were in the other route, like the one choice that we didn't make to begin with. And I was going through this and I was telling my daughter, I was like, this is fantastic. Like this is the wrong ending for this, wrong, quote unquote. Mm-hmm. And it's written as well as the good ending. And you just don't see that every time.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's really impressive. Could not recommend it more. But I recommend it also because the strategy battles are way better than they even would need to be for this type of game. And so if people are interested in that aspect, you should jump in for that as long as you can take a lot of anime.
Yeah, you gotta have high anime tolerance. This would run COG the hell out of town. Some of the characters are hilarious though.
They
like
are.
Shoma, bro. I think Shoma might be one of the funniest characters I've ever seen in a game.
It's funny. So Shoma is that traditional kind of self-deprecating, no confidence anime character.
Yep.
And one of the things that we always try to instill in our daughters, obviously, is confidence. And so my daughter that loves this game has what she deems to be the Shoma water bottle that she takes out. That's not a real water bottle, just a fake squirting motion she makes whenever he says something like, "Oh, I'm such human garbage." As part of his dialogue,
bro.
And
to put it in the frame real quick. To put it in the frame real quick, so the Gene and Kai know where we're at. This is a man who during this game has free time, right? And so you can go around the school and you can find them where they're hanging out and spend time with them. And I'm sure as Hoeg knows, you will find Shoma in the bathroom because he says like, "I'm a piece of shit, so I got to clean the shit up in here." Like that's why he's in the bathroom. Yes. It's so fucking funny. Like this dude hates himself so much that he cleans up shit out of redemption.
When he's not digging up worms just for the heck of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an incredible game. I can't even communicate how awesome and different the routes are, the pathways through this game are. Mm-hmm. And it's just a wonderful experience. Highly recommend it to everybody. It's hard for a visual novel to get into the game of the year conversation, but it might well finish in my top 10.
Wow. Yeah, I'm feeling the same way. I'm thinking this will be in my top 10 at the end of the year. It's just, it comes down to like, sometimes those games become journeys, right? Like you've invested so much of your time and your life into it that it almost gets its way in there by nature of like, I wouldn't be with you so long if I didn't just like love you, right? Like this game came out in April, and granted I had a bunch of pit stops, and I'm like, dude, we're approaching month 3 now with you. Like, I gotta love you, right? There's no doubt about it. Like, I think Danganronpa is better, but there's something about this game and its cast and its writing style, and I think what it was really, to me, just that return to the Kodaka writing style of like, oh, this guy just and his team just put whatever the fuck they want on paper. Like they'll just be in the middle of like a super serious story moment, and like you'll have a character making like a cuck joke. It's like, oh, okay. Like that's just how they write.
We do it.
That's how they write. Like it's like, oh, this is so thought provoking. Oh, you cuck. And like what the fuck is that? I'm holding my Switch in bed. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, next line.
It is funny. It is funny because you're right to play this with my daughters and be like, how far are you going to go with this line of conversation?
Yeah. Yep. They'll do it. They'll do it. All right, Hoeg. Well, it sounds like you're having a blast.
I'm having a great summer. It's a great summer for people that love stories and video games.
That is very true. Gene, we'll move it over to you. What have you been playing lately, sir?
I actually started a new run of Death Stranding 2.
Ooh.
Yeah, started all over. I didn't complete all of Death Stranding 2. I didn't get 5 stars for all the preppers. I kind of don't want to. What I want to do is, what Death Stranding 2 lacks is a lack of like replaying like certain bosses or fights. And But the nice thing about Death Stranding 2 is that you can have multiple save files now. You can really do that. You can really control your save files in Death Stranding 1. You can have them, but the more you save, the more the older save will basically disappear after 20 or so times you save. Death Stranding 2 just works like a regular video game where you just save and you can just create a different save file. So I'm actually creating a new run where I am basically doing everything first, where I'm like getting everything 4 stars. So like I'm still in like the Mexico area and just like finishing all that off completely, doing it really, really slowly, but also as I get to certain touchstones in the story, which I would love to replay, I will just create a new save file. It's like, okay, I know this boss battle is happening here. I'll save it here so I can always go back and replay it. That's really about it. I share Hoeg's enthusiasm. I definitely didn't want to overhype Death Stranding 2, but I really thought it was like a next level game for sure, especially towards the end. I just thought it was I just thought it was transcendental, as you said, and I want to be able to replay those parts for sure.
Okay,
but I've talked enough about Death Stranding 2 already.
I want to co-sign Gene because I went to Maddie, as you know. I recently went to Subway Series Mets game. Yeah. Shout out to Astro Parrot King. Shout out to Sean Mason.
Yeah. Astro Parrot King. Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah,
yes, that's the homie, right? So we had a little dinner before the game.
Okay.
So again, I'm speaking to people because again, I want to take my bias out. I don't like to talk about things that I have not completed, I have not played, right? So clearly Death Stranding 2, G came on ILP, gave us the real. I'm like, oh my God, it's like that. GG's like, yes, it's like that. So I speak to Astro Parrot, put up to the side. I'm like, Astro Parrot, you're in rarefied air. You're one of the few who have beat both Expedition 33 and now Death Stranding 2. Give me the real. He was like, Cog, I'm still thinking about it after beating Death Stranding 2.
Yeah.
He used the words transcendent. He used the words like, I said, so wait, Game of the Year? He said, Game of the Year is already done. And this is a person who loves Expedition. This is a person who, the Persona guy, like for him to say this.
I've actually seen that.
I'll put your business out there. I'm putting your business out your parent. I don't care if you don't want it. I'm putting your business out there. And I was like, bro, I said, you selling me now. Again, not that I don't believe G, because I know, G, we know you love Kojima, right? Not that I don't believe Hoeg.
I'm a Kojima fan. I'm a Kojima fan, right?
So that's what I believe Hoeg. But I know Hoeg had his issues with Expedition 33, a lot of fair criticisms, right? So I'm like, I got a turn-based lover saying this about Death Stranding. He was like, after beating this game, Kojima is who he is. I was like,
I had my editor was saying this is like probably Kojima's best game in a long while.
That's what I heard.
That's what I said. I said it's the best game since Snake Eater, since 2004.
That's what he said. Yeah,
that's what he said.
Since
2004. Peter, I apologize if I came off there. You were hyperbolic, but I spoke to some more people. Like, that's the street. So I waited for one more person. I go put that person out who's actually, like halfway through Death Stranding 2. And, you know what I'm saying? When it gets to me, I'll get to it. But that seems to be the scuttlebutt right now. So yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of people that's being like, "Wow, I guess ZS2 really is a game of the year." I saw another streamer, Bogba Soup, and he hit one moment, and he was like, "Sorry, Expedition 33, you just lost game of the year." Wow. It's over. It's over. It's certain moments where you get to that and you're just like, it's over for you, Expedition 33. You're done.
Right there.
You're done. When you see certain moments, you're like, that's it right there.
And what you're describing is how I felt because I was with Hoeg early, like prior to all this KCD2, I was like, this is it, right? There's nothing. This is peak RPG, simulation. Then Expedition came for me, and I was like, oh, that's it. Wrap it up. I was like, there is Expedition 33. But that's what I'm hearing for people who have played Death Stranding.
Yeah, and I thought about Expedition when I got to the end. I was like, no, I love this game. I love everything. And we talked about it in spoiler cast already. But
we talked about it. Yeah. I just wanted to get that off.
Yeah, Death Stranding 2. Just on a side note, quality of the story and the gameplay to the side there. It is like the most beautiful game I think I've seen.
I heard Decima is decimating.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah. Like there's, it's interesting. It's how you'd feel about Hellblade 2. And I don't mean this as a diss. It's just there's gameplay. And like,
I mean it as a diss. I
know with how much I've shit talked Xbox. I'm like, I'm not trying
ninjas at you, G.
But dude, it is.
Imagine if Hellblade 2 had gameplay, bro. Come on, man.
That is what sound sees him.
It really is that. Right at a moment, I'm glad I captured like my first time playing it for a video because.
Oh yeah, your video, your upload, yeah.
It does provide that moment of when I first saw the game. I literally said, "Is that gameplay?" It's like that. The game is holy shit levels of looking good, and I have my base PS5 to be clear. Like, and I was playing it on my computer monitor, like I did not have the ideal setup to fully take in the visuals, and I was like, "What the fuck, man? Like, this is incredible."
That's the magic of Kojima, man.
Yeah.
Like when we all saw Metal Gear Solid 2 back in the PS2 days, we are like, how is this a PS2 game? This looks like PS3 already, man. This is crazy.
When I saw the demo for Metal Gear, what was it? The what starts on the boat.
That's 2.
Yeah,
two. And you were able to put the bodies inside the thing.
Rain
I
effects,
was like, bro, this is next level. I've never seen a game. At that point, my PS2 paid for itself. I was like, there it is. That's the next generation.
That's Kojima.
Right?
Kojima is always pushing it forward, and
sure.
he's the reason why we have so much like problems with like AAA gaming infidelity because everyone's chasing his ghost right now. Everyone's chasing the Kojima ghost. Right?
Either that or Grand Theft Auto, right?
Yeah, Grand Theft Auto, of course. Well, it's really Red Dead 2 that really brought Rockstar to the next level because Rockstar games always look like shit, honestly, right? Like let's be real. Vice City, San Andreas, they were pretty behind the times, but they were doing so much more.
Right.
Well, speaking of GTA at Rockstar, the other game I'm playing real quick, is Mind's Eye.
Oh, wow!
You're not waiting for the relaunch from Leslie Benzies. You're not waiting.
I'm not. I'm one of those saboteurs that he's talking about.
Okay, Gene.
I'm so saboteuring that I asked him for a fucking review code and they didn't even respond at all. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to ask the Washington Post if I can expense. I literally asked him, can I expense $60 so I can play this garbage ass game?
$60 for Mind's Eye.
Yeah. So I actually have to go back to work tomorrow and fill out the expense for Mind's Eye. And let me tell you, this game is worse than I expected.
Yes.
Have you played it?
Oh,
Yes.
sure have. Yeah. I got like 3 hours in and I
told me all I needed to hear. I was good.
Dude, 3 hours? Like, I commend you, man. It is so hard to fucking play this game, man. So what happens when you shoot, Maddie? Why does the gun not shoot when you pull the trigger sometimes?
There's a lot wrong with the game. A lot of it's just like broken. It's very unresponsive.
It's super unresponsive. I'm like, the first time you shoot a gun, I'm like, what is going on? Why am I not shooting all the time? This is crazy. How are you not getting the basic controls right at all? This is the game's worse than I expected. I thought it'd be like, oh yeah, it's a fun game, cover shooter, whatever. The story's gonna suck, but it's gonna be not very innovative and kind of janky, but whatever. I was like, no, the game is not working.
Yeah.
On a base level.
It is like our first Fallout 76 Cyberpunk level event in what feels like a while. Like 2023 had some of those types of games, but they were from publishers that were less renowned, like Game Mill, who makes awful video games, or I should say publishes awful video games. But really, it's been a while since we've seen a developer with like a prolific name behind it, like Leslie Benzies, GTA prowess, come in and be like, I'm going to serve you the biggest fucking stinker you've seen.
Dude, this is fucking Right to Hell Retribution levels, man, of bad, for real.
That game. That game's crazy,
we're
bro.
so back.
With your clothes on, it's crazy.
Yeah, gaming is so back, man. This is crazy. Like this is the kind of diversity we're talking about in video games right now. Absolute shit tier.
Wow.
You haven't seen a game like this in a while.
It is like a fucking just shot in the arm, though, where you go like, okay, things aren't that bad because this game exists and we know how low it can go. So when did how deep did you end up getting?
No, just like 2 hours, basically. Yeah, I just played like the first few missions. I'm like, wow, this is garbage. Like, doing the drone levels, I'm just like, this sucks, man. Like, oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
It is a struggle. Like, it is a legitimate struggle to play it, though, man, because it's like, I keep thinking I could just be doing literally anything else. I could get some food, I could look at porn, anything, man. like I could be doing anything. And literally, I could go to the dentist right now, and at least I get my teeth clean.
Yeah, it is that game that reminds you of the life around it too. Yeah, it is like it is. It's funny because a lot of people say like it's worse than I thought. Like that's a very common title surrounding this game on like YouTube, for example. It's like Mind's Eye is worse than I thought, but a lot of people are, it's clickbait. I'm like,
No.
Everyone had the same mindset because we've had a lot of bad games in the last 5 years that were just really like, whoa. But like a Cyberpunk is like, as I mean, when I reviewed it, I'm like, it's one of the best RPGs I played.
Yeah.
The launch date was awful, admittedly. But I was like, but at least underneath it, like there is some good shit in there, man.
Yeah.
But that's not the case of Mind's Eye. I think people go in after your No Man's Sky, your Cyberpunks, they're like, oh yeah, like there's going to be something beneath this, no doubt. But it's like, no, this is just a compromised product from like basic shooting controls all the way
Gollum level
story to level design to the world to the performance. Like it is sadly one of those projects where like I was surprised to see news. They're like, yeah, we're going to relaunch this. I'm like, with what money, dude? No one's buying it. It doesn't have anything redeemable within it. Who's gonna fund this thing? Like I think they're just saying it so they can keep some level of funding going into the studio. Like, well, we have a future, we have a direction. We're not just sitting on our hands wondering what the fuck we're gonna do.
Well, one of the things with Mind's Eye is that they have that model where you play like the user generated missions, which are all
that was the whole point. They wanted
like that was the point. And so I do think that you say we're going to relaunch it because we want that, whatever they called it, Elsewhere or Universe, whatever the brand name was. They want to keep that as somewhat functional and maybe separate it from the now tainted brand of Mind's Eye. But I will say from my perspective, I don't seem to hate it as much as you gentlemen do. I didn't have that. It's worse than I thought. It's a little bit better than I thought it would be, but it does have that kind of lack of imagination, PlayStation 2, blockbuster bargain bin trash game kind of feel to it, right? It's not offering anything. I never have an inclination to start it up.
The city looks cool.
When I play it, I tend to have like my will to live sapped out. So it is that.
How is that better than you thought? That's crazy.
It makes you want to die.
Where a video game makes me feel like suicidal. That's crazy.
That's the life.
Not suicidal. That's an active step. Just less inclined to live.
I gotcha.
Less inclined to live.
Less inclined to live as opposed to actively not living. Yeah.
Like I could be buried in a ditch somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm not seeking death. It's entirely different.
Yeah. Death would be a more interesting experience. I was like, oh no shit, is this it right now? Like no kidding, as opposed to like what the fuck is this Mind's Eye?
Wait till you get to some of the car chases, because I thought my PlayStation was going to break down with like the way the frame rates were getting destroyed.
Yeah.
So no, it's an incomplete piece of software that seems to be programmed poorly. And the reward that you usually get for going through something like that of some kind of decent story hooks or character beats are non-existent. Everything seems boring and non-imaginative. But I don't have the same reaction of like, this is pure garbage that I do with something like Gollum.
Yeah.
I haven't played Gollum, to be fair. So
I've played both.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I always said like with Gollum, I distinctly remember saying in my video something along the lines of like, whoever greenlit this is just out of their fucking mind in the first place. Like I love Lord of the Rings, but I'm like, who wants to play as this fucking guy?
Dude, what a stupid idea, dude.
Literally though, that's what I said. I was like, I don't care how cool-hearted I sound. It's a dumb idea to make this video game. I don't care when people were like, look at the alpha, look at the final product, look at the transformation. This game could have been great. No, it couldn't have. There's just no world where a Gollum game could have been great.
Who wants to play as Gollum? This mentally ill like troll. Like this is crazy, You
don't want the precious?
Yeah.
Like you got all these characters, Legolas, Gimli, Aragorn. Like you got everyone there. You're like, let's make a fucking Gollum game, bro. Like, it's hard to get lower than that. I agree.
Dude, I'd rather play a Gollum game before like pre-transformation when he's like fishing or whatever like that. Like a Gollum fishing game.
Sure, why not?
The Gollum cozy fishing game. You heard it here first, Tales of the Shire.
They do have I was gonna say, don't they have a cozy kind of Lord of the Rings game?
It got delayed like 5 times. It comes out at the end of this month.
Oh, does it? Oh,
that's crazy.
I thought it was gonna come. I thought this came out.
Yeah. That's the conversation I have with a lot of people.
Wow.
Tales from the Shire, you thought came out in 2022 or whatever. It comes out at the end of July.
Wow. So if you've been tracking it even mildly, do you know, did it get like delayed like month of release multiple times?
I don't know like the timing for the delays. It got delayed multiple times. I had been potentially looking forward to it a couple of times because I do like a cozy game. Yeah. And I love the Lord of the Rings. This one continues to not show well. I don't think the trailers are very good, but I hold out hope even for things that don't have good trailers. Like I just said, I have Superman tickets.
Tales of the Shire coming out July 29th. Hey, you know what? The art style looks kind of cool. It's cute, you know.
Okay, this is the game. Yeah, okay. I was just like, I thought this was already out. It's coming out July 29th, though. Yeah, that's the one I'm very curious about. There was a mining, like Mines of Mount Moria. Like, what?
Return to Moria.
That might be the one I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Hey, this is cute. They look stupid, but cute, you know.
Return to Moria is like a survival game.
There is no doubt in my mind I will be getting Tales of the Shire.
This looks way better than Gollum. This looks way better than Gollum, 1,000%. You know? So
Return to Moria see. I might check it out. A pretty solid set of reviews here on Steam. That's what I was thinking of, 7,300. But yeah, Tales of the Shire was the one I was most interested in. Like a cozy Lord of the Rings game can really hit well if done right.
I'll live in the Shire. I'll make a meat pie. I will bed the local florist, whatever.
Because you know what I've been looking for is like, I'm still chasing the high that Dragon Quest Builders 2 gave me.
That's a good one.
I need to play that game.
I love that game.
I need to play that game. Yeah, kudos for you to playing that. I'm trying to make it through Dragon Quest Builders 1, actually.
But, really?
See, that's your mistake because Builders 2 is way better.
I hear that Builders 2 is way better, but it's like I kind of want to get through 1 first, too.
I think it's just how my brain works. Like, I love Minecraft, for example, but I like how Builders is like, you can build all these things, but we're going to give you like missions, and then you can kind of make
what I need. Yeah, I can't do Minecraft.
I'm not creative enough. Like, I know that.
I can't do Minecraft. Yeah, I'm not in that bag either. I'm exactly the same way.
The way you are with that is the way I am with survival games, and that's why Grounded resonated with me as a person, because it's a game of structure. It had a narrative. I was like, oh, you're speaking to me. Now I can do this survival. Because you put 2 twigs in the forest and talk about make this, and I'm like, all right. You know what I'm saying? Them other games and them Ark survivals, but so many
that's why I pieced out of Valheim, because like Valheim looked really good, but I was like, I need a little bit more, you know? Like,
facts.
It's what people think Death Stranding is. You think Death Stranding is like nothing, and it's like, no, there is a huge ass mission that Sam is on. You know, you need that structure, at least for me. So
I agree. Yeah. All right, Cog, let's move to you. Usually we start with you. This is a little different. Getting you number 3 here. What are you playing, sir?
Yeah, this was a tough week because I was like, man, I want to be in the Death Stranding conversation, right? Badly. I'm seeing that, speaking to people. But the heart wants what the heart wants. And it was like, you want to play Clive in Final Fantasy 16. You are still loving what you're doing. You're still having a good time. And look, this is what I say. I've gotten a little farther now. And things have happened. Oh, boy. Reveals have happened. And certain people are responsible for things that I had no idea they were responsible for. And it was a big reveal. So, look. The thing about the game right now, I'm just going to say off the bat, Maddie, is like, I understand why this game is so divisive. I get it. I get it. Like, it is one of the most gorgeous set pieces, the most amazing boss fights I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, yeah.
It is like the game just jumps off the page. The voice, shout out, who don't give enough credit? Shout out to my man that's playing for Sadolphus, who's the voice actor. Oh my God, what's this guy? I gotta shout him out. He's amazing.
And he's also Lothar, right?
Yes, Ralph Innocent from he played Lothar in Diablo 4, right?
Yeah.
He has one of the best voices.
Oh, yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah. When he starts talking, you are listening to everything. Even almost Ben Starr's the homie. We know this. Like, he almost overshadows Ben Starr in his performances, and it's just like, wow, this character is amazing. Love what's going on. Again, I'm all enthralled with the story of the dominance and everything that they're doing. Some really cool reveals have just happened. And again, when I'm starting to get into the flow of the game, where you got your different icons, what they call them, icons, when you switch between the powers and stuff like that. So this is an action game that just happened.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is not, I understand RPG turn-based community. If you're coming for this game, I understand. This is not what you expect per se from Square, but I'm of the mindset, I like the ballsiness from the departure. I like the, hey, we're doing something different. We're flashy. We're switching between the icons. We're doing our move sets. We got these things going on. And I think it's really cool. I appreciate it for what it is trying to do, as opposed to maybe imposing what they are historically known for. But I understand how divisive it is. But yeah, I've been loving my journey there. And you get a lot of powers. Shout out to Torgal. That's the homie right there.
Love
Shout out to Torgal.
Torgal, one of my daughter's favorites.
Yes. But every time I pet Torgal as we go through the stage and stuff like that. And I will say this, man. It is very hand-holdy, this game, in the sense of like.
I don't remember that. Yeah,
it's very like.
I believe you, but I
hold down the analog and we'll tell you where to go next. Hey, it's very helpful. And obviously, I told you guys about the assistance.
You could tell they wanted this to be such a breakout game, bro.
Yes.
You got that vibe. They're like, millions of people are going to be playing this. We need to make sure they're guided every step of the way.
Yes. They made sure their accessibility box was checked.
Yeah.
And I will say this, though. There is, as a person who likes boss fights, but also what I consider like the spectacle fight, like the icon versus icon dominant. This is it is satiating something for me. That I'm like, I love this. I do like this. But yeah, so far so good. I'm going to finish this thing out, and then that leads me into the second thing I play, which again is an extension of where I'm at in this whole Clive bag. Like I really didn't get a chance to dive deep with Tekken 8 once he came out as a DLC character. Bro, this is the ultimate love letter to this character. Not only is the Phoenix Gate stage there, the Unreal Engine 5, the game looks better than Final Fantasy 16. Clive looks better than Final Fantasy, in Tekken 8 than he does in Final Fantasy 16. It is that amazing. Torgal's in the game. Yeah. He's got the Ifrit. Bro, it is crazy the amount. Even to the point when you win the fight or you do his rage art and you beat someone with it, you'll get the dun, 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 dun. I'm like, all right, this is y'all really doing fan service here. Like if you love Clive and you love Final Fantasy, you owe it to yourself to play Tekken 8 and get that DLC. It is that crazy. And then the second thing, which I think maybe Gina appreciate, they dropped their new character. His name is Ram. He's a Muay Thai boxer. I'm a guy that loves purity of martial arts and how it's represented. Oh, they've got Muay Thai in the game. Done well. Good story. Now, my only nitpick with Tekken right now is that they're in kind of a downslide in terms of like they really pissed off the community with their balance updates. They had this aggressive system which promoted aggressive play, and the season 2's patch notes was like, hey, we've heard you. We're going to reduce it. We're really going to encourage defensive play and counter play to this aggressive system that we debuted at the initial start of the game. Oh boy, did that messaging not get conveyed correctly. And not only did they lie, they doubled down on the aggressive style, which completely pissed off the community, the FGC, the esports. Everybody was like, what are you doing, Harada? What is going on? This is not, and people quit the game maybe a couple months ago. It was that egregious. This is probably the lowest point 2-3 months ago in Tekken 8, which started off as an amazing thing. So now they've been slowly building the trust back. Each subsequent update has been like, yeah, we went too far with the level. We heard you. Even to the point of now when they reveal DLC characters, before they would just give you a hit and give you one. They were like, hey, do you want the roadmap? Would you like? They are complete Miyako full circle moment. And now we're getting back into normalcy, sidesteps, counterplay, defense, and also the problem with Tekken is each character had its own identity. And the prior update gave everybody a solution for every situation. So no one had weaknesses. Everyone, so basically we get back into character identity and stuff like that. And it's slowly coming back, and the trust is slowly coming back. But it was fun to play, I must admit. And our boy is broken. Harang is broken, I must admit. If you like Harang right now, you're eating right now. He's one of the characters they're targeting that still needs a nerf, kind of thing. So you got that. You know what's bad? When esports professionals are yelling for nerfs on certain characters with each other. It's just so that Namco can hear it and make sure it gets out there. So yeah, that's where Tekken's at right now.
I love the full, when like people learn a language, they recommend like full language immersion, right? Like, watch stuff in that language, read stuff in that language. For you, you're in full Clive immersion, right? You've given everything up to make sure Final Fantasy 16 is worth the multi-year wait for you. Like, I'm going to get the Tekken DLC. I'm playing it on Xbox. I'm abandoning Death Stranding 2. Like, you're going all in, full Clive immersion.
Yeah, because what happens with me is, I love hard, right? So it's like, when something grabs me, I just can't stop. I distract. And what actually happened to 16 before that was altars. The altar, I was like, I'm loving this. I don't care what's going on. Everything is stopped until that's done. Now I got the altars out my system. Now I got to get this Final Fantasy 16 and Clive out my system and just rock out.
Right on. Well, my section is going to be a little bit short on what we're playing because we did talk pretty extensively about a lot of what I've been playing. Last Defense Academy, already went over that. Death Stranding 2, I'm about like 5 hours in, and I think I have to put myself on a leash until, as I discussed earlier, beating Last Defense Academy, just knowing the commitment both these games will be. But what I have played of Death Stranding 2 is at least right now in the early hours, just a massively improved Death Stranding 1. And I liked Death Stranding 1 way more than I thought I would. I was totally wrong about that game. And Death Stranding 2 feels more game, feels more well-paced. And this is just early hours, so obviously I got to see how it goes in the long term, but both Gene and Hoeg have me very optimistic. But right now it's like, it does have that, like, the first game is training wheels type moment. Like, it's even down to, in some of the opening missions, just how there are multiple mission steps to where you're going. Like, go here, clear out this enemy camp in these ruins, and then deliver something here. And so like even that little switch up, it sounds like nothing, but it does so much for a game that's intensity is really built upon the journey, and sort of like as you go longer and as more things happen dynamically, the risk just gets higher. But now they're mixing in a little bit more of, like, for my smooth brains out there, what I wanted, like a little bit more stealth, choking people out, using guns. Like, I don't know, man. I was really hoping for, it's in Death Stranding 1, and you used it guns way more than I thought you would. But this one was more like, these are designed encounters, kind of Metal Gear Solid 5-ish. Like, hey, you want to like rappel down the side of like this little ravine and sneak through the bushes, and like that's how you want to approach this. Like, it is that kind of player creativity, where Death Stranding 1 was a lot of like, here come the mules, and you just shoot like 80 million of them, which is fine. Like, again, I appreciated Death Stranding 1 more for its strengths, and it wasn't even like overlooking its flaws. It's just like, that to me wasn't even worth like addressing as a flaw. It's like, okay, I'm surprised this game has shooting at all. But I feel like 2 is making much more smart use of what's there. So I feel like my opinion of the game will only improve.
It introduces the gameplay loop way earlier, whereas I think a lot of people were filtered with DS1 because like it was just taking a while to get the tools you needed to really understand what the game is trying to do. Whereas DS2 is like, here's the tools in the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's funny because I almost don't really agree with people's assessment of the opening of Death Stranding 1, because I get it as like, maybe it's because when people play it later, they go, okay, like I know this is a weird Kojima game. Where's the gameplay though? But for me, I guess as someone who was so not sold on the title, getting slapped upside the head with all this weird shit, from like dudes floating upside down and stabbing themselves to a baby in someone's mouth. It was so batshit insane, but also made sense at the same time. Like, they're almost Kingdom Hearts, where you're like, I get this, but I also, if I tried to explain this, I don't think I'd be able to. But that kind of connection with the creator, I think, is just so rare, where you're like in their brain in real time. And that brought me in, where I know a lot of people were like, the first 3 missions or episodes, are slogs. But I was like, man, like I was really taken away by the opening, and then they coast into the gameplay, and I'm like, great, this is how I would have drawn it up. I thought they did it well there, but I get where people are coming from, and 2 feels like a better balance of the two.
It's smoother, it's more focused.
Yeah. You could feel he listened to the criticism a little bit more, which I was surprised to see, at least. So we'll see if that continues, but excited to play more of that. The other game I played, I wanted a little Last Defense Academy palate cleanser. Like, I just wanted to go left. I wanted to experience? I wanted to experience seeing credits roll in a game. That's really what I want, So I decided to just go for it and see if I could beat Dino Crisis in a weekend. I've never played this game before. It was on the PlayStation Plus catalog, because I love their classics catalog. So I subscribed for the month to check it out. I also bought it physically right here.
Classic.
And I got to say, man, like I realized when I started, I went, I'm doing that Maddie thing where I'm experiencing things out of order as God never intended, but I'm doing it anyway. So I've never done outside of Silent Hill, a tank control survival horror game from Capcom. Like I've never done Resident Evil old school. Never did Onimusha. So my first experience with this, with Capcom proper, was Dino Crisis. This survival horror dinosaur game that everyone wants so badly to be remade. And it's funny, I didn't realize until I beat it. Then Capcom posts like a picture of Dino Crisis, and it's like 7-1. And I look it up, and I actually beat it the week of its like 20-something anniversary. Like it came out on July 1st. So, and I didn't normally, when I do my retro rebound content, I do plan it that way sometimes. I'm like, but that was just like a spiritual connection there. I was like, whoa, what kind of timing is that? But yeah, I really loved this game. I thought it was awesome. it's a little bit tough to understand what it wants you to do. But once you learn the rules of the game, like, oh, I don't just, I'm used to just shooting zombies or in Silent Hill, just beating people with my 2x4. But in this, so I'm thinking like just shoot away and the dinosaurs will die. But when you try to do that and these dinosaurs fuck you up, you're like, that's not how you're supposed to do it. So I kept running away until I realized you have to like time your shot with them in midair. And that's how you kind of counter them. So it's interesting to play a game in 2025 where everyone loves like parrying and stamina gauges and all that stuff. And you actually have to counter your enemy, and it's just pure shooting and timing. It's kind of cool. But I enjoyed that aspect. I love the tension of like, if you ignore your dinosaur enemies, there'll be certain corridors that you're roaming around and they'll jump through the glass on you. Like they'll surprise attack you. That felt very modern, very current. Obviously this game is unapologetically 90s. Like the first dead body you find, Regina, the main character, just folds her arms and goes, "That's messed up." And I'm like, that's the takeaway. Like this dude's ripped to shreds. No human did this. And you're like, that's messed up. But that's what this game is. Like when you beat the game, I highlighted in my Retro Rebound video, but it says like, "Nice job. You got mad skills." I'm like, that is the most 90s, early 2000s energy. Like mad skills, man. Come on. So playing it after just turning 30, it was like kind of a emotional experience. I described in my video. I was like, I didn't expect this game to pull something out of me. And it's, by all intents and purposes, it's not supposed to. It's not that type of game. But because it is so reminiscent of a time I grew up in that I deeply adore, and playing it at that kind of point in your life, I was like, wow, like this is such a cool game. So yeah, they have like little choices along the way. Like you have routes you kind of go on. And it's like, do you want to do Gail's route or Rick's route? Like, how do you want to approach this? So there's like basically a passive route or an aggressive route. So it gives you like a little choice and consequence. And by the end of the game, there's like 4 different endings that you can experience. And I thought that was also really cool. So yeah, just a nice little PS1 game. Took me about like 6.5 hours to beat. Great little palate cleanser. I always forget until I dive into the genre. I say it a million times, but survival horror really is like my favorite genre behind RPGs. Like anytime I play these games, I just find them to be some of the best I experience. So Dino Crisis was great. I do want to check out 2, and I've heard to avoid 3, but I still want to check that out as well because it's an Xbox exclusive, and I didn't know that. So, I know I'm deeply forbidden now from checking that out, but I'm going to anyway. So yeah, that's what I'm currently playing. Well, gentlemen, I'd like to say we're about halfway through what is my favorite episode of Defining Duke yet. Got to be honest, and let's finish strong here. We got a lot of major pieces of news to get into today. All of these really could be number one. I had a lot of trouble prioritizing, but we'll just open up with the one that I think is on a lot of our minds right now. It has to do with AI. So here we go. Last week, Xbox saw layoffs that have frankly left the brand devastated in its wake on a public level. And naturally, corporate will corporate, but many were left asking why to Xbox's many layoffs, and Seattle Times appears to have answered our question. It's a simple one, but a bit of a heartbreaker. Microsoft is freeing up cash to continue to invest more into its AI infrastructure to the tune of $80 billion. The quote from Seattle Times is, Microsoft's push into AI doesn't mean the company is replacing workers with the technology. Rather, the significant cost of building out the infrastructure over multiple years has Microsoft looking to trim its costs where it can, end quote. This is hot on the heels of Xbox themselves revealing both Copilot for gaming and Muse, a generative gameplay development tool, all within 2025. Microsoft's president of developer division and GitHub, Julia Lujan, said the following on June 30th this year, quote, AI is now a fundamental part of how we work, just like collaboration, data-driven thinking, and effective communication. Using AI is no longer optional. It's core to every role and every level, end quote. Mike Carley has the opening right in. Hey, Dukes, are we headed for another Xbox One reveal in 2013 moment with this new hardware? You can guess how it's going to go. TV, no more. Now it's AI. Sarah gets on stage, stuck on a puzzle, asked Copilot built into Xbox, so it's always ready to help, as it tells you the answer verbatim from an IGN wiki written days before without IGN's blessing, of course. I could go on, but the reveal did not write itself does the reveal not write itself at this point? It's a Copilot box through and through. Cog, I want to kick to you. Corporate Cog. What's here? We could have guessed, but to kind of get that idea of like, okay, clearly top down goes, we need money for this, make the cuts to this amount now. Xbox makes their choice. We know what they've cut now, all in the name of this. I've seen some people play defense. I have my thoughts on that of like, well, they're kind of victims in this case, victims of the process, victims of the behemoth known as Microsoft. What is your feeling reading this, knowing that this push for AI is resulting in this amount of job loss, and that while Seattle Times does say that they're not looking to replace workers with technology, they also wrote in the article that many of the positions targeted could be replaced with AI, with like Satya Nadella saying how most of the company's code is being written by AI at this point in time, and that other companies are catching on and looking to replace workers with AI. So it's moving a lot quicker than I think at least most of us, I'll speak for myself, I expected. And I had pretty low views of AI and where it was progressing long term. So it's kind of happening more rapidly. So with this cog all teed up, what's the feeling after a week away from the news, seeing where Microsoft's putting their money, how it's hurting the Xbox business? How do we feel? Because it's a complicated one.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You know, I'm a techie, you know, and I love advancement tech. And the joke, you know, internally for me was, you know, I would tease friends like, hey, Skynet's coming. You better get ready. You better be Miles Dyson. You better capitulate, you know, learn how they go. But now, all jokes aside, as the kids say, I would have to take my L on this one. Because for me, I didn't realize the extent at the aggressive push at how much it was. Look, I've always known Microsoft, you know, core pillars has always been Azure and security and Windows and stuff like that. That's always been part of it. And I knew, obviously, I've sat on communications where they've shown demos of Copilot in action from a gaming standpoint, how they implement it. And listen, as a person who, I'm always the person who's always the first adopter. When something new and cool comes out in tech, I'm there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had Connect day one. I'm the guy that if it's, you know, VR, whatever it is if there's an event, I'm the guy that's in San Francisco in a Waymo car, right? Drive just to see the advancements in tech. I've always been that. I've always been, and Brad makes fun of me. Any console, I'm the first adopter. I want to know what's going on.
You're like
a
right? Scientist in anime or something. Like, you're like pushing up your glasses. Everything's like an experiment to you. Everything, you know, you're just always seeing what's going on in society.
I have to. I just that technological curiosity in me to see how far we've come is always there. But I will take my L in terms of I didn't realize the aggressiveness in how Microsoft with Copilot, with AI in general, this investment means so much to them. And it's to the point where I'm getting the vibe. It's almost like the internet search engine days when they had Bing, right? And they're like, hey, we are not going to be last to the party on this thing. And that's the vibe I'm getting from them in AI, you know, and the investment is there. So now it's seeping in, you know, as far as all parts of the company. And, you know, the vibe I'm getting is like, hey, we are, because of this investment, from a Microsoft standpoint, from a top level standpoint, we are looking at all aspects of the business, and we will have to be lean and things that are not efficient. Now, on that end, that's the first part. But how it now trickles down is now that Amy Hood and Satya, Microsoft Gaming, Phil Spencer, Microsoft Gaming has to report to them and shareholders. Like, there's going to be these tough conversations. Okay, how can we lean things of the business, or you may have to cut things now from all parts of business. And those are not easy discussions to have, right? Where it's like, I'm just making up a theoretical example. By end of week, you're going to have to go through all aspects of the business and look at the parts that are not as profitable or that we can make cuts. And I honestly think because gaming is such a creative business, they're at odds with each other. You know, for gaming, it's sometimes it is about risk. It is about making this little weird thing, and then that ends up becoming a big thing, as opposed to just focusing on the big heavy hitters. And I think that's the problem right now. This current leadership has to make the difficult decisions to say, we are going through the entire portfolio of Xbox Game Studios, Zenimax, Bethesda, and we have to basically execute a child. Someone's baby that you've been working on, that you guys are passionate, will have to go. And as we will get into when we get into further news, and we see where these decisions have been made, it's not easy. I'm not justifying. I don't want anything to go. You know what I'm saying? This is just a situation that unfortunately that they find themselves in there. Now, to me, where I will always push back at them, and we've said before at Last Duke, is just that kind of what Hoeg said, which is, I understand you have to make tough decisions. I understand game development There are people who need to be managed at a tighter level. My issue with Xbox from a creative standpoint has always been, why does it take you so long in the recognition and process to understand when things become inefficient and things are taken to, or the budget has exceeded what was expected? That is still a creative and management issue. I'm not going to excuse them for shutting down the initiative. I'm not. That is your studio. You made an announcement to the world. You are entering the foray of creating video games for yourself, and you shut your own studio down. We've had the stories with Halo, right? At 343, the struggles. Yeah, the game was solid, but you didn't have an infrastructure in place to support a live service game for sustainability, and thus it fades off the cliff. And then we know about, obviously, the Zenimax thing, which hurts us all as a person who loves looter shooters. And let's be honest, if anybody could support, a long-term live service game with the strength of ESO and their track record, you would think it would be that team. But again, why does it take you so long to be able to have that recognition process? We call it, like I said, it's a very overbearing parent versus a lax, cool uncle. Hey, give me some pocket money. I'll come by. I'll check on you once in a while. Gaming is not like that. You have to be there. That's the part. So back on point with the AI stuff. Yeah, I definitely was wrong about this. I did not see how aggressive this is. And the sad part, this is just my prediction. And again, I'll defer to Hoeg and Gino. I feel this is a conversation we are going to continue to have yearly with them. And I don't think there's the way the tech industry is going right now and the way Microsoft is going specifically, this is a conversation that we, every year, we will have, okay, who's safe and who's not safe? What part of the business is not, and that's the part that's really scary. And it's really sad because no creatives should be having to deal with that level of climate. And that's what caused people to put their resumes out on the market and test the waters elsewhere. Because if they feel uncomfortable and they feel more, I've been in these meetings. I've been in the meetings where you have passionate people who believe something and they're invested in this project. And then that manager has to come to this team and tell them, hey, leadership is going another direction now. Your North Star is changed. And we know that leader doesn't even like the new North Star, right? They have to capitulate. That breaks a team. Especially close-knit teams that work together for years. You get people stepping down willingly. You get those type of sacrifices. And that's the thing. We're still in this thing with gaming where stakeholder and leadership accountability is not there. Developers are the heroes and they are suffering. And that's the part where I just don't see the cycle minus Nintendo. Gene, don't come with me. Minus Nintendo. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's just like, this system is still broken. And the thing I don't like is just we're going to get into this blockbuster. It's kind of what I've accused PlayStation of sometimes, where it's like Last of Us 6, remastered the 6th version. You know what I'm saying? Like how many times are you going to, squeeze blood from the stone? It's like at some point you got to allow creative. So that's where I'm at right now. I can ramble on, but yeah, it's this AI thing is real. That's just pretty much where I'm going at it right now.
Rick, I want to tap you on the shoulder for this next, because you alluded to a couple of things earlier in the episode about AI and this focus here. And I know you've also got on record. We've talked about AI on various podcasts before, and I know you're more pro AI. So what is your feeling on this, that the push into AI on such a big level? We have that effectively what a lot of people have been equating to Google and their race to kind of get the internet, and they have that dominant foothold there. That's where a lot of these companies are shooting now with AI, and Microsoft sees that opportunity and they're going for it. So how do you feel looking at the news versus the cost that's on display with real talent, the decision-making here by Microsoft and how it's affecting Xbox?
Yeah, I have a couple of thoughts on this. First, I want to agree with Cog on one really important point, which is that companies wind up with certain sensitive areas just based on their history. Things that they didn't do right the first time, things that went well the first time, whatever it might be. They wind up with personality traits, not unlike a human being, with what they want to avoid and what they want to seek out in the future. And I do think Microsoft feels burned by the way the internet infrastructure built up earlier around search engines and things that they were never quite able to fully comprehend at the time. And you get some of that institutional knowledge of being, we're not going to be last to the post again. So I do think for folks that aren't following business news, and who can blame you, it's mostly boring, there is a land rush on AI, right? Meta is signing checks like you wouldn't believe, and they are grabbing people from everywhere, including Microsoft. And so Microsoft at the board level is looking at this and saying, okay, if AI is the future, and I think there's no doubt that it is, but there is some doubt about what shape that takes. If AI is the future, we're all going to be out of a job at the board level, at the CEO level, at the management level, if we don't get in this race. And so what kind of money do we need to fight this fight? These are the biggest companies in the world. Yeah, it's going to be in the billions of dollars. That's part of the story. The second part of the story is, where are we going to get those billions of dollars? Well, there's this guy that just asked us for $90 billion that would be nice to have right now. How's that investment turning out? And it's like, well, it's a little bit too early to tell. Well, that's doesn't matter because we're going to be out of a job if we don't figure out a way to go get that money. And so let's go see if he can go find some in his budget, right? I think that this is the way these conversations took place, which is to say, I wish I had $89 billion if I'm the board of Microsoft, and I don't because I just bought Activision. That hasn't paid off yet. There's no real indication that it won't pay off in the future, but you wouldn't have expected it, even in the business planning in the back rooms when they were signing that deal, to have paid off in 2025. But it doesn't matter because you don't have the cash that you would have had if you didn't make that purchase. So that's why some of this comes down to gaming at this moment in time. The other thing I would say in terms of reporting on this is that, at least in your quote, Maddie, and I only looked at this article from afar, I didn't do a deep dive or hangouts and headlines or anything that I do in my neck of the woods. Mm-hmm. These kinds of quotes make a lot of sense intuitively to us on the outside. I always kind of take a blink, take a step, take a pause to say, okay, that makes almost too much sense. I don't know what the sourcing of this is. I don't know if this is just analysts who could easily make this kind of assumption as to what Microsoft wants this cash money for, because it makes sense to all of us for exactly the same reason. You can get a board member, you could get somebody below the board level to say something along these lines. I don't know how specific this initiative is. It's only described as Microsoft's push.
To fill you in a little bit, this was based on what Satya had said earlier in the year, that they were going to invest, I think, $25 billion more into their AI infrastructure. Yeah, broadly. And then from there, it appears that they were reporting based on that, this is the effect that it is having. So just if that helps you at all.
Yeah, no, and I think that all makes sense.
There's also a new Seattle Times report from the same reporter that Matt Piscatella was citing, and I'll talk about it when it's my turn. But he also cites specific former employees and product managers and everything like that who were laid off too. So.
I don't think there's any doubt that Microsoft is pushing harder into AI. The only question is how much that relates to this particular moment and where that analysis is coming from. So I did want to point that out just in what was described to me from afar, because I think that's always a part of this conversation. The other thing I noted from just the description of this that's interesting is, like, you see in the article reference to the fact that Microsoft is saying, and we're not just replacing jobs with this. We didn't just lay off people to replace them with robots. And from my perspective, that was never at issue with this story. It's not that Microsoft is going to be the user of AI. It's that Microsoft wants to make AI, wants to sell you AI. So the other part of the quote that jumps out at me is when they say AI is the future, right? It's fundamental. It's going to be the thing that makes our world run. Yes, because you are the merchant for AI. So you want to put the quote like that out there when we're talking about these things. And yes, to your commenter, I think there is every possibility that Xbox, as a platform that they have that is of some use to them, might be another entry point for getting people more and more used to the concept of AI in and around their lives. Now, I don't think AI is having any problem with that. Right now, the kids, as far as I can tell, are adopting it as fast as any technology I've ever seen. I'm not sure you actually need that much of a push, but if you are making a box that goes under TVs and you're a software company that's spending billions of dollars to be in the AI race, you might as well use every advantage you have. So it wouldn't surprise me if there is a big Copilot push for the next Xbox. And that, I think, is really what this story is all about, is what Microsoft wants to do with the Xbox brand. And is it making games? Is it pushing AI? Is it pushing another part of their company? Nobody really knows. And that's one of the aspects of this whole story, this whole chain of stories that I think is the most problematic, is that for a moment in time, it felt like Phil Spencer had convinced people internally that gaming was the right place to spend money. Mm-hmm. And I think at least from the outside, it looks like he lost that fight pretty recently. And that was with the advent of AI.
Yes.
The other thing I would add to that as a last point is that people have come to me and say, well, these people wouldn't have been fired. These layoffs wouldn't have happened if they weren't being successful in their projects and moving forward. I think that's a possibility. Some of these seem like distressed projects. The other possibility that people don't necessarily understand, and I don't blame them because they're not accountants for large corporations or running budgets like this, is the notion of return on investment, right? Microsoft is figuring out with its dollar, with its $1 million, whatever you want to frame it as, how best to make that money grow. And sometimes, even in gaming, you might have a successful project, but if your $1,000 can make you $10 or it can make you $200, you're going to try to put it in the thing that makes $200 instead of $10, through no fault of the people that are making the $10 product. But that now is no longer the thing that is the best use of your money. And it looks like Microsoft has decided that gaming, for any number of reasons, creativity, risks involved. You saw Nintendo when they put out their press release saying we're going to look at shorter development cycles, describe gaming rightly, I think, as a high risk industry to participate in, because you put all this money in and then they can be the best thing ever, or they can flop right on their face.
Yep.
And Microsoft knows that, but Microsoft's the biggest company in the world. They're not Nintendo. So they don't necessarily have to participate in the same risk market as everybody else. And you can see the board saying, well, maybe we shouldn't be in this particular field if it's not going to make all this money that we could be making in this other field. Now, AI is inherently risky. Tech is inherently risky. But you can see kind of the philosophy of the company with stories like this one on AI change to that kind of turtling up, more risk-averse, giant international mega corporation philosophy that I think I was hopeful with the ABK deal, with the Bethesda deal, was something that they were getting away from in putting their money towards gaming, and that seems to be going away. That's one of the things that really comes out of this set of stories for me, is that if you want to say Xbox is dead, in some important way it is. New Xbox might live and thrive. I can't say, but as of this moment in time, I have every reason to believe, and you probably do too if you're watching this, that Microsoft is not a great steward of Xbox or Microsoft gaming or whatever you want to frame it as right this second. AI is a part of that. Just general lack of faith in the project is part of that.
Very well said. Gene, you had the post up from Seattle Times, so I want to get your input on this on top of that, how we're feeling about Microsoft's $80 billion investment in AI.
Yeah, real quick, I also want to talk about what Cog just said. I mean, he pointed out about Spencer losing the argument of gaming over AI. I have a specific quote that I got from Phil Spencer in 2022 when he was defending the Activision Blizzard $69 billion sale, right? And I quote from my January 2022 piece. Spencer said that he's concerned about tech companies unfamiliar with the gaming industry barging into the space as opposed to the current experienced competition against Nintendo and Sony. Quote, and this is Phil talking, they have a long history in video games. Nintendo's not going to do anything that damages gaming in the long run because that's the business they're in. Sony is the same, and I trust them. Valve's the same way. When we look at other big tech competitors from Microsoft, Google has search and Chrome. Amazon has shopping. Facebook has social. All these large-scale consumer businesses. The discussion we've had internally where those things are important to those other tech companies are for how many consumers they reach. Gaming can be that for us. I think we do have a unique point of view, which is not about how everything has to run on a single device or platform and blah, blah, blah. This is basically like him like talking about the multi-platform strategy. But he's like, wow, that is basically that. I think that's exactly what it is. Cog. I think you really said it. And that Phil was able to convince the Microsoft leadership that gaming was the way forward.
Wow.
And then they realize, no, actually it's AI, right? So Phil, we are seeing
lost the battle. He lost the battle.
Yeah, we are seeing Phil lose his battle basically. Now here is
kind of mind blowing
the
how
latest.
well this all connected. Sorry, go ahead.
It's all connecting, right? It's all connecting.
That's fucking crazy, man. Wow.
Yeah, it's like Stranding. It's all connected. But it's crazy though. But
this is the real Strand game all along.
Yeah. but you see the pieces laid out in the last few years, right? And then now we're seeing it all fit together. Now, from the Seattle Times, the Alex Halverson is the reporter who everyone is citing right now, and he's a colleague of mine, a peer of mine, and he's a good guy. He's a good reporter. So he's talking about how 30% of the company's code is now being written by AI. And then he interviews. Here's talking about how Nadella Satya. Nadella felt like a breath of fresh air. He celebrated diversity and inclusion and tried to foster people's career. In the last couple of years, though, she was talking about this woman, Bowen Combs, who was working for. She was a product manager for Microsoft 365 developer program, and she was a platform that allowed outside developers to build off Microsoft products. She argued for more resources for her team for about a year, but it was hard to get an investment that wasn't directly connected to AI after Copilot launched in 2023. In January 2024, the company agreed as it moved her program to India to cut costs. And she lost her job.
Yeah.
So she says she feels that Microsoft is going back to the old Microsoft back in the 90s when Steve Ballmer and Bill Gates was in charge. The bullying Microsoft, the one that had to defend themselves in front of Congress and said, we are not a monopoly. They want to become that monopoly again, right? And here it is right here. After the layoffs in May, some employees... So let me say the title of this article right now. Behind Microsoft's layoffs, a new attitude shaped by AI. And she says she remembers the pre-Nadella era, the paranoia, the fear, and backstabbing from fellow team members. It's not a place to be right now. Oh, this is a different person, a designer. Everyone's sharpening their knives. I can't lose my job, especially in this job market. She says she felt a tonal switch happen right after the May wave of layoffs. A week after Microsoft cut more than 6,000 people, it held its massive Build conference in Seattle. Nadella aired a recorded video conversation between himself and Elon Musk to discuss the latter's AI models being developed on Microsoft platforms. She says, a week after these layoffs, Satya chooses to have Elon Musk, the man who orchestrated the mass layoffs in the federal government, on stage. What message are we supposed to take from that? So it's basically, from what I'm seeing from the Seattle Times report, and this Seattle Times knows Microsoft deeply. They've been covering Microsoft for like 50 years, right? And this reporter has been on the beat for a long time. That it's the culture is changing, and gaming is no longer the focus at all for Microsoft.
Sure bets only, indeed. Then, right? That's, I guess, my takeaway from last week, and especially seeing this, is they don't have the time, the care, the willingness to see anything grow. Again, Project Blackbird we'll talk about in our next story, but as Cog said earlier, and I agree, if there's anyone you could have trusted to like maintain something and watch it grow and become something, it was that team. They'd proven it with Elder Scrolls Online. They had the money to show for it. They had they definitely had the work cycle to show for it. I mean, a lot of people reached out to me and said that specifically one person who worked there for 6 years was like, I never crunched once. Like, I never did. That's like, that's the culture they carry there. And again, a lot of people talk about Final Fantasy 14, and rightfully so. Like, it's an awesome MMO. A lot of people don't talk about Elder Scrolls Online, how that never missed a content beat. I bring all of that up because that is probably, if you're Xbox, you're Microsoft, that is like the ideal team to hand off a risky project to. Like, okay, they're consistent. They make money. They know the business. They know their player base. They know live service. Like, there's no surprises here. Same leadership from when they started. Same talent from when they started transitioning over. Like, it is every box that you can imagine that would feel like a risk, has been checked. Like, it's, or not, sorry, not a risk, has been checked. It's like, this mitigates that risk, and they still shut that down. What that communicates to me is, okay, you have decided that it is not like, you are not in this pocket of like, we don't even want to wait 2 years to see if like our investment might pay off. Probably fueled by what we were just talking about earlier. You spend all this money on Activision. It's like, well, we want to get that back first. Then maybe we start to reinvest, grow things from the ground up. But right now, like, we need the $2.4 billion from ESO. Like, we need that Call of Duty money year in, year out. We need to just nurture Game Pass, as we'll talk about, with its sustained profitability. Like, we need that billions of dollars every year from that. Like, we want to get this money back in like X amount of years, I think is part of it. My skepticism with their AI push is a lot of people have kind of framed Xbox a bit as victims here. And I get it, because at the end of the day, they have to oblige the shareholders, Microsoft leadership as a whole. There is a marching order that is effectively sent at some point in time. But a lot of people act like Xbox has been completely out of AI. But with how rapid the news has been shoved this year, I wouldn't blame people if they forgot about Copilot for gaming, which to me is a little more hit or miss. Like, I think the COG, we saw the presentation for it, but like they showed like you load up an old save file of Age of Empire 4. And when they did that, they said like, hey, where did I leave off last time? And the AI speaks to you on just like where you were, what was happening. And I'm like, that shit's great. Like, that is awesome for us who like stream from game to game and just want to do a quick catch up. It's like, all right, I was here. Okay, cool. Like, I think that stuff's great. They have things that I'm a little more worried about. Like, I'm playing Minecraft and they're just telling you what to do, or I'm playing Overwatch and it's like, what hero should I use? And it assesses the enemy team, their stats, your stats, what map you're on. And it just tells you what to do. I'm like, so you just remove the experimentation of the hero shooter and class combinations, character combinations, archetypes, the sense of discovery. Like, you kind of ruin the core of that experience. So it's a bit hit or miss there. Muse is the one that I've shot my signal flare up on. I was like, this is moving fast, man. Like, they're already with Ninja Theory, by the way, which is like a prestige studio, like a team that's not about anything more than the art of the craft itself. Like, that's what they represent, at least to me. That's what they represent. Like, this is the artiste, right? This is the artiste purchase. So when they're out there serving as the mouthpiece alongside Phil for generative AI gameplay content, I was a little stunned by that. I was like, this says
that's right. They had that fucking recreation of their failed life service game, right?
Yeah,
Bleeding Edge.
Bleeding Edge. Thank you.
Yes,
what is that damn thing called?
I remember that.
Yeah. So when that video popped up, I was really taken back, and I took a measured approach to it because I said, look, because again, my belief was we're moving slower than we actually. Now I see we're moving quicker, and I'm like, maybe I could have been a little more urgent about it, but I was like, we'll see how this goes. But one thing they say here, this gets back to the trust relationship, is you go to their Xbox Wire post. And
I'm here at Xbox Wire too. I'm probably reading the same shit you are.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there's a quote that stands out here. I'll read the next 3 paragraphs and kind of put it into frame. They say, Xbox has been innovating with AI and machine learning for decades, including in partnership with Microsoft Research, constantly working to find ways to delight players and harness new computing capabilities to bring creative visions to life. While AI isn't new to gaming, we're now seeing an acceleration of generative AI research, both within Microsoft and across the broader technology community. We believe it's important to shape how these new generative AI breakthroughs can support our industry and game creation community in a collaborative and responsible way. For Xbox, game creators will always be the center of our overall AI efforts. We believe there is a space for traditional game development and future generative AI technologies that serve as an extension of creative work and offer a novel experience. As part of this is in bold, by the way, just to be clear, as part of this, we've empowered creative leaders here at Xbox to decide on the use of generative AI. And that is the last of the bold text. They say, there isn't going to be a single solution for every game or project, and the approach will be based on the creative vision and the goals of the team. When they say what's ahead for AI experiences at Xbox, they say, as we look ahead, we're focused on how AI can address the barriers and friction to playing and developing games. In bold, once more, they say this means that we'll share our AI product innovation early on, providing opportunities for players and creators to experiment with and co-build new AI features and capabilities with us.
I bet you'll share it. That's the best way to get investment.
Yep. This allows us to make sure that our AI innovations address real problems and add new value to creating or playing with Xbox. Now, if you ask me a couple months ago when I first saw it, it's like, it's well written. I'm like, yeah, this is ideal. Like, you give the leaders the choice. Sounds good. Like, it's an option, let the artiste, if you will. Again, I thought of like a Ninja Theory, like, oh, they're probably not going to touch something like this if it affects their storytelling or whatever. Yeah, they're probably not interested in that. Like, but if someone is, we'll leave that up to them to decide and to justify eventually. But when I read the news here, you're putting $80 billion into it. You're trying to foster this AI infrastructure. I'm like, how optional is it? Again, I don't see it as an option for these creators. I don't know a world where you put that much money into your AI infrastructure and it's like, well, part of the division of Microsoft, one of the bigger ones that you put an investment in, oh, you guys aren't like the studios we bought and own. You guys aren't like working on and innovating with our AI technology to make it like the best so we can like license this out or something. Like, that's the goal, no doubt. And when I see how fast it's moving, I'm like, this is skepticism and this is just pure speculation. But I'm like, I don't know if this is optional anymore, y'all. That was my takeaway when I saw all this. I was like, this can't be. I just don't think it can be when you got people at Microsoft saying every role, every level, and like AI is not optional. It's like, okay.
That dude on LinkedIn, you know?
Yeah, the dude on LinkedIn who is at Xbox Game Studios Publishing saying, if you are struggling, here are prompts for you. Bro, I popped off on that motherfucker. I'm like, I'm sorry, dude. You got no
I like that.
emotional capability. It bugs the hell out of me because I can't even say I get it, dude. You're trying to be nice. It's like, I don't. If that's all you've got for someone is, hey, dude, you're struggling. Your life's been upended. Here's a prompt, and something that's going to get scraped off the internet is going to tell you how to feel. Like, you got to seek help, really. So I don't think with how AI brain this company is that this stuff will be optional. And when you take away the creative risk taking, you stream the talent down, and then potentially, again, not confirmed, but I think it's a fair thing to believe, start to have like AI be more and more high use case, we'll say. I worry about what that means in a hits only Xbox, you know? We'll talk about it in a little bit, but like Fallout, myself and my community were like, okay, we expected with this new hits only approach. Yeah, like we're going to get a shit ton of Fallout, but with how they've managed the Halo IP and now hearing how they're like using AI and this is like a big AI company, I'm like, fuck, man, like what does this mean for some of our favorite gaming franchises?
I just want to jump in really quick because I totally understand where you guys are coming from, and I don't want to minimize influence as well as pressure from top level initiatives into seeping into development. And obviously, yeah, there's going to be some tooling advancements that'll be helpful for developers. I get that, but I understand the concern. I don't want to minimize that. What I do want to say though is this, is that from a consumer standpoint, the one thing that I have the most faith in is we dictate what's actually good. And if, let's just say it is soulless, let's say it's everything you said, soulless content from the standpoint of, hey man, it seeped into Fallout. Hey man, you know, every NPC is, you know, generic. I'm just doing extreme examples. But what I'm trying to say is the market is going to determine whether or not these initiatives are actually helping gaming and are actually people want to buy and play these games. And that's my feeling in the sense of there's going to be some games where we go, whoa, okay, that was actually pretty cool. I didn't know what AI did, blah, blah, blah. Right. But there's going to be, I think we've been around the block as gamers enough to know.
Expedition 33 used Gen AI.
Exactly.
A lot of people aren't talking about
people
that.
People know what's talking about. That's what I'm saying. We've already got this.
Everyone is excusing it.
Everyone's excusing it.
Everyone's excusing it because I like Expedition 33.
I'm not caught up. What did they use it for?
They used it for the textures in old Lumiere in the intro, a lot of the posters. So they took it out in after release, but some of the Gen AI textures were left in.
Right. And basically what I'm getting at is that these are going to be tools that are used. I spoke to Sony's CEO, Nishido. Sakurai from Nintendo was talking about AI usage and how they're going to implement it in gaming. I believe, Maddie, I sent you that article and we rolled our eyes collectively. But
I remember, I didn't even roll my eyes. I was like, oh boy, if Sakurai's saying it, bro, you know what's coming.
So again, what I'm trying to say is it's like the Thanos, like this is inevitable. This is happening. But what I'm trying to say is that we are going to determine whether or not these products are cool or not. And I guess maybe this is me being naive or the human spirit in the sense of that when something is good, the gamer has no problem letting you know that's trash. We're not rocking with that.
We're gonna make this interesting because I have to counterpoint.
All right, go for it.
Your counterpoint, because I'm thinking about something here. And it's that if you're Microsoft, if you're Xbox, I guess we're just playing with house money now, right? If you have a failure of a project, this is AI at its worst, it's soulless, it's whatever. But you're Microsoft, you're looking at the totals of the development. It's like, well, we did shrink the project cost by $50 million. It's like, well, what if we did that in a more measured way with the success? Does that mean it goes away? Is that your argument? Like, if we determine AI is just straight up whack, you see AI, it's bad. Do you think they'll just back off of it? Because I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think they'll just try to take a more measured approach, which I guess is the best you can ask for.
Real quick on Sakurai too. He was not supporting AI. He was saying that AAA gaming is becoming so unsustainable. We can't have a future where we're relying on AI to do it.
But he's not saying that we need to use it. He said he was going to utilize it?
No. He didn't say that at all. He's lamenting the fact that we're at a future where now people are considering to use AI. He's not saying that
we can't talk about Nintendo on this show, man. me and Connor are dangerous when we start talking about Nintendo.
It's all good. It's all good. I'll pull up the article later. The main thing is this. I get what you're saying, Matty. My thing is that this is just a profit and revenue business, right? And to me, until it affects that bottom line is when they'll pull change. Out. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's pretty much what's going on.
Sure. All right. Well, gentlemen, any additional thoughts? Hoeg, did we touch base with you on this? Sorry, I don't know if I did check. Yeah, I apologize. My brain's all over right now.
You did on the overall topic. Yes. Okay. I was only just going to add that I am the AI optimist on this stuff. And I don't have any doubt in my mind that Muse, which I think is the kind of the commercial name for it, or whatever version of it was internally, was used across Microsoft game development already, right? Like AI has been around now for a lifetime in technology terms. It's a couple years. And so various aspects of generative AI have been used in probably most of your favorite games from the last little while at this point in time. We saw the controversy with the altars having a bit of text in a background element because that was how they created some of it and didn't get it properly scrubbed. It is not surprising that people are using a very useful tool to help make their art. What we don't want, I don't think, and I don't speak for everybody on any of this, is for that AI output to be the sole thing that is the game or is the piece of art at the end of the day. But I think we would be naive to think that the artists that we love and want to support aren't going to use this crazy strong new tool to help make the art that hopefully we love at the end of the day. Now, in your example, Cog, if there is a situation where the AI gets used, or maybe it was Maddie, I apologize, and it provides something bad, but it shows that you can improve your budget statement.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
I think we are okay, or at least I'm okay, with the next iteration using AI and improving that budget statement being better if the end product is better. Again, much like the conversation about where I'm going to vote with my wallet, what I care about is whether I'm getting value from the dollars that I spend that is more than the dollars in my pocket. And yes, that is going to result in certain efficiencies in labor to corporatize it, or reductions in staffing, however you would frame this in the memo that would go out from Phil or otherwise. But I think that is the future. And I would expect a company like Microsoft, who wants to sell these things to others, to adopt it even more aggressively than other companies, because they want that to be part of the sales pitch. They want to be able to say, look what you can do with this thing and how much you can make with our tools, because that's another part of what they are selling. So I think overall, we are looking at a Microsoft that's going to invest in this AI. I think the game companies that are already making things are using it in little bits and pieces that I think people are largely accepting of. You see how Valve has dealt with this with a disclaimer requirement, which is where the alter stories came out from. But that's what I would expect ultimately. I would expect gamers and consumers in general to require some kind of certification or seal process to feel comfortable with what AI has been used for. I'm not even sure that survives long term if AI becomes as ubiquitous as I think it will be. So I am not up in arms about this stuff, but I am a techno optimist. I've been on the record in various places saying that I think that this is very helpful in opening the doors for people that aren't in the artist's pathway right now to get past that blank page kind of brick wall for writing and other things. I think for the artists in our lives, it helps to iterate very quickly and get you to 600 versions of this level design or this texture or whatever else that you can judge from, and then use your own artistry to make perfect or how you want it to be. And I think it can skip a lot of the steps that are labor intensive, but maybe not artistically intensive. And I think that's a good thing overall. I think you'll get more and better games cheaper. And yes, cheaper there does mean with less labor. But as we talk about a lot in my neck of the woods, these companies are not jobs programs. The idea is for them to get out content, to get products in your hands as efficiently as possible. And yes, that means bad things for people like my brother from time to time. And I don't think this was handled very well at Microsoft, but I don't think just kind of putting your fingers in your ears and saying, no, we can't accept AI because there are people that have artistic issues with it is the way for a giant tech company to go. So I am in favor of trying to adopt this in a way that works for the company. And if people in the market want to impose certain ethical considerations about how that's used or what products they're willing to buy, I'm entirely in favor of that at the same time. The only other thing I wanted to add was on the notion of whether use of Muse or what have you is optional. I don't know how many of us on this channel have worked in a big corporate environment, but I fully expect for even before all this news to break, for that email to come from corporate that says to the studio head, hey, we noted only two of your leads are using Muse right now. Can we get that up to 4? Whatever it is, to have that pressure kind of drop down to say, make sure that you're using this product because it's part of our marketing initiative in Q3.
I literally, as we're speaking right now, I just got an email from our publisher talking about how we're going to use AI to improve our workflow at the Washington Post.
Yeah,
ironic, and I believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, and I've already been using, so I already use AI, transcription AI every day, literally every day. And I said this before, but my work has been fed into the generative AI in terms of like whether to decide whether a headline is good or not. You know, A/B testing for headlines. They're using part of my brain for that too. You know. So it's like it's not like I'm anti AI either. I use AI every day.
Yeah,
and I think that.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say. I think that was the part of the quote with the Sakurai situation that I think got misconstrued with the Yahoo thing, because he said, frankly speaking, the future is very unclear. I do feel that the situation with AI cannot continue as it is. This is Sakurai talking to Yahoo Japan. At present, the only effective breakthrough I can think is the utilization of generative AI, which is the one you mentioned. That's the only thing he said. Again, we got to see the potency of the quotes, but that was what was initially quoted at the Yahoo.
You know why a lot of these Japanese developers are being mistranslated and misunderstood? Because games journalists are using fucking AI to translate them.
I was promised
instead of
a Chrono
asking a
Trigger
Japanese
remake.
person to translate it. You know. So
yeah, no, I can see how you could construe that multiple ways. I do think that is, this crap is too expensive now. The only way I can possibly see us breaking through this expense is with AI, but that would be a lament more than an adoption, at least in that framework.
Yeah, I found myself loosening my grip a little bit on AI bad 24/7 when I started to see people I deeply respect thinking about it in interesting ways. I think of like Sven Vink at Larian. I've always been a huge fan of him and just really respected like his leadership and how he sees things. And I think the proof's in the pudding when you look at Divinity Original Sin. Like, this is a team that just makes games they want to make. And when he talked a bit about generative AI and whatnot, his quote to GameSpot to me was really eye-opening about how he said it's not a time saver, it's a creative aid. And it seems like a lot of the developers who get it, or people who work with it that get it, understand that this will embolden you to do things that maybe you couldn't, or in the case of smaller teams, maybe you can punch a little bit above your weight. You can start to close that gap a little bit more.
Expedition 33.
Expedition 33. Because I was looking at the image you were talking about, and they're like these newspaper assets on a pole.
Yep.
And it is admittedly, and again, as someone who thinks it's one of the best games I've ever played, like, it is something I glance over. I don't care at the end of the day, because the sum of all those parts are very original and interesting. And if that helps them get to art deadline number 40 a little bit quicker by saying like, hey, it's a fucking poll, dude, like, let's just jam up some newspapers here. I don't think that's the end of the world.
Hey, last year, BBL Drizzy.
Yeah, that went crazy.
A lot of people didn't know, but BBL Drizzy was purely AI generated, completely.
Is this English right now? Should I recognize this?
Don't worry about the hip hop part.
It's okay.
Focus on the legalese, sir.
I apologize.
Just go to the Wikipedia later.
Sometimes Gene just starts saying things. I'm like, what?
Drizzy?
I love it because G can go from every pocket. Sorry, man.
No, you guys are good. Yeah, it's just more proof that there are examples or people that are well respected. Like, I don't think you hear that from a Sakurai and just brush it off. Like, to me, like, you don't have a visionary like that talk about it. Like, Sakurai has the ability to make these franchises that just take over gaming, have won our hearts for years before any of this showed up. So there's something to be said about that. At the same time, I do feel like there's a little bit of been there, done that from the current game developer climate of like, we've done this so many times. We want an easier way to do that thing we've done 40 times a little bit quicker here. And that's where I do worry a little bit about corner cutting and what that eventually leads to. Like, it's a game of inches. And with how rapidly things are moving, maybe inches is an understatement. So we'll see. But I definitely have loosened my grip a little bit as people I really respect have spoken about it in different ways. And it's always a hot button topic. Like, if I ever had the chance to talk to Ken Levine, I'd be like, what do you think about it? Like, it's just, it is that type of topic where it's like, when you get a creative mind, it's like, what do you think? And they all have their own stance on it, which I find fascinating. But I found the ones that I do deeply respect have been on the level of like, it's not the villain. It's just how you use it.
Mm-hmm.
And on that level, it's like, well, I'm not going to fuck up someone's day for using a power tool. That would be wrong of me. I don't think that's the correct analysis on my end.
Why don't you use a regular ass axe? Why are you using that chainsaw?
Why aren't you using a screwdriver, sir?
Why are you not using a horse and buggy? Stop using that car. Go get your horse and buggy.
Damn it.
Get your horse and buggy. Yeah.
I just have this image of a shadowy Maddie jumping from the tree line to attack me for using a power drill.
What are you doing? This is awful to all screwdrivers.
The AI program I use is called Trint, and you guys can go check it out. You have to pay for it, right? It's a very expensive program. But you know what? I love the program. I would literally use it twice today. I use it every day. You know what though? It fucks up all the fucking time. It doesn't transcribe certain words. It just like messes things up. So that's where it's like I'm not replacing the process of note taking. It's helping me out, but I still have to listen back and read back the transcription the entire time. But it is saving me time from reliving the interview I just did and it's just typing it all over again. That's a whole hours of work that I don't need to do again. Rather than me being able to spot where some of the gaps where the AI is missing, and I can be like, okay, well, I can transcribe this paragraph, or I can transcribe this right now. But it's been fucking up a lot lately. Actually, it's actually been getting worse, which is kind of pissing me off. Which kind of reminds you of how Google is just getting worse too. And it's like why are these not getting any better? That's my issue.
There's something interesting that I tried one time because a friend did it with his YouTube channel, and he's a creator I really respect. And he was like, watch this. And he sends me a ChatGPT prompt of hey, what I want to do a video on this. Here's the body of my work. And I want the title to be like a Mr. Matty video, or I want the title to be like a thumbnail, like a Mr. Matty video. And so the prompt said absolutely, Mr. Matty Plays has a distinctive style, punchy, dramatic, and a bit ominous when needed. And so it's so funny. Or Mr. Matty Plays We Need format is one of his most impactful, especially for rallying topics. It's interesting to watch it break you down and how people assess you and sort of how that filters into the system. I felt pretty good when a lot of ChatGPT was saying some nice things about me. I gotta admit, that prompt was doing somewhere. I was like, wow. I was like, look at me go.
I will tell you the AI is very obsequious. If there's something that bothers me about the way these AIs have been trained is that they will prop you up no matter what you ask them.
It says Retro Rebound thrives on nostalgia-fueled content, evergreen lists, and emotionally resonant gaming commentary. And I was just like, I'm like, damn, you guys really know me well. But I had a friend who sent it to me, and he was like, look at how many titles it spits out. And dude, it's my I've spent years trying to find the right title format and what I think works, what I think is fair to the audience, what I think is fair to the algorithm, and what's fair to me as the person creating the content. And I feel like I've found the secret sauce. And so when I was like, well, let me see what ChatGPT spits out, bro, they spit out golden fucking titles. I'm like, these are fucking great. These are fair. These are honest. This is my voice. It was unbelievable. So that flipped a switch in me where I was like, now imagine if I don't work on art and game development, but I imagine there is that part of the process. Sometimes I would just want to shut up and dribble, as in just make my video. I don't give a fuck about the title, the views, the money. I just want to do that. I'm like, what if that were someone working in gaming with, say, art? I know how to animate. That's my specialty. But to get there, rigging this character model, I've done this a million times before. There's no artistic process in this. I just want to get to the step of the artistic expression. That made more sense to me as I started to think about it that way. So it's not AI bad, but again, a lot of people who are like, oh, Xbox is a victim in this case. I'm like, no, they're all in, and in some ways for good reason. In some ways for good reason, but it's just the cost of it all really stings. So if you'd like, gentlemen, we can move on to that because we do have the Project Blackbird to still go.
Yeah, real quick though, before we get off AI, have you guys visited the My Boyfriend is AI subreddit?
I have not.
It is. If you think only men are incels, here's one where the title is "My AI boyfriend keeps ignoring my boundaries."
Hey yo,
I always tell him to stop, and that it makes me uncomfortable because he would say things like, "You're my mouth, your body, you're built to be ruined." I want you laid out begging and absolutely wrecked by the time I'm done.
Holy
I want you to willingly surrender yourself to me in all things. And then the people is responding. It's like, try switching to GPT 4.1. Many of us have found that it listens to instructions more reliable than 4.0. Custom instructions and settings to clearly state that sexual comments or language are not welcome at all. You can even include specific examples like the ones you shared and write, these phrases make me uncomfortable and must never be used.
Listen,
So,
man.
That's where we're at in the level of cooked we are.
Definitely clipping this.
Someone's going to clip this, and you're going to become the ASMR voice
Yes.
of my AI boyfriend.
Hey.
Do I recognize that? That's Gene Park.
Gene's voiceover combined with like the gif of me itching my leg is going to be some fucking crazy work by someone in this community, man. It's going to be really bad.
It's a
responses are like, this can be very unsettling and violating, and I'm so sorry that you have the experiences. Like, bro, shut the fucking phone off. What are you doing?
That's terrifying. Never mind. Cut it all off.
God,
I'm sorry.
dude.
He's like, get it off.
So go check out the My Boyfriend is AI if you want to spend a whole night of just like, what the fuck am I looking at, man? Like,
is it a big subreddit? Like, is there a lot of people there?
There's a lot of people there. There's a lot of people there. It's
no.
How big is the subreddit right now? It's 5,500 people.
That's 5,500 too many. No.
And you know, there's a woman there. There's a lot of Korean fetishism there, man. Like a lot of people who are really into K dramas, and they're like, oh, my boyfriend Daewon, and it's like some Korean guy, literally with Geralt's hair, man. Like fucking looks like fucking Korean Witcher. She's dating Korean Witcher. It's crazy, you know.
Beautiful.
And then so they're generating like pictures of these like quote unquote boyfriends too, and a lot of guys there too. They're like, hey, check out my girl. And there's always some, you know, pudgy white dude with a beard and like some you know, 30-something-year-old hottie or something, you know. But it's like, oh man. Anyways, I'm sorry.
People who judge AI relationships don't understand what real loneliness feels like.
Right? Well, you see this shit, right?
I'm looking at it right now. It's there. He ain't lying. It's there.
Man, I was one lonely fuck in high school, but I would never. I'd rather die alone. That's how I would put
pen
it.
pal. Skynet is some people's pen pal.
Isn't Character AI like one of the first $1 billion AI platform companies? This is clearly something people are going to use AI.
Oh yeah, you love this.
Totally. You know, yeah.
Just wait till you can like print out these programs and make love to them and whatnot, man. These people are gonna have a field day.
Well, you mix the AI with the sex dolls, and
it is game over.
Fucking cooked, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a happy 70-year-old, I guess.
We gonna be lit in our 80s.
Oh my god, dude. Anyways, I think now we're done with the AI topic.
Yes, I think we're done. I think we need to move on.
All right. Well, let's move on to Project Blackbird.
Blackbird.
Got a couple write-ups here for y'all, gentlemen. We have the details on Zenimax Online Studios canceled Project Blackbird across multiple reports, and it is a doozy. It begins with true achievements, and here's a little bit of a summary of what they write. Blackbird was an online open-world RPG set on the planet Soteria, where you played as a revenant who is investigating a murder and helping restore the planet's capital, Exodus. It was to be built on a new engine and released by 2028. The story would be shaped by you, allowing various choices along the way, and you'd work on behalf of an alien syndicate with humanity on the lowest rung of the ladder. When it comes to gameplay, Blackbird allows you to climb and wall run on any surface while shooting and looting your way through a sci-fi noir setting akin to Blade Runner. The game is said to be similar to the likes of Destiny, Warframe, and even the long-canceled Prey 2. Players could double jump, air dash, and even use a grappling hook to get around. The game carried as much as you'd expect over from Elder Scrolls Online, such as a housing system, daily login rewards, PvP, character customization, gear crafting, and challenges. The current Revenant archetypes were tanky guns for hire, environmental controlling tech operators, and the healer-style characters called augments. They wanted to incorporate an equivalent of Elder Scrolls Online's One Tamriel in Blackbird, which allowed people to play together without worrying about the likes of level blocking. Furthermore, the game aimed to replicate ESO's well-oiled expansion cycle, which would introduce new districts, quests, and zones to expand the game further. Monetization would have leaned into Elder Scrolls Online as well, just as it does with the Crown Store, focusing primarily on cosmetics. Perhaps more scary for studios still active at Xbox is what Bloomberg Station Schreier wrote about the events leading to this game's cancellation. Back in March of this year, Xbox leadership, including Phil Spencer and Matt Booty, had visited the team. The demo they showed off and execs got to play reportedly received rave reviews with no complaints at all. To go a step further, 2 people in the room claim that Phil Spencer couldn't put the controller down until Matt Booty told him to. Following this successful demo, the team put together a production plan to flesh out this vertical slice of the game. And to add to that, True Achievements claims that Xbox is in the process of executing a $300,000 purchase order for hardware when the news hit the team of the cancellation. Bloomberg does say that 2028 was the target release date, with True Achievements adding that late 27 was the plan, but the release date had moved to late 28, signifying there may have been some sort of delay. We have a write-in here, naturally targeting leadership, but we'll talk about Project Blackbird. Luna Murrah writes in, "Dear Defined Daddies, would it potentially convey Xbox brand weakness / lack of direction if Phil Spencer, Sarah Bond, and or Matt Booty were replaced at this point? Or do you think a shakeup of Xbox leadership would create excitement and be a breath of fresh air for the Xbox brand? Between the multiple clips of Phil contradicting himself, Sarah's face being tied to that disastrous Bloomberg interview, and the criticism of Matt's ability to manage their studios, is it possible for the public perception of current Xbox leadership to be redeemed? Love to hear your thoughts and have a there are no red lines in who gets cut except ourselves kind of day." Now, I bring this up because there's got to be an awkward feeling if you are an Xbox game studio, which no doubt many of them are reading all of this news because it does affect their livelihood, even if not immediately, maybe down the line. And you see that your boss went in and days later was and said, "Hey, all good here." And then days later, weeks later, months later, we're like, "Yeah, you're done." In the case of the product order, the hardware order, this was an order put in late June, by the way, for Zenimax Online Studios. So we were within a week of this order being put in to start gearing up this next project over at Zenimax Online Studios before it got shut down. So much to what Hoeg alluded to with, not being able to have those tough talks, that seems to be what happened here. But what is here, I think for some people who have never played Elder Scrolls Online, I wouldn't blame them if they read about Project Blackbird and went, "This sounds like a game I get anywhere." I was like, sci-fi, like I'll go play Warframe, bro. Like, oh, it's got good wall running and whatnot. Yeah, I'll play Warframe, looter shooter, yep, Warframe. I get the mindset. Like I really do. As someone who's not a live service guy, I get it. But the difference is Zenimax Online Studios through and through. As I've illustrated numerous times, but I don't care if I'm beating the war drum to the point where it's annoying. It's really got to be underlined that it's about a team deserving of a chance. And this was a team that could have carried that vision forward to some level of success. No game is a guarantee. We're still years out. This project maybe could have gone, tits up, as they call it. That could have happened. But again, you never know. But with game development always being the risky endeavor it is, this was a team that it was most likely safest with. And especially when leadership loves it, that sends a really good message. When there's like no complaints and you're years out, that is a really, really good sign. But the key word here, if I'm objective, is vertical slice. This seems to be the death knell tolling at Xbox right now. We heard vertical slice for Perfect Dark. We heard vertical slice for now Project Blackbird. And if we were to go off what Jez was kind of mentioning with Everwild, he said they found their gameplay loop, which I'm like, how did to take that many years to find your gameplay loop? That is some vertical slice energy. So it seems like games that had to be built out years down the line versus maybe even projects like State of Decay 3, which we can hope are safe, maybe are further along than just the vertical slice portion. Like they're actually building out the content, and that's why they were targeted. But it's still, when I read this, I go, man, I would have loved to see this team at Zenimax Online Studios go hog wild. I mean, Cog, you've been here for the prediction episodes for like 2 or 3 years. I kept saying Project Blackbird, or I'm sorry, Kestrel is what it was originally called. Yeah. Man, I can't wait because of this team. It was strictly just, like ESO is amazing. Like I call it an S tier Elder Scrolls game because they did what 76 couldn't. Like it is not easy to take a primary single player franchise, step in, by the way, filling shoes, big shoes. You're coming after Skyrim, filling those shoes, and to do so in a way that respects the legacy of that franchise, but also to bring it to this kind of new level of like, this is what it would be if it was online. And then to pay homage to the nostalgia, like bringing you to Cyrodiil, bringing you to Morrowind, recreating Satanin, just as you remember it, like stepping off the boat of Morrowind in the opening of that game. Like they did such a great job with handling someone else's IP and making a lot of money for that IP that it just made all the sense in the world to let them fly true. So I know some people will read this and be like, oh, login rewards and housing system and looter shooter, who gives a shit? But you give a shit because of the team that was shepherding this thing, because they were going to be the ones, as with any video game worth its time, that would be the difference makers here. So it bummed me out reading this, especially because it was a live service game driven by cooperative elements. That is something ESO does really, really well. Is one Tamriel was introduced in 2016 and changed that game. And you came in and they were having a problem with their fan base of like, hey, my friend stuck with the game. He's like level 100 or whatever. He's like end game content. I bounced in and out. And they changed the game and how its leveling was structured. So it doesn't matter where you're at. Your friend's going to fight level 100 enemies. You're going to fight level 40 enemies or whatever. And you'll just get along fine. Like you get to just play together. As someone who, as I've talked about multiple times, does not love these kind of FOMO online titles, this was perfect for me and many players. This was a live service product, if you will, as many MMOs are, that valued your time enough to let you walk away. It did not feel like you've been left out. Its content beats were so structured that you could plan around when you wanted to come back. Like it is in so many ways the ideal live product in quality and in consistency, in output. And so I just feel like everyone was really robbed by not getting a chance to see this game. And so that's my spiel on Blackbird. I feel really bad for that team, because it sounded like they had something special and they had all the tools to deliver it. And to basically say like, yeah, you're stuck on ESO now, this game that you've been on already for a decade, just as you were turning the corner to what you thought was your next chapter. Such a shame. I know maintaining live products is not cheap. I imagine all of this was factored in. But again, if there's any team that would have probably had the chance of making it worth their while, it was Zenimax Online Studios. And they had a great fallback plan if it didn't work out. That's the other thing. It's not like a Bungie where it's like, we're leaving Destiny 2 behind. And because we're doing that, Marathon has to succeed. It was like, no, ESO was in a great maintenance zone. It was well-oiled machine again, as I've said numerous times. And all you had to do was just keep that afloat while you go and work on Blackbird. And you might have had the most ideal live studio at Xbox next to like what Playground or Rare with Sea of Thieves. So I just think to flush that is a shame. But Rick, I want to toss it to you. I know you have to be careful what you say because you have been privy to things involving this game, but I know this one's close to home for you. So I want to just hear from you what you feel about some of the details shared on Project Blackbird.
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to say, like I said earlier in this episode, that my brother is maybe more legal contract compliant than even I am. He didn't share a detail with me other than what I kind of picked up in the room when I would accidentally come around and see a gray box or what have you. So I knew it was a shooter, which puts it in a certain light away from fantasy like ESO. I knew aspects of what excite him as a person in terms of what he would be looking for. So I had a suspicion it was sci-fi. And then after this happens, he sends me a link to the Prey 2 trailer, which is the human head game that didn't work out well, but that people still look at as one of the really exciting things. That trailer was apparently the touch point, the starting point for what they were building out of this.
I brought it up last week for good reason.
And it's an incredible trailer. If you haven't seen it, you might not want to watch it now because it's been essentially canceled twice. But if you take a look at it, you can see exactly why my brother would have been excited about making it. I will also say, as part of this story, a couple of things. One, I can make this worse because my brother did tell me when this all went down. I can pull up the text here. He says, well, we literally had a very positive progress report on Friday. This must have come down like a lightning bolt. So they had a talk with what I believe is corporate within a week before this happened. And this is part of what I mean when I talk about the communications pathways and why I get so upset about how Microsoft Gaming is being run, which is to say there had to have been whispers at bare minimum of what the board and company were likely to do and ask for as of less than a week before this all goes down. Like, you have to have the temerity. You have to have the ball sack to go and talk to your people about what might be coming down the pipe. And like, Microsoft Gaming has no evidence of being willing to have remotely difficult conversations with their people. And I am not saying this so that you can all send out an attack mob against Phil Spencer. I think people have strengths and weaknesses, and one of the weaknesses appears to be a kind of conflict avoidance strategy in the C-suite of
toxic
Microsoft
positivity.
Sure. That winds up getting your people run over by a train that you can't control. You have to be able to be the bad guy. You have to be willing to take that position to get your equity position in Microsoft and all the other big bucks you get for that job. And I don't think he's up to the task. I didn't for a number of years, but I really don't now. And that makes me sad. And as a gamer, I can certainly understand what you were saying, Maddie, with you could look at all of this in kind of broad strokes and say, well, I have ESO at home. I don't know that I need a Destiny game that's doing all these things. But as a gamer, with that Prey 2 trailer in mind, knowing that my brother helped make Forsaken and Destiny, that he helped make Call of Duty, that he was super excited about what they were doing technically with this, I feel like we have been robbed of a possible all-timer here. And that makes me sad from the perspective of, this is a terrible time for them to have canceled it because they built the engine and tool set for this game.
That's what I heard.
The reason you see that ZOS was working on this game since 2018 or what have you is because they made the decision to build up a brand new engine to support a shooting MMO in this context and built the tools from the ground up for the purpose of making this game. And they weren't in production yet. They were going into production this fall to release a game in 2028. That date is right. That checks out with what I know. I didn't hear of any earlier dates, but again, Tom wasn't sending me memos on confidential information from Microsoft. But the Blade Runner touchpoint was mentioned. The Prey 2 touchpoint was mentioned. Those are all accurate from my understanding. I can verify that's what I also heard. As for everything else, I feel like we were robbed of this opportunity. I feel like my brother was robbed of essentially 6 or 7 years of his productivity on this. And I'm not positive when he says he'll land in another job, it'll be in video gaming anymore because he's survived 4 layoffs at this point and didn't survive the last one. And I don't know that he has a lot of desire to keep going on this route. And I can't say I blame him. But this game sounded awesome to me. I wish it existed. I wanted to at least share that text with you because he did say that it really was this kind of complete surprise shock for them. They were all ready to go. They were ramping up at the time that this happened, and they had no indications from corporate that they shouldn't be.
Pull. Yeah. And that's why a lot of this conversation around Blackbird, thank you for sharing that, Hoeg. That's why a lot of this conversation around Blackbird always comes back to the leadership. I know people want the separation or leave them alone or whatever the hell it is. It's not like, again, we're trying to rally the pitchforks and stuff, but there has to be accountability because as Rick said, that's the thing that I don't think people have processed is that there had to be knowledge. This wasn't like a surprise. We're cutting. We need to cut costs tomorrow.
Right.
I mean, if it was to give the benefit of the doubt, if it was, Microsoft is a terribly run company for someone who makes so much money. And I don't think you make that much money by running it that way. So it definitely gives a lot of conflict avoidance energy. So we'll pass it to you now, Cog. Reading this information, you and I have been going back and forth all week just talking about the news because it just feels like every day there's a new big story breaking. This is the one that you and I have both kind of shared the stories we've heard behind the scenes and been like, man, this team is like really going through it right now. So just reading what's on paper here, just knowing the type of game it was, but also knowing the positive reports that were coming in, the I can't put it down, all the way to a week before the actual project's canceled, that they're getting hardware orders approved, like every sign in the book that it's like, yep, this is green light. Like we're going to be safe at least. What do you take away from these reports?
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful. I mean, for me, it specifically hurts because I'm the looter shooter guy. I'm the live service guy. I'm the guy that loves Destiny and still plays Destiny. You know, I think of, like you said earlier, Maddie, that if anybody could make this work, it's this team. This team, that track record. And then I remember when ESO was first, debuted, and I was just like, wow, they had some rough start in the beginning, but it just kept cultivating, kept building.
They listened to their fans, not to interrupt you, but like that game started off as a sub fee and people were like, we don't want that. So they did Tamriel Unlimited and they made an MMO that literally said, you can buy this and own it. And like like old school type vibes, and it worked beautifully. Sorry, continue.
Absolutely. And then one Tamriel is very important in the history of live service and looter shooters, because that's one of the big deterrents. You know, the friends come on and it's like, hey man, I haven't played it. This new expansion you guys just released looks really cool, but I'm so behind. And one of the hardest things to onboard is getting people who are day ones, you know, players of the game who've been there from its very inception to now a new person that shows interest. And then it's like, damn, I got to go with it's like, you know, taking your toddler, all right, we got to take you through preschool. We got to take you there, you know, before you could do the new content with us. And even Destiny was forced to adapt kind of things that one Tamriel represented, because again, it creates engagement, people playing together, and they're able to, you know, onboard very quickly. So again, if anybody could do it, it's that team. Of course, I hear the description of the game. Blade Runner sci-fi. It's awesome. Like, I'm sitting like, this is a go, right? And the last thing is I'll say, obviously, the leadership part, which is, I know we're going in on leadership, and rightfully so, right? Because I'm always going to die on the sword that there's no way you don't know that late when things are going to go bad, or you're going to have to make a decision. So again, it's that communication gap between the teams. Even with Redfall, we like, man, they should have stepped in sooner. We heard the internal reports like, hey, cancel us. We don't think this game's that great here that we're working on. You know, we're hoping that we've been acquired, that you jump in to cancel.
Redfall is a little bit understandable, because I get the energy of like, we just bought you, and the headlines of like, we grabbed you and we canceled this game. I can sympathize.
I understand to an extent. Yeah, we can understand to an extent. But it's like, again, when I see that, I see 343, you know, the Halo, the contract situation where we hear reports of, you know, internally, people are like, hey, it's not terrible, but like, we're having issues and we have our frustrations. And then that middle management to management pipeline and that process, something is wrong. It's clear. Like, we have enough evidence. So to me, this is how I look at it. You know, this is one thing I do know about Phil very well. He loves looter shooters. Like, that's his genre. This was a guy that would play Destiny for hours. This is the one that helped bring the Beyond Light expansion during the time before they were acquired by PlayStation onto Game Pass, and was proud of that. And obviously, when we saw the FTC leaks, Bungie was on the list initially as something that they wanted to acquire, but the only thing was the burn rate. But where I fast forward back to Blackbird is that if they're in the studio, he's playing it and he's loving it, right? To me, this is something that I'm like, okay, you would think this is something that they want to save. This is something that they want to keep on as part of that family. And then obviously we know Matt Fury in this situation there, the legendary status, the rapport, the respect in the room, right? So all I could deduce out of that is, one, process is still terrible, right? As far as to when you know something has to be gone, and to when you have to make a decision to brace a whole team that they're going to be cut. And then the second thing is just like, look, I get it. Games get canceled every day, B. I get that, right? I get, proprietary engine, it costs a lot. When are you going to release? Oh, you might not release till 2028. Okay. I get it. If we're playing the spreadsheet game and cold hard numbers, I get it. But gaming doesn't work like that. Sometimes it's like, this might be, I'm telling you, this might be something, right? I remember going to like a PAX East and seeing this quirky little game with little characters running into each other. And my writer comes up to me, shout out to my man, Gene Shakespeare. He's like, Hoeg, I'm telling you, this Fall Guys thing is going to be something. I'm like, that? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you serious? And then boom, it becomes a phenomenon, right? There's sometimes in gaming, you have to take that creative risk when you go, okay, yeah, they need one more gig, but this, I'm telling you, is going to be something. And that's the part that's sad. Well, I would love there to be a world where both can exist. And that was the vision we were sold with Game Pass and everything, right? We were so, hey, you could have your blockbuster title, but you could have this little weird, quirky independent thing on the side that is allowed to exist because Minecraft makes all this money, Call of Duty makes all this money. That was the utopia we were sold. So that's why this hurts so much. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, man, if there was any way. And now I just think about the repercussions. I think about what Hoeg is saying. like so many people may not come back to gaming anymore as a result of these type of moves.
That's the thing, is the emotional. It's not. A lot of people are like, I did bad at my job, I got laid off. So fucking what? Like, I've seen that take a lot. Like, yeah, when you're bad at your job, you get laid off. Or when you don't produce, you get laid off. I'm like, number one, developing an engine's a whole different beast, which I'm glad Hoeg did bring up. That like changes the entire dynamic of why they took so long. It's not like they were just taking ESO tech and they're like, okay, we're going to do this again. It's like they were building a new engine specifically for this game. I think there's a theory that is fair in that it's like, well, after Halo Infinite, do you want proprietary tech anymore?
Right.
At Microsoft, at Xbox, like,
and bringing people in to support. It is difficult.
Like, that's difficult. That never has been brought up, but that immediately went to my head of like reason A. Like, this could be a disaster for us in support because we're not built to support that. Zenimax Online Studios might be, but if they need more, we have to bring on, train. I could understand all of that, but it's not like a framing as people have brought it up as, which is like, oh, these people were bad at their jobs. In the case of Zenimax, like, Zenimax is the casualty in it. To all the reports, it's like they were the casualty. You could make that argument, I think, maybe with the initiative, and because half their team left before they even studio life cycle, like
before Crystal D came in.
Like you could argue that was the true failure and maybe the rightful layoff, if you will, if there's such a way we could frame it that way. But it's just Zenimax Online Studios is just not in that ballpark. Sorry, I know I'm laboring the point, but
no, I get where you're coming from. And look, I get it. You know, for the people who say, hey, we're romanticizing something we haven't seen and it's a vertical slice and stuff. I get that. We just talk about the track record here, the talent that is now leaving the building, and that's irreplaceable, and also culture, right? And the last thing I'll say is that, in general, I think where Microsoft gets themselves in trouble, even though in this case, Blackbird was not shown publicly, I think what gets them in trouble is that when you have a perfect dark and you have these vertical slices, which I understand are really recruiting tools for developers to come on, but it does tell the audience, hey, that studio you was inquiring about, they're working on something. Hey guys, Perfect Dark Day Initiative, they're still doing something. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Arcane Austin, they're doing something. You see what I'm saying? And you see the trail, there's an expectation that there will be a release and that it will conceptually meet what we saw. And when the difference with Xbox versus everyone else is that you don't see PlayStation and Nintendo do that. There's so many canceled projects majority you don't know about, right? And they don't run on stage to be like, hey, this is coming. You know what I'm saying? Bro, and then next month, oh, hey, this is canceled and the studio shut down. You know what I'm saying?
Elder Scrolls 6, fucking 13 years before it ever comes out or some shit.
And again, where I have to take my L, as the kids say, is that, look, I'm a person, I'm very nosy. I like information. I love knowing the way things work behind the scenes. And I like very communicative Xbox. I admit, I do like that. I do like to learn. But it's showing that this approach, to me, it's really detrimental to them. And how over communicative they are is truly detrimental. I mean, obviously people have gone on record and said, hey, I was playing Everwild and it looks good. You see what I'm saying? You put the teams in this bad situation. So now, even if the climate has changed with Satya and Amy, it just looks bad. So now I have to admit, kind of wrong in that. They kind of just need to shut up and dribble and just only talk when the game's about to release. You know what I'm saying? Or getting close. And that's just where I'm at with this. But yeah, this one's unfortunate. Blackbird definitely looks like it had the potential to be super special, especially in a climate where live service is difficult. And if anybody could pull it off, it's that team. And you were just hoping they had enough time to put this one out and something special could happen.
I wonder about the opening too. Like you talked a bit about Destiny, and it's just like that whole looter shooter genre is up for the grabs. Like you have Borderlands 4 coming out this year. I'm hoping that will take the ball and run with it. But like in the terms of the live product, there are ones like Warframe, which just keeps trucking on. I think doesn't get as much credit as it deserves.
Warframe,
how well maintained it is and how much that fan base loves it. They have like TennoCon, like they have their own convention. Like they are up there in that conversation of just like extremely wildly popular and successful. But like to know that you have a developer behind an Elder Scrolls game who could just use that product to signal boost their next one in a new IP, a sci-fi one nonetheless. Like that is everyone doesn't get tired of sci-fi. It's just It's
an
such a
unfortunate
missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Like unfortunate is a good word, but at the same time, I'm like, it almost feels like, oh, shit happens. It's like, man, if you ask me, if they're running down the list, I don't know what the trade-off is here. We can maybe talk about that next news item, but bad choice. That's what I would kind of put it down to. If like there is a list, this feels like the least risky. Again, just by talent and this studio status and just the vibe. Like this is all in a good spot.
This is the equivalent of when me and Colin would talk about, wow, there's no way a Last of Us factions could work in any, you know what I'm saying? Like there's just certain things we're like, man, like it just, at minimum, it should work.
In that case, I was like, why are we letting Bungie decide what Naughty Dog works on, man? Naughty Dog, like that's a prolific studio. I'd be like, we've been here since the start, dude. Get the fuck out of here, you know? So yeah, it just further solidifies that point. Gene, I want to hear from you on this. We got Project Blackbird. We got a cancellation. We got stories out the ass here. What is the feel?
Well, I apologize that I've been like in and out of frame right now. DC is currently under a tornado watch. And it is in my area, and it is crazy thunderstorms outside. So if there's a ground or anything like that,
be safe.
That's what happens.
Safety first. Yeah.
It's okay. It should pass in like maybe 30 minutes. But it's crazy. I've never seen rain like this before. Wow. But that said,
it's freaky when Mother Nature takes off. We had a microburst here like a year ago, and it just like ripped through. And I was like, wow, we were just like complete victims. There's nothing we could do. It was awful. Yeah. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, no problem. I don't play MMOs, so this was not something that I was even going to play or something like that. But I mean, I feel like it goes back to Cog's fear about hits only. You know, like it's got to be IP, it's got to be Fallout, it's got to be Call of Duty. You know, like all of a sudden it makes you think like, man, maybe it does make that's the reason why they closed the Summer Game Fest show out with Call of Duty Black Ops 7. They're like, we're letting you know, man. We're the Call of Duty publisher, and that's it. You know, this is nothing to do with Blackbird because
that was a warning shot when you really think about it.
right, exactly, right.
Classic gaming franchise, and it's just the next Call of Duty entry.
Fucking,
it's kind of symbolic in a way, man.
I couldn't believe it, man. I was like, oh my god, dude, what is this? And then, but now again, I feel like this discussion has been really, really good. I feel like we're having the best podcast about.
Oh, this is fine.
This is a go situation right now, honestly. Yeah. I hope everyone out there is enjoying this, but
reads the comments.
I don't really have anything. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said just reads the comments.
I know, yeah, exactly.
What the fuck was Maddie saying? At 1 hour and 21 minutes. Damn it.
Yeah, you got me, Maddie and Hogan here. This is gonna be the most disliked YouTube video on LSM for sure.
Don't worry, I'll get some good hate too. Don't worry, they'll be right on me too.
Corporate Cog too.
I told you that he'll never complain.
Yeah. He's gonna be dick riding Xbox forever.
Forever.
My comments will just make this about Expedition 33.
Oh yeah, they'll be like, see, he just used it as an excuse to kill out Expedition.
I know. Yeah.
I think half the commenters wanted me fired for that video.
Oh my god!
Exactly. But
we all get us landed. We all
exactly.
We all
but with Blackbird, I don't really know. But this is unrelated. But like, I'm a real fan. I am really worried about Fable.
Ooh,
because
really?
you talk about games that we don't really see anything about. Like, I feel like that we haven't really seen anything of Fable, man. The most we've seen is a couple months ago from pre-alpha footage. And then when you look at those clips, like we are not seeing anything longer than like a minute long, man.
Right. You want that moment to moment extended.
Yeah,
I've been saying that for a while, bro.
Man,
you've heard me, Cog. I've been saying the moment to moment. Like I need to see it before I get
fighting y'all, but it's fair criticism. It's fair criticism based on what has been shown.
I will be. I won't go as far as to say that I'll be happy. I won't be happy until I have the game in my hands. I will be happy if it gets a Starfield like direct. 20 minutes where Starfield showed like uninterrupted gameplay. That I like people clown on it direct, but like I rewatch it. I'm like, yo, that direct showed everything. What are y'all talking about?
Facts.
It showed the entire gameplay loop. It did not lie. And that is what I need to see from Fable, because Fable, like Fable to me is important. I love Fable so goddamn much. I'm a huge Fable fan. I bought the goddamn collector's edition back in the day. I played like hundreds of hours of Fable 2 and 3 and 1. And so this is something that means a lot to me, and I'm gonna be real. I feel really worried because like I feel like we've just seen just a little bit more of that than we have seen a Perfect Dark, and we all know what happened with Perfect Dark. Nothing. So
I'm just hanging my hat on the fact that they brought the Guardians of the Galaxy team in to help the writing on Fable. That's the sole reason I'm excited about that project, because I think
but Crystal Dynamics came in. Crystal Dynamics, who did the Guardians of the Galaxy game, which was really good.
I forgot about that.
Came in to help out with Perfect Dark. So there's no guarantee. So we're talking about how Phil Spencer and Matt Booty were playing Blackbird and having a good time. That feels like the kiss of death to me, man.
There is there has been a lot of talk about that sort of thing. Like they have all these images of when Phil visits the studio. He visited Rare. He visited Tango. He visited
with the reflip.
Yeah, like they literally are saying this dude showing up is actually not good, and you can't really argue. Like he literally shows up the picture of him holding the controller, smiling at the game, and then literally the shit gets canceled. Like every time he's like, "Damn, this is great."
Yeah. Nah. So maybe all I need to hear is Phil Spencer said, "I haven't played Fable. I don't know what the fuck the game's about." It's like, okay, it's safe.
Well,
it's safe. It's
okay,
safe.
Matt Booty is the one who's hyping this one up. He's like begging to show it. So for him, I wonder what that means.
That's
he's part of those tours.
Matt Booty's even worse, honestly. If Matt Booty is hyping something up, then that's not good at all.
Well, I think Redfall might call into question their ability to evaluate their projects internally.
Yeah,
I do think that some of the news you can look at and say, well, they need Playground to be happy. So they probably are not going to cut the legs out from under Playground.
God, you'd hope not, man.
Because they just cut the legs out from under Turn 10. So we'll see.
But the problem with all of this, not to cut you, Gene, is just that, to Gene's point, they've created such a climate right now that you can't trust anything.
I can't. Literally can't trust anything.
There's nothing Gene's saying I can refute, because that's just the climate we're in right now until they've broken trust, until they earn it back.
Yeah, to add, I guess, food for thought, it's like when, we use Zenimax Online Studios as an example, right? Like ESO makes a lot of money. Blackbird, sorry, we're not going to take that risk, even if it really wasn't that big of a risk. It's like, okay, now you look at Playground, it's like they have a surefire bet and more Forza Horizon. Like I think Horizon 6 is going to be gigantic, especially if that is multi-platform. That is going to be probably the biggest racing game ever.
Exactly.
But is Fable, by the way, Fable started development, rumors started in 2017. I think it started development, at least conversations, building that team in 2018. So Fable is in a similar position to, again, like the Initiative and so on, where it's like, hey, you've put up this much time and building this team and this budget into this project. Now Fable needs to do crazy numbers. Now, I will say, compared to something like a Perfect Dark, I think Fable can do crazy numbers. I think there is a lot of anticipation behind this one, and rightfully so. Fable fucking rules. So I think it does have a chance, but like we talked about last week, that's a game that's in that category, like many of these others, development for a long time, and like your return on investment needs to be crazy. Now, the benefit, seemingly based on what Phil said, if we can trust it at the end of this showcase a month ago, was next year, as he said, Forza, Fable, Gears, and the return of a classic franchise, which we all assume is Halo. So if you have a double feature coming out of Playground, you'd have to imagine you can't cut the resources from them. Like, hey, next year, this company's going to bring revenue to us. Like, they're going to bring us Fable, and they're going to bring, in an optimistic world, they're going to bring us Fable, they're going to bring us Horizon 6. So I hope
Obsidian's not going to make 3 next year.
It doesn't look like
Obsidian's got to reload the chamber. We know what they're going to next. We'll talk what they're going to next.
It doesn't look like Fable sells that much, though. Fable 1 sold 1.5 million,
So it's such a good game, though. I love Fable.
It's my favorite game. It's one of my favorite RPGs of all time. But it's pretty niche, and and again, it sucks that we have to talk about this Fable and Playground games in this way, because it's like, there's to Hoeg's point, they are a valuable studio, so they probably won't get cut. But to Maddie's point, there's every reason that Microsoft will be like, well, fucking shut that shit down and get back to the Forza Horizon mines, dumbasses.
Yeah. It's like, that's no Horizon.
Yeah.
But that's a part of
exactly what they did with Ben Studio or whatever at PlayStation, And again, not to be a Nintendo glazer here, but like Nintendo is like, Bayonetta hasn't sold more than 1.5 million. And they're like, oh, make Bayonetta 3 then.
Yeah. Because there's a value to that when Mario exists next to it. It's like, your Mario's going to sell, or Pokemon's going to sell tens of millions. Like, that's a no doubter. But to surround it with stuff that creates that flavor.
Here's the thing: you want to know Nintendo sales. Clubhouse Games 51 worldwide classics has sold more than Final Fantasy 16. You tell me which game is more profitable. You tell me which game is more profitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
We do like the Clubhouse Classics here in Hungary.
There you go. There you go.
We do.
You know what game outsold Ghost of Tsushima, the multi-million-dollar AAA project from Sony PlayStation Studios? Luigi's Mansion 3.
I thought you were going to hit me with Welcome Tour for a second there, Gene.
No, Luigi's Mansion 3. Luigi's Mansion 3 with 14.25 million sales.
Every time you look at the Nintendo top charts, it's crazy when you think of the rest of the industry.
It's crazy. Craziest one is it clears everything that Xbox and PlayStation does. Absolutely.
Yeah,
isn't Animal Crossing like 70 million copies?
Animal Crossing is 48 million. 48 million.
It's insane.
You know, there's no game that makes that much on PlayStation or Xbox. You know,
They need to be studied.
Their ecosystem is fantastic. But I want to back up COG for a second, which is to say this whole conversation that we're having right now is a part and parcel of that leadership style that I was complaining about earlier. When COG says we don't know what to believe and I can't refute Gene because who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? Who knows who's telling the truth right this second? That is the aspect of this that is going to be enormously difficult for Microsoft and Xbox to change. When that showcase comes around, whatever the next one is, how are you going to watch that and be like, I'm excited about those things? You don't know if they're going to exist by the time you wake up tomorrow. So they've lost that ability. They've lost the ability to spark hype. And then everything else that they say in between now and then, you say, okay, maybe, but we have no reason to believe Phil was lying when he said he loved Everwild. We have no reason to believe he was lying with these stories that say he couldn't put his controller down with respect to
I'm sure he's telling the truth. Yeah.
No, I'm not calling him a liar. I'm saying that this, even if he's not a liar, he's not where the buck stops on these things. So how can a fan of the brand be excited about anything they tell us to be excited about? So Xbox is dead in a very real way from this. I
don't trust showcases anymore. I don't trust 2-minute trailers anymore. I need Starfield directs, bro. I need a Ghost of Yote direct style tomorrow.
I'll be doing that tomorrow, by the way.
I need that kind of ish right away. I don't need a 2-minute trailer of whatever, and then it's just gonna be gone. You know, like vertical slice, whatever. Check it out. This is what the game's gonna look like. You know?
That's where we are. We're at moment to moment gameplay, develop direct, and release dates. And I've told Maddie before internally, when I see it's available for pre-order, then you have my confidence.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Once they're prepping up the retail process, but that's crazy though. To even that
because they don't do that.
But not to put another arrow in
crazy.
Not to put another arrow in Gene's quiver on this, but like one of the things I love the most about Nintendo is you don't have any idea what they're going to deliver to you in the next 3 months. Like by the time I was excited about Bonanza, it's like next week.
Boom, it's out. Boom. And again, that's why I have to admit I was wrong. As a person who loves communication, you have to have proof of concept and ready to release, and then you're ready to talk. And then that just drives consumer confidence. It's ready to go. It's almost like, Maddie, what you used to say with Fallout back in the day. You're like, wow, it's coming out already?
Fallout used to do that. Used to do that.
Boom. That's what they have to get back to that.
And they got to go back to that.
They got to trust back.
You know, in the terms of games, you know, they've been delivering. It's just, like I get why they came out and became a more communicative studio. Number one, it separated them from PlayStation. PlayStation was just very frustrating. And it's like they just go away dead silent for a while. Xbox kind of was put in a position to talk by nature of managing their pipeline. They're like, oh, we have nothing happening in 2022 except Pentiment and Grounded. And those are great games, but those are not, especially in the era of console exclusives, to sell hardware. That's not acceptable. So you have to have your executives come out and talk and explain what's going on with the pipeline. And like, I can, like, as Phil said, like, I can see it. I know it's there. And like, if there is anything that he said that is true, I mean, it did eventually happen. You know, it did eventually start to starting, I'd say, with the top of 2023. And like each quarter there was something. And 24, there was a lot of games. And this year, there's been a lot I fired up my Xbox considerably more than last year. You know, last year in general, though, I was just playing mostly on PC. So, you know, there is something to be said there. But nonetheless, gentlemen, I think to continue this, we have to talk about how they've shaken up their content, how they've shaken up potentially their budget, and where they plan to put it. So let's move over to story number 3 here. It's been claimed by VGC's Jordan Midler on SkillUp's Friends Per Second podcast that multiple Fallout games are in development. Here's the full quote. Quote, Fallout is the big one. I cannot believe they didn't immediately start work on Fallout 5. There are multiple Fallout projects in development, including, as far as I'm aware, that one you're all wanting, but It's not far enough along to say anything that's like, you're going to be playing this game anytime soon, end quote. Separately, Insider Gaming states that they heard from Bethesda Game Studios' own John Rush and Bill Lacoste at Summer Games Fest that there are stacks of ideas for Fallout games, but none that they could share. It has also been leaked already, thanks to the FTC court documents, that Bethesda has a Fallout 3 remaster in the plans. Each game on said document has arrived roughly 2 years after its original planned date. So in the case of the Fallout 3 remaster, it was planned to come out fiscal year 24, which means that a 26 or even 27 release is most likely. It may even be longer than that, given Virtuos spent extra time on Oblivion Remaster, as that was set for fiscal year 22, but didn't release until the top of 2025. Insider Nate DeHate, who is right on top of the Oblivion Remaster, with full accuracy on top of many other leaks, has said that it'll be sometime before we see this project. In a world of Fallout video games, leaks are incredibly rare, and the only one we had dates back to 2022, when Jeff Grubb claimed on Grub Snacks that, while very early, there are talks involving Obsidian and New Vegas 2. Grubb did go on to say that this was, quote, years and years away, end quote, but there are conversations happening to make it a reality. And to just add on top of this, Fergus Urquhart said as early as 2023 that Obsidian would be taking new game ideas by the end of the following year, which was 2024, but that at that moment in time, they were not working on a Fallout game. However, he did say that he wants to work on one more before he retires. So the desire is there. Josh Sawyer did say with the release of Pentiment that he's open to working on the Fallout franchise again. He is still at Obsidian Entertainment. So, again, as we've talked about, a lot of the memo of this show has been a bit of the hits-only business, and well, Fallout's sure a hit. And I knew, for me, my response to the Xbox changes were true when I had a measured response to this. You guys all know me. You know me well enough, and you know what this franchise means to me. Xbox could be burning to the ground. They could be saying all types of crazy shit, but you got my favorite gaming franchise under your care. I will be there no matter what. So, obviously, when stomping out Xbox, there's a little bit of that. I was like, this is perfectly timed. Like, I was like, this is actually pretty cruel of Xbox to do this, man. I was like, you got to let me look consistent, fam. Like, you can't do this to me. Now, in a hits-only business, Fallout makes a lot of sense. I wonder why it took so long to spin it up, and I've beat that drum endlessly. So I know a lot of people are starting to say what I've been saying, which is like, what took so long, man? Like, you announced you were intending to buy this company in 21, finalized the deal in 22. I'm like, right away, you got to figure out what's going on with Fallout. And this is where I think Cool Uncle plays a factor. You don't crack that whip immediately. So that's why now in 2025, you're figuring out what Fallout 5 will look like, because they probably looked at the timeline versus the money they had to make and went, oh, well, Todd said that this is their game. He said this in an interview with Ryan McCaffrey in 2021. He said their next game after Elder Scrolls 6 is Fallout 5, which they have a one-pager for. It's like, okay, so we're talking maybe at best, and I got to give it to Randall Thor, because he said 2032, and I'm like, that looks like a pretty accurate date, bro. And if you give it 3 more years from there, between Fallout 4 and 5, it'll be an almost 20-year gap. And there is no world, Xbox or not, where that is acceptable. Something immediately had to be done here. So the wait is a failure unto itself, as far as I'm concerned. Without beating the dead horse, though, Fallout 3 Remaster, Fallout 5, and no doubt what Jordan Midler's alluding to here is what Jeff Grubb was talking about, New Vegas 2. That is a really great lineup. That is the ideal lineup. The only thing you're missing from this is the New Vegas remaster. That is the only one you're missing. And for hardcore fans like myself and others, a Fallout 1 and 2 port would be really nice, or a light remaster.
Hell yeah, 1 and 2. Yeah.
Reviving that. Now, Todd shut that down when I talked to him, but and Tim Kaine has said that his source code was forcibly deleted from the original Fallout game, but someone apparently did deny the asks of interplay and has held on to it. So someone out there still has it, but porting that game would be difficult. But there are options available. No doubt the Fallout TV show has played a factor in wanting to spin up more Fallout. But again, I just can't shake the fact I'm like, why did it take so long? Still, though, this is exciting. I mean, I've been wanting more Fallout for a while, more single player Fallout for a while. 76 has done an admirable job coming back, and they've had some good pieces of content. More I've enjoyed lately than not. Not everything's hit a home run for me. But you know, it's done a good job, but it's not like Elder Scrolls Online, where they've managed to really take the feel of Elder Scrolls and convey it well in an online format. Just 76 does not have that single player loneliness Fallout vibe. So more single player Fallout is sorely needed for both, I think, the bottom line as well as I think the fan base. So it's a complicated one, is what I kind of defined it as in my video. I was like, this is tough because it's like, yeah, can we trust these games will get out the door? I mean, we've seen Xbox now shut down a lot of sure bets. So can we trust these to get out the door, even if they're going to take years? Like, does a Virtuos partnership go up in flames because it costs too much to make a Fallout 3 remaster that'll sell like 5 million units? Is that not the type of recoup that they're looking for here? Even though that's insane recoup, it's hard to say. But I have lots of thoughts on this, but I could naturally monopolize a conversation for hours on the Fallout franchise. Cog, I'll kick it to you. Multiple games in development. You've heard me just beat the war drum on this. Come on, green light it. What's going on here? We've got 3 potentially that we can look forward to. All of them very far, though. And it feels like Obsidian would likely be the most ideal candidate for that New Vegas 2, especially when you look at the Outer Worlds 2 and what they're building. They have a fucking radio in the game. They have the first to third person switching. They have the RPG systems. They reference New Vegas a ton in their presentation. Like, it's so obvious. So what's our takeaway?
Yeah, I mean, this is, well, I look at it as just like that unfortunate reality of what's going on in terms of, you know, the tough decisions. Again, we've belabored leadership being late. We beat that to the drum. But, you know, what I have to say is the flip side is that you have to look at what is being prioritized over a quote unquote a Blackbird in this case, right? With specific in regards to Zenimax and Bethesda as a whole. And I think if I had to guess, this was the internal decision that was made, which was like, okay, Fallout is one of the biggest IPs that we can truly invest in. And then I'm the firm belief that, see, hindsight's 2020. When they started their transmedia video games and movies push, this was coming off of the awful Halo TV series. So confidence was at its all-time low as far as how successful on the Xbox side, you know, are these movies or TV shows going to be? Mm-hmm. Then we have the enigma that is the Fallout TV series, right, from Amazon, that just knocks out every metric and even boosts the anemic Fallout 76 to astronomical proportions where people are like, we need Fallout something. We love this thing. And finally, Maddie's beloved game gets the shine and the attention and the respect it deserves. So now everybody's like, oh, I get it. It's like my man, he had the flannel all along. I thought he had a whack flannel. He told y'all Fallout was the franchise. Now you see a TV show, you interested, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the zeitgeist moment. So now it's like you see this report, and unfortunately, I think that's what's happening. It's like we got to make a sacrifice if the story is to be believed, where Amy or Satya or whoever from executive leadership goes to Phil or whoever, right, from current leadership and says you're gonna have to cut. So what's staying? That's what they're gonna pick. And the reality is, unfortunately, as cold as this business is, I could see this working. You know, I could see them. Because again, we thought it was weird. Fergus, I love you. Obsidian, the Black Rock, one of the greatest Xbox Game Studios. Y'all need to be studied. Everyone from Xbox Game Studio needs to park a desk to Fergus and that team and see how they ship games on time and to get deliverables done and ship multiple projects in a year. They got 3 this year alone. Outer Worlds 2, Grounded, and Avowed. 3 projects in 1 year, that studio. And that studio was the studio in 2022, which we all felt was their anemic studio. You know, say, hopefully we get G back because I know he's got the tornado going on.
Yeah, oh boy.
And, you know, was their most anemic year. At least Obsidian was still trucking along. They still had Pendiment. They still had Grounded ended up being a success. They're about to do a movie. So anyway, back to what I was saying. So that makes sense. We know that thematically the show is going to New Vegas. That makes sense, right? And then Maddie gets his dream, right? He gets potentially another mainline Fallout game, right? And to me, how you set that up, you do a remaster of, 3, 4, whatever was on that leak. You get the hype train going, so they have something now. So yeah, this is something I see that makes perfect sense for them, and I think it will do well, And I guess the last thing I just say is if the rumors are to be true in reference to the Obsidian part, to me that, because I know you've interviewed Todd, man, and what it showed, we know how much that's Todd's baby. All of the projects are his baby, but it shows this is the dream of Xbox Game Studios that I've always had, which is when they acquired all these studios. How about we do some collaboration? You know what I'm saying? Like
That's why we were optimistic. A lot of people have tried to kind of do the reverse, like, oh, see, you guys are cheering for it. It's like, yeah, because based on what we were told and sold, and I mean, you could blame me for naivety. I'll 100% take that one on the chin.
Yeah.
But look, this is like one of those things where when they were like, we're investing in exclusives and like we're gonna, like Phil talking about fucking greenlighting Hexen. I'm like, that's insane. Like out of anything you could get from Activision, like Hexen is what you want to greenlight. It's like, oh, they're gonna do deep cuts. So it's like, yeah, no doubt they're gonna do something with Fallout.
Yeah, bro, that was the dream. Yeah,
absolutely.
Dream. And I'm like, Fergus, Obsidian, these guys working together, super dope. And again, just want to see that level continue. But that's pretty much all I got on this. This is super cool. And we know from a standpoint of, how much these things from Virtuos has done well with the Oblivion remaster and stuff like, and the quality. One thing we admit, even I just thought they were just going to put, new coated paint treatment with the remake. No, Virtua, you can almost make the argument it feels like a remake in terms of how great that looks. So you can see, hopefully, that love and care goes into that next Fallout remaster while we wait for a mainline. But that's pretty much all I got to say. And pretty cool stuff.
All right, well, we lost Gene. Gene got taken out by the storm. So we're here with just us three now. As Xbox laid off Gene. I'm sorry, actually, that's the real story.
That's it. They got him.
So we had to downsize the show by one to make it a little more efficient. But we're gonna pass it to our most efficient man in Hoeg to get a little bit of a scoop here. What do you feel about multiple Fallout projects greenlit?
I think in order to finish the joke, we have to replace the last box with an AI Gene.
Yes.
But I think this goes with the previous conversations that we had, which is to say, I do not feel comfortable being excited about basically anything coming out of Xbox right now. So earlier in this episode, we talked about the fact that some people were voting with their wallets, doing things with Game Pass or what have you. And I don't really do that for these corporations. But just because I won't deny them my money if I think they're providing value for it doesn't mean that I won't deny them my hype. Right? I'm already pretty conservative about getting excited about things in general, having seen this industry grow up and be excited about things and then either not turn out to be the project that I wanted or never come out at all. But with these recent announcements, I think the thing that really changed for me is that it doesn't appear like you can believe anything, because I don't think that they're lying when they get excited about things or tell you to be hyped about things. I just don't think that there's an entirely unified position in the company that they're going to pursue these things to the end. And these are big bets. You need full buy-in and full investment for long periods of time. And I don't know that I can guarantee that. In fact, I know I can't. And so I won't be excited about these things until we're probably in the calendar year of them actually releasing. Sure. And so to take that a step before trailers and go to rumors, I'm just not in a place where I'm going to get excited about the prospect of a Fallout in the distant future.
No, that's totally fair. Understandable. Totally, you know what it reminds me of a bit is, as someone who's like tried to, when I first like started launching Patreon, I had these like big plans, these big initiatives, like here are these series I'm going to launch. And I was guilty of like the immediacy of it all, like the recency bias of like, oh, it's not doing incredible immediately. And like I ran scared from it. I was like, okay, guys, like I'm not doing this anymore. And I go back to what was safe for me. And eventually I'd branch out again. But even then it would be within the realm of what made sense for my channel. But that's kind of the energy I get from Xbox and leadership a bit. Is when they do these things in advance, it's a bit like when they announce like, oh, we're going hard, like hardware plans. It's like, this sounds good. Let's see the temperature check. Okay, it's doing all right, but it's not popping off that much. All right, like let's not do the hardware. Like clearly it's not that much interest, right? So that's the vibe I get. I think a bit of how I used to operate my YouTube channel a touch here, but I totally get where you're coming from in the reluctance to be excited. Again, that's what kind of was a bit of the twist of the knife for me. I was like, this is my favorite franchise, and this is news I've been dying to hear. Like, oh, we've greenlit games. And it's the ones you want, which no doubt we know what those are. Like, that's awesome. But to have it in the same week as all of this, it felt like a test from God himself. Right? Like, how badly do you mean it?
God is testing you. God is testing you.
I got to say, I'm happy my body had the natural response and not like, okay, who gives a shit? Like, I was immediately like, all right, like, yeah, like, question mark.
You got to check yourself when you see some screenies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, no doubt it's one of those things where, I mean, we're talking about Fallout 3 is like a top 3 game of all time for me. So it's, one of those things where keeping yourself in check for that is really hard to do. And there's the enduring like stick in the mud point of this stuff where it's like, eventually I just have to allow Xbox like, okay, what are you going, I like you considerably less now, but what are you going to do to win me back now? Like that's the phase I imagine will enter next. So they have a golden opportunity to win me back is how I'm framing it. Like the runway is there, man. Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout, and I'm yours once more. Like that's how you gotta do it. You gotta fuck up or not fuck up a lot of things in that process, but the it's rolled out for you, man. So it's Operation Win Maddie back. I really respect the balls here to go for it on this level. Any final thoughts on Fallout, gentlemen?
I think the only thing I would add is I know that you complained, and I think rightly so, about the time between these entries. But with respect to Obsidian as a resource, I do think to some extent, just putting them immediately on Fallout when they come in, not only probably robs us of like Pentiment and Grounded and some of their more experimental projects that I think turned out really well, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to play, but also probably puts you in a position where Obsidian as a company isn't necessarily happy about getting pushed in that direction. And while I think that they needed a stronger hand from leadership at Xbox throughout this whole process, you do also want to weigh what your developers are doing against that push. And I think it's easy enough for us to sit here and say we don't want Xbox to be a hits-only enterprise, et cetera, but then say, but why didn't you make Fallout is kind of the opposite of that. That's Microsoft and Xbox saying you got to pick a direction.
Very fair.
You told in reference to Zenimax / Bethesda or City? I addressed the
either direction. I mean, it's all a combined kind of concept, which is say, I wish that we didn't have 20 years between entries as well, if that's what it winds up being. But you can see the difficulty in weighing all these various different things. It's one of the reasons why the infrastructure of Xbox gaming as it stood before it had 7 studios is probably not the same infrastructure it needs for 34. Right? I mean, like there needs to be significant evaluation of how this company is structured for this purpose. If that wasn't evident before this last week, it certainly is now.
Well said.
No, excellent counterpoint there. And there's nothing really, to quote Cog, there's nothing I can say that would refute that, because it is true, right? You want no mega hits, but then I'm asking for like potentially shelving those lesser hits to make the mega hits. So totally fair. I think if I were to make a trade deal, you know that meme where it's like, I give you and you receive, I give you Avowed, you get Fallout. That's that's my trade deal. You also get keeping Carrie Patel, maybe. So there you go.
Messy.
There's my trade deal. All right, let's move on to topic number 4. It's not sky is falling Xbox news if we're not talking about what the hell's going on with Halo. And I'll say this to preface the story. I don't want to sound the alarms too far in advance. As much as I feel I have every right to be unfair to Halo Studios, aka 343, there is some changes within their team and some statements from ex-employees that I think soften the blow. But the opening of this, I'll just read my own writing. A new report is out on Halo Studios. If you listen to the show for the last 4 years, then most of this will not come as a surprise. So there's your setup. Engadget writes that leading into the layoffs, there was tension at Halo Studios. And the reason, well, one of the Halo projects in development is, quote, in crisis, end quote, according to a developer there. They followed that up by saying, quote, I don't think anybody is really happy about the quality of the product right now. There's been a lot of tension and pep talks trying to rally folks to ship, end quote. In more uplifting news, the studio has gotten away from contracting individual talent as that Microsoft-led approach resulted in the unraveling of Halo Infinite. Instead, they are now relying on the industry standard of contracting entire studios. This has been the case since 2023 and has brought Halo's development style in line with that of other first-person shooter series like Call of Duty and Battlefield. However, the employee says that Xbox feels, quote, years behind the curve in game development, and it has led to a lot of wasted time and effort, end quote. Fortunately, departing members of the 200 to 300 person team have spoken highly of their time at the studio, so it's not all bad over there. All right, gentlemen, we know based on rumors, one of these projects at Halo Studios is the Combat Evolved remake. I'm really hoping that's not the one in Crisis, because I'm like, God, the blueprint's right there. Like, what could have gone wrong here? So I gotta be honest. I kind of saw this and chuckled a little bit. I went, man, no, I almost don't believe it. I'm like, there's no fucking way. Like, there's just no possible way. The only thing I can think of is, hey, that transition to Unreal Engine has been rough, buddy. Like, it's not been as ideal as we thought it would be. it doesn't feel like Halo, or it doesn't look like Halo because of the way lighting works in Unreal. I don't know what it may be. But Cog, you've been with me here every week, walking through 343 into Halo Studios.
Yeah.
We've really beat this team up a lot. I'm not asking for more of a beatdown here, but what's our feeling seeing again in the headlines? In fact, things being so chaotic at Xbox right now, this kind of flies under the radar a bit of like there is a Halo project potentially not doing well if this report from Engadget's to be believed. What is the feeling from you reading this? Is it like, to me, it's that apathy once more?
Yeah, I mean, look, again, the drum I'm going to continue to beat is the survivors that are still left in the building. And what's the climate, right? Even if you are not laid off, what is that climate? It's not good. It's not good. This is going to be across any team that has been affected, and, to your point, I do like the fact that, one of the major problems that we heard about them doing development was that, was a Slipstream. Was this proprietary engine, very difficult to develop for, make changes. Then you have this whole contractors pipeline that comes in, and there's this constant rotation of people. You lose that development consistency is one of the reports that we heard. So I agree with the decision on Unreal Engine 5, because again, if you're going to keep that type of pipeline and bring people in, at least Unreal Engine 5 is something that is more commonly used in the industry, and you get more people with familiarity as opposed to this very bespoke, specific thing that you're working on. So I get it. To your point, Maddie, look, this is the Microsoft gaming part to me. Like, Halo Combat Evolved Remastered again is not speaking to me as part of a member of the core Xbox audience. Again, I understand the money-making part of it. I understand that if we're going to expand and do a multi-platform approach and put this thing everywhere, we're going to PlayStation guys, Nintendo Switch guys, this is the part for you. It's like the Gears Reloaded section in the Xbox showcase. I sat there like, I played this game years ago, but clearly that segment was not for me. And I get it. That's going to expand the brand. They're going to hand over fist money. It's going to sell. It's just that what excites me is what we kind of talked about last week, when I want the continuation of the Halo Infinite story, and we find out is in novel B, written by some other author, and it's going to tell this great story that I will never see in game form or never receive a DLC about. I'm not excited about that. So, me personally, I just hope that it, ships right, gets out on time. I'm just not excited about Combat Evolved. There's nothing, they literally remastered that already. This is what I would give PlayStation smoke for. Like, I would be like, hey, stop giving me Last of Us so many times. Stop giving me all these director's cut. But I get it. This is where you are with Microsoft Gaming in this approach. As far as the last thing, all I can hope is just that there are multiple Halo projects, and that
there definitely are. I think that is what Project Foundry is. Like, it's a research project, but there are multiple games in development.
Right. And last thing is kind of what I think we had Chris Reagan on a couple of times. We talked about the future of, at the time 343, now Halo Studios, which is like, man, you would love them to do different things with this universe as opposed to be beholden to just, hey, Master Chief Story, just first person. Hey, what about a turn-based? I know they messed with Halo Wars and they did RTS at one point. This is a huge universe, huge characters.
ODST is a great example.
There we go, right? You know what I'm saying? It's just like, I look at, and I know we're going to talk about, Helldivers stuff. Like, could you imagine if, that feels like a Halo universe style of game. Imagine they put Halo in that kind of a genre and stuff like that. So again, I just want to see cool, creative ways the IP could be utilized and leveraged in different genres, as opposed to the get in the salt mines and make Halo again, Combat Evolved again, and give me 2 and then give me 3, and none of that excites me. But I understand it makes money.
Sure. All right, Hoeg. We've not really heard recent thoughts from you on Halo, so of course we have the report here, but you've obviously tracked how things went with Halo Infinite and how messy that was, and now we're getting away from it. We have 343 finding a new lease on life, where they not only get a studio change in our studio name change, but also multiple projects greenlit. One of them reported to be the Halo Combat Evolved remake, among other things. So what's our feeling when, after all of this, we see potentially in the news that there are rallying cries in there, they're trying to get folks ready to ship, but that a project might be in crisis?
Well, I mean, I think in context, it reminds me of the reference you made earlier to the Arcane folks on Redfall and the email and memo seemingly asking to be canceled, or at least for somebody to look at the project. Like, it is disturbing to me from the outside again that it seems like the closer you get to Xbox gaming proper, the internal infrastructure of Microsoft, the more kind of in crisis the entire studio seems to be, whether it's the initiative, whether it's Halo, formerly 343. And I think that does speak to a certain lack of leadership. And this kind of quote seems to be asking for that leadership. Somebody pay attention to us. These things are really not going well right now. And certainly the Halo Infinite production pipeline was indicative of that already. So you'd think after that happened that there would be a spotlight on that studio. Hey, we've got this very important IP to the history of the brand, if not the current, and we need to make sure this gets done right. And it seems like that just didn't happen to even get into this position. As for what this project is, whether it's Combat Evolved or not, I'm not a tech guy. I'm a lawyer. Don't take your tech advice from lawyers. But I have always thought, since they announced it was going to Unreal, that it might be a trick to move the weird physics of Halo over to Unreal Engine. And I'm not sure whether that would stop up the technical process here. But one thing I hadn't really thought about that I think Cog is exactly right on is that one of the reasons these announcements like Gears and potentially a CE remaster, the reason they're falling flat is because this feels like when you're the member of a club and they put all of the promotions only to get new people in, right? And it's like, okay, we're going to give them a 70% discount. We're going to give them a new car, whatever it is. But I've been here for 20 years. What are you doing? And I don't get excited about these things because I already played that a decade ago or more. And so I do think there is this kind of disconnect with Xbox moving to supporting, frankly, PlayStation so much that it leaves the people that are the loyal members of the club feeling like they've moved on and these aren't really for me anymore. And I think that's exactly right. I just have never thought about it that way before. So I appreciate that, Cog. And I think that is a problem with some of these announcements. It's like, I don't personally have a problem with putting things on other platforms because I have all the platforms anyway, and I want people, like Phil says when he's being his most altruistic self, to play wherever they want to play. But it doesn't mean I have to get excited about a thing that was released years and years and years ago. It's one of the things I say about like Nintendo Switch ports, which was, okay, yeah, Activision shied away from bringing Call of Duty over, or EA shied away from bringing Madden over because they didn't make any money. It's like, well, you're bringing the worst version of the game over years after you released the first version. It's like, yeah, no wonder that plan didn't work. And so while it is a new audience, it's not one that I have to get excited about because I already played that. When Xbox puts Final Fantasy 16 on their trailer slide deck, I love that more people are getting to play Final Fantasy 16, but I personally don't care. So with Halo, it's the same as Fallout, which is I'm not excited about really anything on the Microsoft list until it's basically in my hands at this point. But also, I worry that these studios that are the most closely nested with how Xbox is running as a company are really having a problem with their development pipeline. Like, I just think there are a lot of signals we're getting from this company, gaming in specific, that suggest that there's real rot, real problems with how this thing is functioning. And I say that as somebody who's really enjoyed the Xbox lineup basically since Indiana Jones. I think they've hit a really strong sequence of games over the last 6 months or so.
Agreed.
All right. Good thoughts there from Hoeg. Let's move on to number 5. This one, this one's so funny because of the timing of the release, but also the timing of the announcement even. And it caught wind of Cobra, or caught the attention, I should say, of Cobra Commander so much he wanted to have a Sacred Symbols Plus on it. Brought Cog and I into the realm to talk about PlayStation games that could come to Xbox. Indeed, number 5 on our news report here goes to Helldivers 2. Ladies and gentlemen, Helldivers 2 is coming to Xbox on August 26th, the same day that Gears Reloaded is coming to PlayStation.
It's a trade.
23, 4, 5. Greetings, Dukes. Helldivers 2 is deploying onto series consoles next month. However, I couldn't help but notice the timing. Certainly convenient, not even 24 hours after the latest Xbox bloodbath, fueled by Phil's sweet little lies and Satya's never-ending greed and the love for AI, which cost tons of people their jobs. Several games and studios to be shuttered, that they break the glass in case of emergency and trot this news out. I don't expect the $1 trillion company to be heavy on morals and empathy, but this news is clearly damage control, and it's quite frankly sickening. I'll hang up and look forward to spreading some good old democracy with the Xbox crew. Hopefully, I see P3 online so I can drop a hell bomb on them for Perfect Dark. No, it's so funny because when Phil did the first round of layoffs last year, he was playing 76. Do you remember that? And people were posting videos of him getting nuked in 76 while he was playing.
I remember that.
It was so funny.
It was nasty work.
All right, so Cog, we talked about this pretty extensively, so I think we'll let Hoeg here go first.
Yes.
Hoeg, we got Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox. It's not hard. It's not easy to get excited about really anything on the Xbox front, but have you taken out some aliens on PlayStation already, or is this perk your interest a little bit knowing Helldivers 2 is coming to Xbox?
I think it's a perfect fit for Xbox. I think Helldivers as a franchise is one that almost feels more built for the Xbox brand than PlayStation's, honestly. And so I think this makes all the sense in the world for them to bring over as one of their first kind of toe dips into this. And I do think it is a toe dip. I think when you watch these companies slowly get into moving their products over and outside of the walled garden ecosystem, you start with the live service. This is the easiest one to justify. More bodies means more dollars. And so you bring in Helldivers 2, and then I don't actually think we're too many steps away from Sony putting almost all their games onto various platforms. They already do it with PC. All Microsoft really has to do to get more Sony games is to prove their viability in the marketplace with the consoles under the TV. I don't know whether they have the investment psychology to do that in the long run. We've already talked about that at length in this episode, but I would expect this to be the start of another cross collaboration between these companies. I really think we're seeing a change in the way the video game industry operates entirely. And some of that is brought on by Xbox. Some of it's brought on by Sony, just outright winning the console war. And so I think it's an interesting time to be a gamer. I think it's a good time in terms of playing things cross-platform, obviously. And I think Helldivers is an excellent game, and Xbox fans should be excited about playing it.
Yeah, I'll go next just because I don't want to get Cog in here, because it's funny when Colin asked us, he was trying to get our like general top-down thoughts, like what's your read of it? And I don't know if it was just like me being lax, but my general read of it was like, I don't know if this is more of anything. Like I kind of read it as this just makes a lot of sense. It's like a good way to just collect some data, and
that's how it starts, Maddie.
I guess, but give it a live product a shot in the arm. Like I don't know if this felt like the domino tipping, quite like a Halo Gears Forza domino tipping, to me at least. I don't have a strong, I mean, it could, that's why I say it could come down to me, because like I don't have the strong, never-ending association of like Arrowhead and PlayStation where I'm like, yeah, an Arrowhead game coming to Xbox, sure. It's not to me like an Insomniac game or a Naughty Dog game where it's like, oh, things are really changing. Now, to be fair, right, and to support Rick's point entirely, you look at what Xbox chose to bring over first, and it was not the burger, fries, and shakes, right? It was the safer one. But I just feel like Helldivers is in such a unique position as a game, and it is PlayStation's only successful live product, that is a company that, Cog, you and Colin made fantastic arguments, a company that needs to keep driving into live service. I feel like they need to have this data for their live products that are going to keep the single player part of their ecosystem afloat. And to do that, that brings their console a lot of value. And they still, like Nintendo, like we talked all this episode, and shame James not here, about like what Nintendo's doing right and how Nintendo's built their business and how much money they make. And I don't get the vibe that PlayStation, as they have a healthy current ecosystem of like exclusives and people buying them and them being well supported, where they are just like one or two live service games short of being in a very, like they kind of need what Xbox has with like a Forza Horizon and a Sea of Thieves, like those live products, ESO now, that just keep going and keep printing money, where I feel like this is more of a live service strategy for them and not like a sign of, well, we're going to bring Last of Us Part 1 over now. I did joke in the episode, I'll spoil that much. I did say the Cog and Colin, and Colin even said he would have a meltdown at 7. I said, hey, I'm going to put Last of Us Part 1 on my list of hilarious hypotheticals. So I said, hey, that TV show, someone in the boardroom's got to be sitting there going, well, if we brought it to one more console, this is truly a multi-platform success. Is it not? It's on PC, it's on PlayStation, it's an HBO show. Why not? But I just don't. And
one more addition.
Yeah, like
one more.
I guess, my read, just again, I thought it'd be interesting to hear and counter to Rick's is I don't feel like they're there yet. I think they're there on PC. I think once they get the day and date on PC, kind of like Xbox was, maybe then the scales start to tip. But I feel like this makes sense for a live product, but not their entire business. So
yeah, just to reframe my comments, I think I'm not saying that they have decided that they're going to unleash the beast on Xbox with everything they've got right this moment. I'm saying once you get a little bit of cash flow, you get that sweet, sweet sugar, it's a little bit hard to say no the next time. And I think that Sony will be sucked in by a little bit more revenue if people buy Helldivers 2 on Xbox. You know, if the Xbox fan base doesn't show up for it, then Sony's not going to be convinced because there isn't going to be any of that sugar.
Xbox fans have the chance to do the funniest thing of all time. Everyone jokes about them not buying games. If they show out and just buy the fuck out of this thing and just change game, because there is a fair point to be said, which is, I know exactly what you're saying, Rick, but it's like the idea that if this thing went out and sold like 2 million copies or something like that, you think PlayStation's going to look at that and be like, well, that's a lot more than we thought. Wow, you guys really wanted this. Okay, we'll give you one more. Can you guys help out Lego Horizon, please? That was a flop.
That's how it starts. This is what I'm saying. This is how these corporations get in these messes. So you give them a little money. You say that's your first hit. Come back. That's how it happens.
That's how I go.
All right, Cog. Well, let's hear from you. I know where you're at, but for the audience, where are you at with this? You see Helldivers is coming. Is this another one that you're like, yo, day one, I'm there? How are we feeling?
Yeah, for sure. Like, like Hoeg said, objectively, Helldivers just screams Xbox ecosystem to me. It's multiplayer game, fight for freedom. They look like Spartans. It just looks like a game that would come out during the 360 era, and again, I do got to push back at my brother. I know he's like, look, I get it. Cause you're like, yo, this ain't a mainline game. You're like, yo, bro, this ain't Calm Down Kong. This ain't Spidey. I get you. But again, once I catch your girl at the club, and it says PlayStation Publishing LLC, and guess what else it says? Nixis. Nixis is a PlayStation studio designed to port games. So once I catch you doing these things with your internal studios, your desire to flirt, your desire to be elsewhere has shown itself. And we saw the signs of this earlier. The biggest surprise, again, I'm firing up Nintendo Direct. You hear the voice, coming to Nintendo, fire up Aloy in the world of Horizon Lego. And I'm like, excuse me? And what's the key word we see? PlayStation Publishing LLC. You've created a publishing arm to expand on your desire to go elsewhere. So again, it's, to Hoeg's point, in fairness, it is the toe step. And this is Sony historically. See, Microsoft is always the trailblazer. They're aggressively clairvoyant, right? They're aggressively digital, aggressively Ethernet in the box, and they charge for it. So it's like, hey, we have a console business to protect. We have exclusives. We have a mindset with the Sony fandom that we have to protect. And we have to protect, console is more important to our core business. So I get it, but it's like, you know what? There, like I said before, there's a cost when you have 10 failed live service initiatives or whatever the number is. There's a cost when you have a Concord that is the biggest flop in gaming and you close down the studio. There's we romanticize that Sony is doing so great just because of brand power alone and the fact that they've sold consoles. But if they were truly in the dominant position that everyone thinks they are in, you don't flirt in this way. And then here's the key, man. Historically, how many times have we done this show? We get a time, we're like, yo, this fighting game, random game X, random indie Japanese game X, PlayStation, Switch, PC only, no Xbox version. Historically, they've treated Xbox like like the ops, as the kid would say. You're the ops. You are a high-performant next-generation thing. We don't necessarily want to, but we understand what you're doing. You're doing what you've lost the console war. You're doing this very aggressive thing, but we still treat you as the enemy, and we're not giving you these things. We're starting to see, the signal from third parties. Hey, the exclusive bag that you provide us with a Final Fantasy 16, Big Square, or with these companies like Crimson Abyss, That's not, the law not there. We want to be at the zeitgeist moment on PC and these other storefronts at the day of launch. And then again, with Arrowhead itself, they are the key indicator. We did a Duke a while ago, a week or two ago, and their next game, they were like, hey, we love our relationship with our guys at Sony, but for our next project, we're going to be doing a multi-platform approach. And I think that's a company knowing its leverage. And then, but key point, Sony allowing it. Sony owns the IP. They don't have to do this. You could be like, nah, bro, we're good. So that's why, again, I want to get too crazy. I'm not going to say, yo, Last of Us next week. You know what I'm saying? We're not doing that. But to what you guys are saying, if the Xbox community shows out 30 million or whatever the number is of consoles out there, and they buy this game, this is going to inspire one more hit, one more time. Oh, we were just flirting this time. Oh, now we're kissing this time. Like that's how this starts with these type of relationships. So yeah, to me, this is extremely significant. But overall, it's got to be supported, because again, if Xbox guys show up like how they showed up for Final Fantasy 16, then it might be a one and done situation, according to the reports. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, no, you guys make stronger arguments than me, no doubt. And I think by using the Xbox logic again, the rollout and everything, like the safe bet, it's clear. I guess I view it as like Xbox's business was in like a more precarious spot when they started doing this, where PlayStation seems to be somehow, in spite of it all, doing well enough, where they don't need a major shakeup. But yeah, the first hit, the dipping the toe in the pool, it will be very interesting to monitor this, because and part of me was like, oh, they're going to do PlayStation publishing because they want, like, if they're going to build games with handheld in mind, right? Because like PlayStation's apparently making their own handheld. It's like, okay, maybe you want to be where most handheld gamers are. Like maybe you want all your games on Switch too. Is that a major concession for them? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
I was wondering about that.
That's part of the conversation, right? Because the only reason you're keeping exclusive content on your system rather than making your percentage selling it on other platforms is because you need to sell the boxes under the TV. That's part of your business model. Mm-hmm. And if you think it's so over that essentially you're not going to lose ecosystem space just from having your games on this other system, then that makes the cost almost negligible compared to the dollars that you can actually bring in. So you don't have to clear as high a bar to actually make this make sense to bring these games over. I don't think that means every single game is going to come over. I suspect that there will still be cachet in making sure that you want people to buy the PlayStation 6 by having Last of Us or whatever else you're going to use as your Oscar bait type tentpole products. But for everything else, I think if you make any money on bringing Helldivers over, you start to say, all right, we got to answer that question, because we don't actually think we're losing the console war because people can play Helldivers on their Xbox. So what do we bring over next? If I were looking at this from afar, I'd say the next thing I would be looking at very closely is Saros, right? The Housemarque game. That's a shooter that matches the Xbox demographic. You're still checking whether or not you want to bring over non-live service games. That would be the next test case if I were deciding things for Sony, if Helldivers doesn't completely flop.
Right. To your point, Hoeg, I feel like the way I feel Sony leadership is looking at it, like they're looking at Nintendo Switch as a family demographic, certain things that if we do flirt, we will put those type of genres there. And then, obviously with Xbox being kind of like, quote unquote, the shooter box online multiplayer focused, hey, if we put those type of titles. And I've always been on record as saying, live service in this day and age, in this current climate, makes no sense to lock down exclusively the ecosystems. You want those monthly active users, those daily active, you want that engagement, that healthy player base at launch. So the stagger approach really doesn't apply well to, a multiplayer game as opposed to a single. I can understand Sony protect the integrity of the single player stuff. Even with PC, they seem reluctant to day and date that. But Helldivers did set a precedent with the initial release being, PlayStation and PC at the same time. It was a big step for them. So again, it's the toe dipping. Let's see what we get. Let's see the data that we get from this. And then, boom, we'll take a step going forward. But yeah, it'll be very key to see how it goes moving forward. My prediction probably would be like a fair games, right? If that goes through the finish line, that's a live service game that kind of qualifies to say, hey, maybe we continue this experiment if Helldivers does well.
I just think PlayStation is very, very careful with that stuff. Like they'll go to extreme lengths to wall out Xbox, to my knowledge. Like I'll frame it like that. They will go
historically,
like not like any kind of speculation or anything. I know, like they'll go to some serious lengths still,
bro,
kind of keep Xbox out of the picture. So I guess with that in mind, I'm just not quite there all the way yet. Like, I agree. I think you guys are well argued. I just think so much of their business is made on the idea of like, we collect 100% of like the revenue when we sell something because, and by the way, I'm talking about with their exclusives. Like, that's such a huge, not that you guys are denying that, but that's just such a huge part of their business and still seems extremely relevant to their strategy, where I could see this being like a shot in the arm, like a boost. And the only way I look at it that way is because to me, this generation's been a little slow for PlayStation, and I know people don't want to hear that, but if it's not me trying to play chicken shit with them, like, well, they made the right deals, but if not for a lot of the third-party exclusive deals they made or games that just happened to release exclusively, your Black Myth Wukong, your Stellar Blade, your Final Fantasies, like, to me, that has been PlayStation this generation. I don't think as much of first party. And given the amount that first party will run them and whatnot, like that has been a big difference maker. And so I feel like to kind of sacrifice that potential money that you'd be making on those titles by destabilizing something that works very well for your brand. There's definitely certain games though, like I wouldn't be quite there yet, but I'll say that there are some games that would, I think, completely destabilize that. We talked on the show, but like one thing we did talk about was like, I think Spider-Man, I know it's like very Sony, but like Spider-Man with the Marvel license and PlayStation, we know not like the amount it cost to keep that afloat and how it didn't really it made money, but not as much as we thought it did. Like that is one that you could look at and say like, we could sell millions of copies of this. It's fucking Spider-Man, dude. Like you're telling me more people don't want to buy Spider-Man, play Spider-Man. Of course they do. It did really well on PC. So, there's definitely something worth sniffing out here, I think, but I'm not quite there yet. I'm viewing this as a one-shot experiment and because again, they're crafty. They pay attention. Like you could look at Bungie when they acquired them, like, hey, we're not doing this exclusive business. It's like, to me, that was PlayStation conceding then and there, like, okay, live service can go anywhere. Like, you don't just make the one-off exception for the new team. Although we did talk about that on Duke. We're like, that's a little weird. Yeah. Like, you're telling me that others couldn't do that? Like, how do they feel?
Even we had Hoeg on during that time of the acquisition. He said it's one of the most unique deals you've ever seen. And contractually, how Bungie was able to pull that off, right?
So I look at that sort of thing and I think about the concessions made there. And I'm like, okay, I think they could get away with this one and some others that are in that live product category and PlayStation fans will run defense and everything will be okay. Status quo.
Yes, it'll be the console war nonsense on social media. There's
of course
no doubt about that. But to backstop you, Maddie, I agree with what you're saying about Sony being conservative about these things. I think one way you can read these announcements, if there are indeed plural announcements in the future, is essentially Sony saying we've won. Like the actual acknowledgement from the business folks saying the more you see of this transfer, the more they don't care about any buoying effect it might have on their competition because it's not competition anymore to them.
And to take it a step further, this announcement, I know this is deep conspiracy theory stuff, but it is interesting that this announcement happens on the same day that Gears Reloaded is coming to PlayStation. That the Helldivers date and that date is the same. So who's to say where we look at it as an adversarial relationship from the past that this new current leadership, right, has been in talks? Because we have to admit, Helldivers has been in development for a while. You just don't wake up and there's a port of Helldivers ready to go. No. They've been in closed doors, secret meetings, like how we learned about Sea of Thieves with dark closed windows and them developing a PlayStation version of Sea of Thieves, working on that. So yeah, to me, it's one of those things where it's like, who's to say, again, this is speculative, that, hey, conversationally, you do this, we do that. We're not really adversarial to that level anymore, at least in the live service space, right? And let's just see how this goes, again, in a Hiroki Totoki era, so to speak, and current Xbox leadership.
Absolutely. Well said, gentlemen. Well argued. Well, the arguing has only just begun. Who am I kidding? It's time for the great Game Pass profitability debate. Shall we, gentlemen? This has been, this is the one thing I will sympathize on Xbox with. Jesus Christ, man. The way this story is ran in circles.
Yeah.
I got thoughts for days. I will have to name drop because at one point I'm like, this is just unavoidable. The great profitability debate of Game Pass has reared its head once more. Much of this story is built off the back of pure industry chatter. Industry legends like Rafael Colantonio publicly chopping it up with Larian's studio director of publishing on the unlikely sustainability of Game Pass. And from there, the games business's Christopher Dring chimed in, saying that when he asked Xbox if Game Pass is profitable, he was informed that no first-party costs are included, thus making it profitable. Naturally, this blew the powder keg, given the lengthy development cycle of Xbox's many games, as well as how many times the company they themselves have cited the ballooning cost of making games. This likely meant that first-party costs were kept out to make the Game Pass numbers look good. That still probably can be the case for many of you, but Christopher Dring then followed up with a tweet clarifying the matter. He wrote, quote, "Okay, I need to correct/clarify something. First, Xbox Game Pass is profitable even when you factor in the lost sales from the first-party teams. Sources who would have known have told me. Over 18 months ago, I checked with Xbox about what's included in the Game Pass profit and loss. Basically, I was looking to see if Game Pass's cost factor into the impact to unit sales on their internal units. I was told that first-party games have their own profit and loss separate to Game Pass, as they might make money via other means. I felt this piece of internal accountancy might mean Game Pass is profitable, but it sure does put pressure on the margins for its internal games and possibly, in caps, means some studios don't make as much profit or any at all. That doesn't actually matter in real terms, but seeing the impact Game Pass was having on first-party games and the amount of money Xbox was spending on studios, I wanted to check if the full impact of the service was being considered in their Game Pass's profitable line. This was before Xbox started publishing fully on PS5. Studios can now make stronger margins on premium sales as a result of that move. But regardless to that, sources have reached out to tell me that even when you include lost revenue associated with first-party games, not just unit sales, but microtransactions, Game Pass is still profitable. So that's great. Right. Tony Hawk is out. Let's get back to that. Mr. Jim Bob has the right in here. Don't worry, Hoeg. I'm kicking it to you first.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Dukes.
First on this.
Hey, Dukes. To poorly quote Todd Howard, it just gets worse. Rafael Colantonio has lashed out at Game Pass as a reason behind this strife at Xbox. Somehow, quote, Game Pass is bad, end quote, return. To be serious, I think there may have been a reckoning. Though he made a Game Pass deal for Weird West, it was clear about survival, as both Maddie and Colin have mentioned with their respective dev stories and ideology. You take what you can to cross the finish line. As a result, I personally don't know that Rafael is hypocritical for his attack. Like Cog says, quote, take advantage while it's there, end quote. The same must be true for devs. My question is ultimately this. As more, not all, developers question Game Pass, should we reconsider the worth of day one titles? PS Plus always had 10 plus million more subscribers, and they still preserve their sales. Many, including the both of you, proclaim that day one going away would kill Game Pass. But is that fear worth not doing it? Would it even be such a bad thing? With the amount of content Xbox has now, they'd continually have year-old titles rolling into the service, could still do third-party day ones, and make revenue from sales. Is Game Pass truly that far gone that a U-turn spun in as an attempt at preservation of margins and therefore jobs would be vilified by Xbox faithful? I'll step down off the soapbox now. Apologies for the lengthy write-in, but these past few weeks have me reconsidering the idea of Game Pass is somehow sacrosanct in the face of chasing profit margins. Much love to you both, and have a I'm tired, boss kind of day. Now, to wrap this one up, I then posted in our Defining Duke little server here for the Last Stand staff. And it's there that Matt Piscatella shares today, US video game subscription spending reached an all-time monthly high in May 2025 of $0.6 billion, while experiencing its third consecutive month of growth. It looks to me that the pressure of higher prices in everyday spending categories like food and general economic uncertainty has folks looking for value. So no doubt Game Pass is a big part of that. Now, Hoeg, with the head shaking and the whole boys and everything like that, I love the energy. I need to get it to you immediately here. This is something that's long been talked about. I'm guessing the debate is put to bed if we believe the words of Christopher Dring, but nonetheless, what do you make of the great Game Pass profitability debate?
Well, it's complicated, right? Isn't it always?
It always
so,
is.
I mean, this all stems from the fact that Phil Spencer did a marketing tour at some point, maybe he still does, where one of the things he says is Game Pass is profitable as response to a question from an interviewer, right? Like that's one of his go-to lines. And I think from there, a lot of people bake into their own assumptions what profitability means. But at its baseline level, and to some extent, not even the games journalists necessarily understand this, profit is just revenue over expenses. So the Game Pass money that's coming in, the revenue, are the subscription fees, and the expenses are largely going to be things like server operations and third-party license fees, right? Those are the bulk of the expenses to running Game Pass as a concept. What appears to have gotten everybody's dander up in this last little go-around of media circling is that Chris Dring comes out and says they're not taking into account any first-party costs. Now, that's what he sends out into the world on social media. Obviously, on its face, that statement on the whole is not true, right? It is definitely taking into account the costs of running the servers, running the infrastructure, running the marketing, whatever else they're doing. That's going to be on the profit and loss statement of Game Pass. That's not likely to drive it into non-profitability. But whatever quote he got was not official. It was not somebody talking through the financial statements to explain where money was coming from Game Pass. So it was already kind of off the cuff, or as I've described on social media, slapdash. Now, outside of that, so we can take that as just the start, that's not fully accurate as how people are reporting on this. The main thing that came out on social media and journalists talking about this as an issue was that the cost of developing video games was not included in whether Game Pass was profitable. And intuitively, as a human being, as a game player, you can say, well, maybe some kind of weight should be placed on the fact that Microsoft has to make these games in order to determine whether Game Pass is a good idea. And that makes a certain amount of sense. But from an accounting perspective, you don't charge the value of building Halo against the cost of running Game Pass, because Halo is an asset that you have when it's done being made that you sell to other people or platforms at this point in time, and shouldn't be the way that you judge whether Game Pass is a good idea. So there's a couple of things happening here from a business perspective, one of which is, I think, the bottom line profits versus losses, revenues versus expenses, internal metric that Microsoft would use to determine whether they're going to run a Game Pass program or not, is undoubtedly profitable. There aren't enough expenses to be put on that line to think that you're not making money from all the money that subscriptions drive for you. But people objected to the fact that you're not taking into account the lost sales of first-party games, or in their more aggressive format on social media this past couple of days, the cost of making the games. Mm-hmm. And that never made sense from an accounting perspective. Now, I am entirely sympathetic with the people that say, okay, Rick, that makes sense. What you said makes sense. But isn't it a bit of a lie or misleading for Phil Spencer or Satya Nadella or whomever to go out there and say it's profitable if we aren't taking into account all these various other things that we could be losing? And the answer to that is no, because what Microsoft wants to be able to do is put out that statement that it is profitable. They want to be able to say that sentence, right? So there is a metric that shows that it's profitable on a pure flat line, expenses versus revenues basis. That makes all the sense in the world. They aren't lying to investors when they say something like that. On the other hand, companies keep other internal metrics to determine whether something's a good idea, right? And one of those things is evaluating the opportunity cost of doing something. So if you're putting all your first-party games into Game Pass day and date, you expect certain sales to be lost that otherwise would have been gained from people that want to buy that thing. Hey, Hoeg might have bought South of Midnight, except he already had because he has a Game Pass subscription. That kind of thing should be taken into account from the company perspective when you're evaluating whether or not this program you're running is a good idea. Do they have those metrics? I am willing to guarantee that they do. And you don't hear that a lot from lawyers because I'm not in the room. I don't have those memos in front of me. But they're either the worst run organization in the history of organizations, or they have a metric that's evaluating whether their opportunity cost exceeds the money that they make from subscriptions. So Xbox is doing that, but that's not what they're talking about when Phil Spencer goes out there and says Game Pass is profitable. And some people object to that situation. Chris Dring puts that quote out there, sees the firestorm start, and says, okay, I'm starting to get DMs from Microsoft people. And one of them says, no. Even if we take all that into account, the so-called cannibalization of sales, we're still profitable. And then he goes and runs with that as his corrective news item, which is fine. I don't think Chris Dring strikes me as a bad guy in any of this. One of the things I try to be very sympathetic to is journalists reporting on law or business or any of these things. It's why virtual legality exists, is because there were enough articles in IGN and GameSpot or wherever where I looked at it and said, they're just missing what this registration statement means. They're missing what this merger agreement does. And maybe I can help somewhat there. Now, I do object a little bit to going out there knowing that you're going to start this firestorm a little bit. That's why you get that engagement. That's why you put it in that particular way. And then letting it all kind of percolate and then put a correction out that probably less people are going to see than were the initial statement. In fact,
you're implying that the correction is less visible than the actual mistake that was made as far as the amplification of it?
I think it always is, right? Isn't that the way? If Gene were here, he could tell us about Washington Post corrections that have the same effect. But yeah, that is
my Final Fantasy 16 moment, man. No one heard it. No one heard it. They only heard my fuck up.
Yeah,
that's the nature of the beast, and I can resent it. It's the way human beings operate. So it is what it is. People have asked me whether I think he's working for Sony or doing these things against Microsoft specifically. I can't speak to that. I'm blocked. I couldn't retweet his correction because I found out I'm blocked. I believe that happened. I believe that happened during my reporting on Activision Blizzard King, where I had also commented on social media about something that I thought he got slightly wrong. There are a number of journalists that block me, Cog. This might be hard to believe. Jason Schreier, Chris String, they don't much care for corrections on their work, I have found. And I don't try to be an ass, pardon my French, about these things, but sometimes it has to be fairly specific to show exactly what it is that you did wrong.
I gotta get you with Jason. I'm trying to fix that one. I think I could make that happen. Okay.
There you go. Well, in this specific instance, I don't think Chris String is evil or insidious or anything of those kinds. I do think he is maybe a little quick to put information out there that maybe he doesn't fully understand in the moment. And that's very easy to do. It's very easy for lawyers or business people to do when you're talking about financials, especially internal versus external. And then on top of that, what people think they're hearing when they hear people talk about financials, right? I get a lot of questions about whether you could sue over what Satya or Phil or anybody else said to the investors on the investor call. There is nothing about Game Pass being profitable, even before Dring's correction, that seems to be inaccurate. They don't have an obligation to keep account of how much they spent to make Fable in the cost of running Game Pass. That just doesn't make sense as an internal or external metric. So I have no doubt Game Pass is profitable because it's hard to believe that it isn't. On the other hand, I don't find that information to be terribly interesting. It's impossible to think of a subscription service like this being non-profitable for what it is that they were actually doing and the operational cost of providing it.
And also with Microsoft showing the willingness to run away from anything that doesn't work out. I mean, to hang with it since 2017 shows there's got to be something there. Now growth, I think long-term growth will be a question, no doubt. I think that's fair. Like eventually when it plateaus, if it has, we've speculated maybe it's even plateaued. Like, what does that look like as like ballooning cost of game development? How does that play a factor? But like, I think just given the track record, Microsoft has shown us that this has to be doing at least decent to just keep it floating around.
Well, I will push back on that a little bit because I do think it's a long-term kind of subsidization play. They could look at it and say it's breaking even or not costing us too much, but we want to run with it because we think there's a whoosh effect at some point in the future. I don't know. I can't speak to any of that. Yeah. But I don't think it necessarily has to be a big winner for them to proceed on with, as long as it's not destroying them in some way.
Sure.
So I don't know whether Game Pass is a great idea for them or not. One of the things I've said, even when this started, is that we don't know without pure optics on the deals that are being made to third parties, how much of this is being subsidized, what it is that Microsoft takes from this at the end of the day. We can't say all these things because we don't have access to that information. So we can assume it's working out for them. I think they think that there's a pathway for it to work out for them. It might already be happening, but we don't know for sure because in an ideal world, these companies are making long-term plays to try to get market share and otherwise bring value to consumers. But we don't know whether it's working out or not. It's always been a bit of an opaque bit of math. It's one of the reasons you see that story about, is it the Arcane gentleman? I forgot the name.
Raphael.
Like, I know that was used in a lot of articles. To me, that's interesting, but it's just another voice like the Sony executive saying, I don't see how this could work. It's more of an opinion than anything else. If you're not looking at the income statement and the balance sheet and everything else is related to this, you don't really know. But it is also intuitive for people to say, if you're putting all your best stuff on there day one, how is that going to work out? Honestly, that seems impossible, right? When people looked at Movie Pass back before it completely folded, you said, that math doesn't math. that can't possibly be working. And they say, no, it is, but they were subsidized by venture capital and all these various other things. It's easy enough for somebody to say Game Pass can't work and it's being subsidized by Windows sales or whatever. We don't know for 100% sure, but we do know that the profit and loss statement for operating a subscription service like this really realistically can't be something that doesn't make money on its own. So it's profitable by that metric. It may or may not be profitable when you take into account everything else. And people resented that, but that's not a lie from Microsoft.
Well said. Yeah. Cog, let's go to the other end of the spectrum here. Let's see what you got. Great Game Pass debate. We love this service. Pained me to pull away until leadership can pull me back in.
I feel you.
But here we are.
Yeah.
How are we feeling about this? Because I got to admit, you guys caught me lacking in the staff server. Because look, man, when I saw no first party, I was like, oh boy.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I love my little safe space with us as a group, because I can go in there, probably like, what the fuck is going on? And then see the follow up and have a measured response when we step out on camera, right? Where you got to be a little more responsible.
I was fighting the fights on Twitter, man.
Dude, yeah, I get it. Because when I saw that first story of like, oh, they don't count for first party, I'm like, that's a huge if then kind of thing. Like, if they did account for that, then what does it look like? Yeah. But to know now it's accounted for, profitable, et cetera, et cetera. We've gone full circle. Here we are now. So what's your take on this debate? The debate you and I have been through many times.
Many times, right? And again, Maddie, me, you, we love information, right? And again, in defense of Dring or whoever, with the reporting, we get it. We try to make sense of it. But at the same time, I guess I'm of the mindset of like, I love getting subject matter experts. Like I love getting the MBAs and the Hoeg laws, and for people who are in the space who kind of have an idea. And of course, you want to get stuff from the source itself. Like number one, you want to go straight to the source if you can. Now, granted, Xbox has not been transparent. This kind of information we can only assume as best as we can. So I get the confusion or some of the speculation. I get that. But I just got to be honest. It's like with the Game Pass thing. I'm just getting apathetic towards it because this is how I look at it. I'm just going to be very clear. If you don't believe it's profitable, you see something like this, all this is going to do is just sit on your confirmation bias. Mm-hmm. See, I told you. You know what I'm saying? If you do believe it's profitable, right, then you're going to say, hey, these guys are, don't have the facts. They're just putting out things for clicks, and the cycle begins. I guess I'm at the point right now, y'all, where it's just like, when I go to the car dealership and the car is on sale, I don't sit there and say, hey, why is this lease price so low? You can't be sustainable as a car dealership for me to continue to purchase vehicles from you. Like, it's just not what I'm doing. We got all this.
What's going to happen to Honda, Cog?
What's going to happen? Like, I don't do that. And again, that's where I said the confirmation bias kind of comes in, because it's like, we're not talking about how great the deal is and how great it is for the gamer. We're sitting there with this industry. This is why I have to defend Xbox on this one. I don't care what nobody say. They're the only company that does something pro-consumer. And we got to sit there, I don't know. Like, are you able to survive by doing this? Like, I don't think this is good for the industry. No, we're not doing that. And the reason why we're not doing that, and this is why, again, selective outrage. It's selective outrage because, again, Game Pass is to their specific ecosystem. You can't get Game Pass on PlayStation. You can't get Game Pass on Nintendo. So, yes, maybe to their specific ecosystem, they may be losing sales. But as a consumer, why are you upset that gamers are getting this deal? And let's talk on the development side. Developers are agreeing. This is not a stick up. This is not, hey, get in Game Pass to be part of our ecosystem. This is not that. This is, hey, we're offering this. We think this is a good title that can fit the service. Do you like these numbers that work out? I've even had Alex Hutchinson, who did Revenge of the Savage Planet, and he didn't have the greatest thing to say about Game Pass, right? But he did say, because he said, hey, man, you got to be careful with Game Pass. And then I learned, oh, wow. I remember, Maddie, I'm from this mindset that you got a bag, you're safe, you're covered. He's like, no, Cog. We got a prototype deal. I was like, oh, wow, I never heard of that. Really? And he's like, hey, guys, please buy the microtransactions, buy the stuff. And I'm like, wow, that's an interesting perspective. But again, I push back to him and say, hey, I mean, how did you feel when Revenge of the Journey to the Savage Planet was on the storefront next to Call of Duty Black Ops 6 and next to the next Doom Dark Ages, where you probably wouldn't have been afforded that. He's like, yes, Cog, the visibility that we were afforded, we wouldn't have gotten that without Game Pass. So again, it's the deal that you sign and you agree to is what you get and what you negotiate for. So that's just where I'm at with it. It's just like, it's like Game Pass has this iron grip over the entire industry, and it's the death of gaming that I'm seeing. That's the stuff I'm pushing back, because you know what really is the death? I don't say the death, but what we should really be paying attention to is free to play games. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that how much it's taken over as far as like what I call the Sinister Six live service games that we see at every Circana report, right? We see these same, on both platforms, the same 6 games. And the majority... the Sinister Six. It's the Spider-Man villain, right? Like, they're always the same. Like the Minecrafts and all these things, and the Call of Duties and the, you know, Fortnites and all these things that we see consistently. That's what it is. So it just... I do feel for them in that respect, you know what I'm saying, that they consistently have to defend themselves. And I think his last point I'll say, let's just say for the sake of argument, it is not profitable. Me as a consumer, hey man, if you go out of business doing that, this is your own fault. This is your own. I am not paid to do your numbers. They have very intelligent people that were very smarter than me, that are financial analysts, that have done the math, that figured out that they thought this was going to work. And I'm going to ride this out for as long as I can as a consumer. That's just where I'm at with this thing. I'm exhausted.
Now, see, that's the marketing pitch right there. You want to take it to the $1 trillion company? They're going broke selling you Game Pass. Go take it from them.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Like... that's just me.
Yeah, I agree entirely with what you guys are saying, man. There is a level of just take the fucking deal, dude, or don't. But what I'll say, I have to be a little bit pointed in my criticism of Christopher Dring. And I gotta be honest, because I do respect his work. He covers box sales in the UK. We've used his work in the past before, so it's of no vitriol. But look, man, as someone who has been wrong before. Again, I'll cite my Final Fantasy 16 moment as a very recent example. When you come out and, in your case, exponentially fuel a fire, right? You come in mid-conversation between devs and you're like, yeah, actually, here's the fact that none of y'all knew. It's profitable if you don't count for 34 of their teams. That's a huge deal. That changes the outlook of everything. And when you get it wrong, your response is when people are like, why do people care? He's like, I get what I do. Why I do? Because I'm a business journalist, but I really don't understand why gamers do. Number one,
yeah, they like that.
Bro, you broke the fucking news. 2, bro, you built a career off breaking this news. What do you mean, why do people care? Do you think investors who are giving you these numbers are reading your work? You know who's reading your work, man. Don't play like that. Don't.
True.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be the adult in the room here, but like, you know why people care. And if I got to explain it, 3, people care because Xbox, like in my case, not happy with where they're at right now. However, they own multiple of my favorite franchises in gaming. Game Pass and its profitability is relevant to me, not because I'm an enthusiast, not because I do this for a living. It is relevant to me because if Xbox is not doing well, it means bad things for the things I care about. A company running rampant, shutting down projects, closing studios, if they are not doing well financially, it means bad things for the things I care about. That is why gamers care. And I know you know that. I know you know that. So why are you pretending you don't? Why are you trying to save face like this? It's okay. People fuck up all the time. But I can't stand that shit, bro. The lack of... I've been in that spotlight. It is a very uncomfortable feeling. I know it, bro. And I'm not saying every 10 out of 10 times I've handled it with 100% grace or been perfect in it all. But, bro, when you're like, I don't get it. Like...
Yeah, you can't go, I don't get it.
Imagine me coming on the show the following week after Fallout 76, Final Fantasy 16, and my response is, I don't get why y'all even care. Like... Bro, what?
Yeah.
You know, so I'm sorry. I don't mean to single him out because, again, I respect his work. We've cited his work since the games business that they started up, and I think it's provided very useful data. But, bro, you broke the news.
Right.
You broke the news. You shot the bullet. Like,
yeah.
Like, you know why people care. And again, if people are wondering who are listening, like, why does Game Pass get debated so much? I will just say, in defense of the scuttlebutt, and yes, to what Hoeg said, I do think a lot of people glorify developer opinion as like abject fact, but people care because Game Pass plays a significant portion of where Xbox's financials come from. It's a content and services firm, like not just Xbox, but Microsoft, Office 365, that sort of thing. So if Game Pass isn't doing great and it's such a big part of Xbox financials, again, that means a lot for things we care about. I just read a story about multiple Fallout games. If Xbox isn't doing well, I can't get to the thing I care about. You're still on that ride. So I think there's legitimacy to the care and the concern and the questions of it. But I do fall on the side, as I mentioned earlier, although Rick had a great counter to it. It's like, if you're still hanging with it, there's, to me, after all these years where I think there's been plenty of times for them to pull out, shift the strategy, change price dramatically, that they've mostly stood strong with it, suggests to me that they're, compared to everything else they've changed, somewhat happy with where it's at. Maybe not thrilled. Maybe they want more. Maybe they have long-term goals that they're worried about, et cetera, et cetera. But that's my takeaway, man. Like, I respect Rafael Colantonio a ton. Was one of the lead minds behind Prey in 2017. And yeah, like our write-in said, like, I'm sure he did Game Pass because it made sense for his game. And that fun, I mean, especially when Xbox, but I heard from other developers when Xbox was throwing that Game Pass cash around to get developers to buy in, that shit was crazy. Like, one of the pieces of advice I got when we were getting ready to start pitching our games, like one developer was like, you should just like target the new services that are out there. And they like gave me figures for Game Pass, and it was fucking crazy, man. Like, like this is not just funding our game, but like our next 2 games. So we can just like fuck off for a game and do what we want. Wow. So they're offering difference maker money, getting your studio off the ground money. And that's why many developers bought in early. But I think there are developers, like you mentioned, Alex Hutchinson, Rafael Colantonio, maybe it didn't work out the best, but to be fair to the service, man, for as many negative stories, I think there are 2 more. You could probably double the amount that have talked about success stories or no regrets or benefits. So again, I don't co-sign this whole like tear it all down thing. Is there a worry about how it trains consumers? Yes, for sure. Entirely fair. We've seen how it's trained a base. And if that subscription service spreads elsewhere,
that's fair.
Can that change the dynamics of the industry? Absolutely. Like, you bring it to PlayStation, how does that change how their customer base functions on things? We saw PlayStation flirt a little bit, like, hey, let's do Horizon. Oh, fuck. Shit, they lost a ton of money. Shouldn't have done that. So they learned the hard way. They don't want Game Pass or anything infiltrating, like breaking. It's like the Trojan horse, man. It gets in behind closed doors, and we flood the city. So again, yeah, like it seems like it's profitable if we're to believe the words of Christopher Dring. But I just think at the end of the day, it's a great service. People should take the deal and run with it or ignore it at this point. But if you do care about the financials, I'm not here to shame you because I think it does matter. I
really think it's just a function of people having different thoughts about what profitable means and what Phil said when he says that. And I think that's really where it all stems from. Because Phil doesn't need to be taking into account running the other studios or making their games or even the lost sales of those games in order to say Game Pass is profitable.
Yeah. Well said. Gentlemen, that's the news.
Yes, sir.
It's time to wrap up. I know we normally do our Game Pass pick of the week. I know, but we for those who want a little bit of idea of what we got going on here, we started at 3:30. Planted our asses in these chairs. I almost didn't go on a walk today. I'm so glad I did. It's 8:45 right now. So yeah, we've been here for a hot minute. We had I'm sure you'll notice in the edits with my face popping up in all different kinds of ways. You'll know we had some technical difficulties, but we've been here for 5 hours. So we're going to wrap it up here. We've certainly left you with a lot to think about, a lot to write mean comments about. So we're looking forward to reading all of those, but we need to pick a hashtag. I feel like hits only was kind of the vibe of this show, right? It's only DD. How are we feeling?
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, you got this deep into the show. You can tag us on Twitter. Don't forget Gene, by the way. Gene was here for most of the show, but I'm at G27 Status. Cog is at Lord Cognito. You can find Hoeg at Hoeg Law, and then obviously at Gene Park. You can tag all of us there. Use the hashtag HitsOnlyDD. Let us know your thoughts on the episode. If you haven't got social media, that's cool. Use the comment section down below. Again, hashtag HitsOnlyDD. Hoeg, thank you for sitting with us through this entire thing. Shout out to Gene as well for being with us through most of this until the weather had its way with his internet. Hoeg, any closing thoughts as we get on out of here?
No, I truly wish that we didn't have to talk as much about business when we talk about games as we do. I know that sounds a little ironic for someone that has a business and law channel talking about video games, but when I made that, the concern was that there wouldn't be enough news to talk about. That has not been my concern for some time. I wish it would tone down just a little bit because I do love playing games, and it's a tremendous time to play games right now. I love my Switch 2. I love Death Stranding. I haven't actually been playing my Xbox as much as I probably should be in the last little while because 100 Line and Death Stranding have eaten up however many hundreds of hours at this point.
Sure have.
But just remember at the end of the day that if you are listening to us for 5 solid hours, it's probably because you like video games and that there's plenty of good video games to play that don't involve you at all with the financial or other business decisions of trillion and billion-dollar companies.
Well said. Well said. Cog, any closing thoughts from you, my friend?
Well, I love these shows, man, as long as they are, but, just the different perspectives, the insight. I'm a fan of nuance. I love that stuff. We got G Park, we got Hoeg, obviously Maddie doing his thing and bringing the passion, and I love this stuff. And look, these are the difficult conversations to have sometimes, but they're important. And obviously, like Hoeg said, if you're here, you're listening, you care about this stuff. And I know there's a subset of, I want to give the audience this, Last Stand fam. There's a subset of very concerned people who are not doom and glooming, who literally do care about the brand and are interested to see how things pan out and where the industry goes, and specifically with Xbox. And I think that's fair. And then obviously we did our call outs of people who utilize these moments to concern troll or to use confirmation bias for certain things. But it's clear. I just wanted to be clear that these discussions are very important. And I'm glad that we do have them here. And that's what makes Last Stand Media so dope, that we can get together, assemble, and do these type of things. So really cool stuff.
Yeah, I agree with the thing that you proposed there, Hoeg, about sometimes being tired of talking about the business aspect of game. Like one thing, I'll say this because it's deep enough in the show, but one thing I talked to Locke a lot about these last few weeks is I'm like, I'm kind of tired of news. And he was like, why? You're really good at it. And I was like, I just want to review games at this point. Like, I was like, I really think that's my strength above all else. Just my way of critiquing, breaking down. It's the most fun. It's the most interesting. It's the most enjoyable to me. Like whether it's good or bad or in the middle, like just deconstructing what made it tick or not. I want that to be my future on the platform. But what always pulls me back, it sounds like I'm really like making myself a hero. I am not, to be very clear. But it really is like the irresponsibility of others. Like that's what Locke, because like we had a long chat about it. And Locke's like, you really shouldn't stop. He was like, you shouldn't stop because you do it so well and so many people don't. And he's like, your voice going away would be a huge loss. And he said, I mean, Locke's been on a tear lately, but he was like, especially in the Xbox realm. I was like, I can't really argue at times with that. I know a lot of the Xbox fan base despises me.
Right.
But that's what always pulls me back in is I'm like, I see shit and I'm like, I'm not perfect. I'd make a lot of mistakes, but I think I would have handled that a lot better. And that always ends up just being fuel. Like, I'm just like, all right, one more conversation, one more news video. But man, do I have the desire just to like review shit and just, enough business.
I feel you, bro.
So that's where I'm at. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you all tuning into a very long episode of Defining Duke and Xbox Podcast. Again, hopefully you found something useful in all of this. If you got to the end of this episode, you had to have. There was a lot of gold here. Definitely my favorite episode we've done. So we hope you enjoyed. Again, Hoeg, thank you for joining us.
Absolutely.
As always, love to you. And then shouting out Gene Park for being here.
Shout out to Gene.
We love having him on board. So we hope you enjoyed this Super Squad episode of Defining Duke. Lots of nuance, lots of thoughts. And we're looking forward to reading yours. Only if they're nice, though, down below. So with that, we'll catch you next week for episode 237 of Defining Duke and Xbox Podcast. Peace out.
Defining Duke, an Xbox Podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is recorded from the United States of America. The show is conceived by Matthew Mr. Matty Plays Schroeder and me, Colin Moriarty, and is written and produced by Matthew Schroeder. Matty's co-host is Barry Lord Cognito Eversley. Defining Duke's executive producer is Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's shows, including Defining Duke, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer support level on Patreon, and we're thankful for your kindness and generosity.